Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woohoo, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. And I come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall, standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. God killing the house, man. What's good, man? I see we got the stars out tonight, man. Man, I see my man Garfield Reed. Man, he got one of the best podcasts, yeah, I'm saying, on YouTube, man. What's good, God? What's up there, God? What's up with you, man? How they say, what's up, God? That's what you used to say to you was back in the Nation of Islam, didn't he? What's up, God? Yeah, Garfield, man, I see you. You know I'm always checking you out Sunday, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Brother Garfield's podcast, man. He stay in that groove, man. Man, it's been a real interesting, can we say month? Big up to Omar Reed, man, Pseudo Killer Army, man. He in here, man. I see you, Black Sun, man. What's going on with you? Man, we double streaming. I see you, Philomath, man. What's up with you? Matic. Yeah. Man, yo, I'm trying to, man, educating people out of the barbershop is wild. A lot of us heard these types of conversations either on the corner in your local neighborhood, or in your local barbershop. Man, barbershop science and corner science is different from that high-level university science. There's some different things going on here. If you haven't actually heard a real professor talk about it, or listen to brothers and sisters that's been communicating the message for a long time, you're going to mess it up. There's some fundamental things that's going to stand in your way. One, matters of science are very counterintuitive. And the way philosophers of science communicate the ideas will trick you. You read Wikipedia articles and you see the word science and you lose your mind. In these encyclopedias, they're basically thinking that just maybe the person reading it will ask somebody to explain it to them. The word science don't always mean science in the way you think it do. You can use it colloquially to mean just knowledge, because that's the definition of it, knowledge. And if you're just using it to say knowledge, right, and you apply it to ancient Stone Age people, then you're simply saying they got knowledge. And if you're simply applying it to the Romans, then you're saying they got Roman knowledge. And if you're applying it to the Egyptians and people in West Africa, it's Egyptian knowledge. It's Ghanaian knowledge. Or it's Stone Age wisdom knowledge, social systems, ancient people knowledge, hunter-gatherer knowledge. And if that's the point, when your kids go out in the backyard during the summertime and they got their jar and they filling it up with insects and they're gaining knowledge and they're doing science. We in the barbershop. Man, you kicking that thing. You kicking that science. God, that's how you ended up with God. Kicking that science. I see you, Mika. Man, you going at me on Facebook. Fight me through your ignorance. That's okay. All you got to do is ask the right question. What I find is most people don't know how to ask the right question. You know, I ain't tripping though. The funny part about it is the way I was raised not to talk about something that you don't actually know about. So if all you're trying to say that ancient people have knowledge, then you damn right they did. And this is the funny part, man. Knowledge predates science. Knowledge predate the word, and knowledge predate the formulated, institutionalized scientific method, modern science. Did you know that humans don't need shoes? I'm going to say this again. Humans don't actually need shoes. Did you know that humans don't need science? Man, y'all been wearing those white glasses for so long. Did y'all think the only way to know something is through science? That ain't true, man. And we can simply put it on the table of chronology, and it's easy to find out. Look out for people pushing that the only way to know information is through science. That can't possibly be true. Just like humans don't need shoes, humans don't need science. At least in the beginning, they didn't, huh? In the beginning, they didn't need shoes, and in the beginning, they didn't need science. And it's quite obvious. If we look at chronology, we can simply see that human beings did fine for their first 2 million years. They didn't need science. Homo erectus didn't need science, and he created tools to manipulate his environment. Homo sapiens didn't need science, and he mastered the world and his environment with math, technology, and engineering. Big up the goal, man. What it do, what it do, what it do. I ain't never slipping up, Reggie. I'm on my A game. Because I know that y'all ain't really studying. And I know that them white glasses you wear that make you think science was here first is coded in Blackology. Racism, white supremacy, and Blackology is wild. Because the very people that claim to big up their ancestors and the very people that claim to big up this and big up that, they really practicing racism, white supremacy, scientism. And they do it right in front of your face. They proclaim this science. It's the white man's science. Let me do it right. It's the white man's science. When you beating them up and beating the brakes off of them, man, you using that white man science. And then all of a sudden, their mind tweak out on them. And when you're trying to teach and talking about the Stone Age and you're talking about the Bronze Age, Iron Age, Holocene, and all of a sudden, boy, you know our ancestors had science. You say, hold on. Hold on. No, 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 no. Our ancestors built the pyramids with science. You be like, huh? They use science to build the pyramids. You say, man, it took damn near 2 million years for humans to get to that. How do we know? If science is a human endeavor, then one group of humans couldn't have invented it all by themselves. Now, could they? If science, if your brain was naturally wired for science, then you would find it in every culture in the beginning. But you don't. You don't find science coming to maturity in every place. You don't. But guess what you do find? You find tools all over the place. You find systems, custom, tradition, knowledge, wisdom all over the place. You find in China. You find in Africa. You find in Europe. You find in Australia. You find tools everywhere. You find technology everywhere, independently of each other at times. But you know what you don't find? It's fully matured science. Science is cumulative. And they can howl and scream to the top of their voice, and they can try to trick you. They can say African science, they can say Australian science, China science, Russian science, German science, Roman science, Australian science, Native American science, Amazon science, Olmec science, European science, and y'all know the famous one, the white man's science. They can say it all they want, but they can't prove it. They can just talk that talk, but they can't walk that walk. You know why they can't? Watch this. Because humans don't need shoes to survive and make it on planet Earth. Humans don't need clothes to survive and make it on planet Earth. How do we know? Because for millions of years, humans did not have shoes and they sure as hell didn't have clothes. So that's how we know they didn't actually need it. They didn't need it until they started moving. Now watch this. Until they started moving in other ecological niches. It forced them to do what? Create science? Hell no, it caused them to create technology like clothes. Like farming is technology. But when you're in a barber shop, every goddamn thing is science. But when you're on the corner, every goddamn thing is science. When you run your mouth trying to Google something real quick, ChatGPT, everything is damn science. But when you're serious about your studies, when you slow it down, you start to find out that science ain't easy. It's hard. How do we know science not easy? Because most of y'all get it wrong. And it takes years to be clear on that. I'm disappointed in Reggie. I'm not disappointed in Mika because I seen her struggle with being a Hebrew for years. And Garfield helped her out. I struggled with science for years. And the young brothers and sisters helped me out. Struggle with religion and getting things technical. And Garfield and them helped me out. As human beings, we struggle. But what we don't do is we don't stick our damn chests out when we know better. Reggie know better. Reggie is one of the only people that walked with some of the greatest ancestors that pushed and promoted science and pushed and promoted history and our experiences. They got a lot of damn things wrong, but they was on the right path. And Reggie know it. Reggie's the only one with a degree in STEAM. Watch this. Science, technology, engineering, and math. It's separate for a reason. Because it's separate. And Reggie know that. But his Blackology won't let him see it. Start to realize that Reggie can't go with us. Because every time we get serious and start talking about science, Reggie end up on the wrong side because his Blackology glasses is in the damn way. When he cooking with hot grease. But his love for them damn pseudos clog his damn vision. His wanting to help every damn body cause him to throw his damn degree in the trash can. Every single solitary time. If we talk about the skin map, his love for Black Egypt and them wild people promoting that nonsense got in his scholarly way to the point where he wrote a damn paper and beat his own self up and he realized he was tripping. Go read the man paper, yo. It don't say what the hell he was arguing about. Cleared his own damn self up. And then that's why. The skin map. Fought us down to the ground. You don't say nothing no more. Whenever we having serious scientific information and conversations, when that man's supposed to come out and say, yo, I got y'all damn back, he always try to help the weak and the meek in the subject. For what? They sticking their chest out, shoot them in it. It's the only way they gonna learn. Let them die. When they tired of being dead, they open their damn ears and shut their mouth up and learn. This thing we talk about is serious and it's very, very technical and it should never be confused. Reggie should not be confused in his subject matter because he actually has a degree and daggone computer engineering. His damn professor would smack the hell out of him saying what the hell he's saying right now. And you know what? In his heart, when you're in the house by himself, he said, damn, you know, I done fucked up. I know what you're doing, Reggie. I know what you're doing. You're feeling sorry for him. You want to be popular with them damn pseudos. You don't got to be because they don't care about you. I got love in my heart for Reggie. Them damn pseudos, the fake squad, they don't give a damn about you. They talk crazy about you. They talk wild about you. Yeah, and when you start to help them now, they love you. They don't. They think you old and played out. And they told you to your face. It's the same thing they told me. They say you can be my friend or you can be my enemy. I chose to be the enemy, and I guess you chose to be their friend. But hold on. Don't bark at me like that right out the gate being super stupid. Yes, they did. I ain't forgot it. You act like you did forget it. Crazy. Got love in my heart for Reggie. But to argue with us over what the hell theme is, STEM, is outright horrid. And I'm pronouncing it correctly on purpose. I can't believe that out of everybody in this damn community, Reggie on that other side, African science, Reggie can read the damn meta nature. Reggie know damn well that the Egyptians were spooked out They were struggling with the gods, and he know it. And he know that's the thing that got in the way of them coming to the conclusion of some straight up non-religious science. He know it. He read the culture. He know it. And he also know they had empirical data, empirical knowledge. He know they had high level information dealing with their herbal medicines. The nigga know it. And he know it transferred to Greece. He know it. And his heart he know it. Let me tell y'all something, man. Let me tell you something, man. If your gods is floating anywhere around your empirical data, you got traditional knowledge, wisdom, social system. You don't got science. Science is very stale, very stiff. Took us damn near 2 million years because it wasn't a natural thing to do. It's more natural to believe than it is to goddamn know. You know how long humans believed the volcano was the god? Man, we need to feed the gods. Oh shit, God, man, and then blew up on us and then killed everybody. Right now, when the earthquake happened, people talking about the gods is mad at us right now in 2026. Did you know that when they was trying to figure out the field of geology, Noah's flood got in the way? You couldn't get the field of geology right. The geologists who were trying to be geologists, trying to understand the time of the earth and different periods, they all started from Noah's flood, man. And that's what stopped them from getting it right. There was one person in particular, and they call him the father geologist, because you know what he did? He said, hold on. This ain't making sense. Let me get the Noah's flood out the damn way. And when he got out of the way, boom! He started to correctly understand geology on planet Earth. The Egyptians struggled with it. Hell, the Romans was like the magic. The science is magic. The Romans don't got no Roman scientists of worth. You ain't even hear about that. They damn near ruled their world. What did they rule their world with? They ruled their world with technology, engineering, and math. Building construction, concrete, they created great things. The same with the Egyptians. It's a confusion here. In the damn hood, in the barbershop, man, them niggas was scientists. It's not true. It's not as important as you think it is. And it's so hard, it's not even what your brain is trying to put together. Your brain is spooked out. Remember, we have Stone Age brains. That's what we got. We believe. We have genes that express belief. Our genes literally are the genes that was chosen by way of natural selection in the damn Stone Age. Now we're in the age of space. And we still struggling. Right now, you got people that live in your house that swear the sky gonna crack and God coming out. Seriously, how many of y'all really want to sleep in a funeral home? Nobody. A couple weeks ago, my business had me cleaning a spot with bodies in it. It's late at night. I was like, man, let me get my mind together. I had to get my mind together. You guys say, come on, yo, it's dead. Seriously. But it's still laying in the back of my head that I had to even work it out with an actuality. The bodies is dead. It's our genes, man. So no, being scientific, yo, is not a natural thing. Being religious is natural. Believing is natural. And I've explained this 100 times, and I'm gonna open this up. I explained 100 times in the Stone Age, based off by way of natural selection. Those who jumped and were super spooked out survived to make it to the age of reproduction. There are times in our ancestors' history where the high grass moved. There was some that was real analytical and stood there and tried to figure out why the grass moved. And they got away with it a couple times. While the other brothers and sisters broke, left. Late on that week, brothers and sisters walking down there together. And the one brother, the grass move again. And everybody run but him. He investigate. A saber-toothed tiger jumped out and ate his head. Well, it was about 12 at this time. He died. With all his super thinking genes died. And his other brothers and sisters, they survived to make it to the age of reproduction and passed those genes on that had them real jumpy. This occurred all the way to today. And I make this statement. Humans never make the mistake in calling a human a shadow, but will always make the mistake in calling a shadow a damn human. I'm not moving. If you think you can come up here and show me where science occurred in every place and it's not accumulative, have at it. Don't play the word game. Don't do the trickery. Don't play like, I'm the science, I had science. No. Don't play. Be serious in your approach to make sure you know what the hell you're talking about. Because I'm serious about this. Because this is where the rubber meets the road in our education towards being scientific literate and transmitting this shit to the spooked out people. Now, I'm not sitting up here saying that you don't need to believe in God. Saying y'all can't get out your way of that. I don't even care. I'm saying that science is a cumulative human enterprise. And it took millions of years. Humans was jumping out the womb, figuring out tools. Why? Because tools gave immediate results. And the most important thing to our ancestors wasn't that they could thee thy withered. I think the sun is ever produces. That wasn't important. What was important was the thing I just made, does it work? Does it help me survive? Does it secure me food, clothing, shelter, and protection of that? Does it work? Not how. Well, not the why. Not the why. Why does it float? The buoyancy. Bullshit. It's not important. Wasn't. You find rudimentary math, 24,000, 11,000. You find technology early. Why? Why is that? Why you don't find science? Why do you find bits and pieces and boop here, there, that, boom, boom? You gotta go here, take that piece, get boom. What about ancient Egypt? These dudes produced a papyrus, and I show it all the time. Figure this out. See, this is where a rookie make the mistake at, and you bludgeon him half to death. Do you see this right here? Look at this. Do you see? Wait a minute. So if I'm in a society, and watch this at 1900, between 1900 and 1600 BCE. Homo sapiens about maybe 350, maybe 500,000. They working on something. We might be a million years old, maybe, right? But let's just settle on 400,000, right? 400,000 years, yo. And right here, yo, this represents for the first time in human history. Listen to what I'm saying to you. From 400,000 BCE to 1900 to 1600 BCE. How long is that, yo, for people to come up with this? Look, I dare you. Go find it. Go find it somewhere. Go to China. Go somewhere and find them trying to do this at 1600 BCE. Look, it says, the Edward Smith papyrus written in ancient Egypt script from 1900 to 1600 CE, right? is the earliest known, it could be something that's the earliest known, right? Known medical literature consisting of 48 histories to describe the conditions, diagnosis, and treatment. Look, yo, in the rational way. Damn, it took that long? Do you know how long it took to make some damn tools? They was making tools in the Stone Age, man. 1.5 million years ago, they was making old of old gourds. They was making stone tools. But it took them to damn near 1,600 BCE to start rationally trying to figure out some cures. So obviously, you didn't even need to be rational to categorize some herbs and keep the community healthy, huh? You just need to keep giving it to them. And when it works, you stay with it and you pass that particular mixture on, through your son or through your daughter and empirically, because they ain't have right yet, just keep passing on the same thing. And it may or may not work. You didn't know why it worked. And guess what? And when it stopped working, you didn't know why it stopped working. You know what? You thought it was an omen. You thought somebody was throwing a spell on you. Swear, I listened to a podcast today talking about hunter-gatherers. See, hunter-gatherer tribes is the answers to all y'all questions. When the people pop out them forests in the Amazon, and you be like, yo, you literally looking back 10,000 years, look at them people, yo. These people sometimes, when they had their little wars, whatever, yo, and they stand in trees, they literally thinking and they throwing spells in each other. They really be thinking that. The hunter-gatherer, when you see hunter-gatherers today, and I suggest everybody study this, right? When you really study hunter-gatherer tribes, and Sosa is big on this, study hunter-gatherer tribes, and it'll give you a glimpse into the reality of what it was. Obviously, the ancient Egyptians weren't hunter-gatherers, but guess what, y'all? They were surrounded by hunter-gatherers. Y'all didn't know? Oh, y'all thought everybody lived near the Nile. I told you y'all was Nile-centric. If you go out to the bush, they call it the bush in Africa, or to the forest, right? In the desert areas and all that, these people are hunter-gatherers. Y'all didn't know that? The point I'm making here is that they just was trying to get rational. And this the rookie mistake right here. I told you, aren't they rational? And I'm just looking at you. I say, so how many of those properties did they find, sir? They only found one? You mean to tell me all their medical properties at that time wasn't rational? With diagnosis and prognosis, all of them wasn't just the one? So it wasn't institutionalized yet, right? So you may have had a brave scribe. See, we never speak in absolutes, right? So I'm certain that you have brave people, right, in these ancient societies that thinking was far advanced than most people. And this particular scribe that wrote it, he was definitely advanced. But for some reason, he couldn't convince everybody else because they would have started doing it, huh? Maybe he actually bucked the system. Maybe he actually bucked the trend. Maybe they killed his ass because I can see it. The same way you throw tomatoes at me and the pseudo killers, the same way you talk about why I don't believe in God and talk shit behind my back and think I'm crazy. Y'all been doing this for 20 years. I hear the rumblings, goddammit. Niggas be snitching. I hear you now. That boy crazy. That boy don't believe in the ancestors. He don't care about the elders. I heard it. I bet you that this particular scribe had help. They was like, what silliness is this, sir? Well, it's the prognosis. What do you mean? Where are the gods? I can see it now. Where is the spells at? Well, I only put one or two, and you only put one or two. Where are the rest of them? I can just see it. Reggie can't prove no more than that. Because this particular practice was not a consistent practice. The Egyptians didn't stop writing proprieties after the 1600s or after the 1900s BCE. They continued to write medical literature. Why wasn't this copied over and over again? Because it wasn't. Just wasn't. But it's definitely a milestone in medicine in human history. And it should be treated no more than that. It wasn't the consistent model of what was going on. But a rookie would take that motherfucker. Oh, man, shut up. That idea was not mass produced. That idea was not empirically passed on. Now, anyway, man, we had some fun in the server, man. If y'all not drawing the server, yo, y'all ain't getting it, man. I see Space Age Anthony in this joint. How you don't got a wrench? Hey, man, look. Check this out, man. We're in the server putting together songs, man. I see you, D. Where you at, man? Put together some songs, man. We're going to hit this one. I'm going to drop the link. We'll have some fun. Have some fun. See, we got a couple nurses in here. Sister Saf, I see you. She know about that. She know about that believe in mine. She got two bastards. That's funny. I'm dropping the link. Right? If y'all got something to share with me, we're going to be respectful. All right? Hit the Cash App. I think I got the first Cash App. I think my man, he always shows some love, man. Serious work, yo. Yep. Let me see. Who sent that first one? Hold on. It ain't showing up yet. Damn. Man, can't even see it. I've been eating that fried. Man, Ghost, man, yo, that's love, yo. You always show that real love, man. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, man, we was working on a song in the server, man. I think it was Miss Tiff, it was Juju, it was me, it was D, it was Gold. Yeah, we all producers of this right here. We produced this. We give them credit for it. Hey, Black Panther, pay attention. Don't worry about you ain't late. Pay attention, Black Panther. You in this song. Pay attention. Check this out. It's gonna get y'all hyped up, yo. This my war song against all the pseudos. Let me do it like this, y'all. Let's go and get this right, yo. Name the song, yo. We bombing little niggas. Let's go.
Protected by the Black Widow. Protected by the Black Widow. Good juju. Bad juju. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Where the fuck you been? Bomb little niggas again. We buck the trend. It's been a trend. Poor desert. Eagles again. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken. Black Panther riding again. Always on my mind to win. I'm where I'm supposed to been. Black Widow protect me. Feds lose again. Nigga, cheat to win. Dope fiend never win. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Protect the youngsters. We poor desert eagles. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken is where I win. Black Panther riding again. When naggers break wild, no slack. I'm cutting like an axe. Kick though can't cut in the tracks. Good juju. Bad juju. Never been in the game but stay crewed up. We answer beepers, can't be tracked, computer hacked. Protect the weaker, don't wear tattoos. But if I did, it be the reaper. Never say this line again. Let truth be where we begin. Christians talking reckless, claiming we born in sin. Capping, let us begin. Pseudo killers to the rescue again. Never tripping, we teaching STEM. Forces, those tripping. Choose again to the pseudos. It's always grim, we to win, God killer again. Always time to defend. Bet the trend, King souls to the king. If I can't, chill and be Ken. Malcolm Finch, those niggas for the win. TED Talk, bitch, walk. Fans time enough for them youngins. Space age, Africans. Anthony with the space. And yeah, jump, we smacking them.
Yeah, jump. We smacking them. Man, what's good, man? Yeah, yo, that's so the producers of that is D, Juju, Miss Tiff, Gall, and me. Yeah, that's how we get down around here, yo. All the way, yo. Make sure to get credit for that song as producers on that joint, yo. Creative juices was definitely flowing, man. We open up the line, man. And man, first of all, I got a special guest on here, man. Man, he's serious, man. Got his own show. Anthony Bowman, man. Space Age African, man. He done spent a lot of his damn bread, man. Him and them daggone Juju, man. They spent a lot of damn money on that show, man. I'm going to tell you, that's the most expensive show on this motherfucker, man. I'm just going to be honest with you, y'all. Thank goodness for them two, man. What's going on, Anthony Bowman, man? You smacking them.
Peace, bro. What's happening with you, man?
That's our little thing right there, yo. And we won't get hyped up, yo. That's you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's that slap right there, yo. Yeah, smack them little niggas. You know what I'm saying? That's how we doing it, yo. Tired of being cordial. They don't be our friends anyway. They don't show no love anyway. So you might as well step them out, stomp them out, you know, like and crush them to ashes, and then they'll rise like the phoenix. See, that's the only time you know you're wrong, when you smashed out, and then you be like, let me grow. That's when you grow. It's a cycle. What's going on, though, bro? Good to hear from you, man. What it do?
Oh, man, just chilling, dog. How you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling hype. You know, after that song right there, you know, it get you hype right there.
Yeah, that was hype. That was hot right there, dog. That was hot.
Mm-hmm. What you going? Yeah. It was about 6 of us put that together, though. Yeah, we do.
That's all right, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just want to say peace to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all joining in.
Man, good to have you here, man. We about to get it in, man. And then we got Reggie, the one that I'm disappointed in. Very disappointed in you, Elder. Seriously, bro. You're an elder here in this community, man. I'm disappointed in you. I am, bro. And I can't even bang on you like I want to, because I'm just disappointed, yo. I thought you was gonna pick the right side, yo. I didn't know you was gonna do that. It kind of confused me, yo. Yeah, what's on your mind, though?
Hey, Unc, how you doing?
I'm disappointed.
Okay. Listen, some of my great elders at some point was disappointed, and then when they turned around, they said this brother is one of the people that actually understood us. And I've been competing against people I shouldn't be competing with, which is students of the greats who want to get the last penny, but don't want to, how can I say, have any real mentorships with people. And so from my school, we should have lots of people like me, but we don't, because they compete with us. They want all the lecture bread. And so I have disappointments. I'm not disappointed at you. What I would do is what I normally do, is to express my points. Anthony Bowman, how you doing, good brother? Long time no see or speak to. How you doing?
Oh, I'm pretty good, brother Reggie. How about yourself, man?
Yeah, I'm making now. On YouTube, the people don't support, but that's okay. But you supported.
What?
You came all the way down. You took a museum trip with you, lady. We had a good time, and we never had an argument.
He trying to butter you up, yo.
We never had an argument, but I have arguments with Coffee Cake.
Reggie got his butter voice on. I ain't listening to you, man.
No, because Anthony Bowman, come on, he came all the way down on his birthday. What are you talking about for a museum tour, huh?
Reggie, you know how good you do. You know what? That's why it's disappointing, yo. You know how well you do that shit, yo. You don't realize, yo, you do that better than anybody, yo. Like,
Well,
but hands down, I seen him try to usurp you with polite, play the wild game,
mhm.
and try to make it about polite, and polite fell on his face in that joint.
No, but that's the funny thing is, he signed them all up to New Covenant, and
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
was I was sitting on the bench by myself, right?
Roy spoke like a lion, yo. I roar like a lion when they do that to me. I roar like a lion.
Yeah,
A lion is supposed to roar, yo, and say,
it
yo,
was
what you doing?
it was amazing. It
Yeah,
was
one of me.
amazing.
Shit, not to me. I was
But
there.
about, I don't know, 60, 70 people on the museum tour,
They
and
came to see you.
it came to see me, and you would think that they would re-sign up with their families and stuff like that. Nope, they joined New Covenant.
And
So
lost all their money and got robbed.
they joined New Covenant, man. That's what they did.
Oh man.
But I had, believe it or not, I had a good relationship with Polite because he needed to know some things that he did not know. And
Which was nothing. Which was absolutely nothing.
well, I teach a lot of people, and that's just what I do. But I taught them some aspects, and we ultimately did Kimmon on trial, and then I reached back and I made sure that Uncle Keck was there, right, on Kimmon on trial, right,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the other people like the great Jabari. Uh, we had no use for. We would have lost the damn debate with the great Jabari. We would have lost the damn debate, right? He would have came up there with his unc. They was ready for that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
um, you know, uh, but Uncle Keck and Smash Rockwell, uh, and even bought a saw. Nobody really knew a saw Imhotep. We got a saw Imhotep, introduced them to the wider community too, right?
Hey Reggie, let's get to it. Let's cut the bullshit.
Okay,
Why
so
you find yourself on the wild side with a bunch of pseudos? I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna shut the hell up.
mhm,
I like to get like when I played baseball and football, when I had good coaches, yo,
mhm.
they would say, yo, there's little keys to this game. When you see the quarterback take a three-step drop, that mean the ball coming out fast. So that mean the receiver got to be cutting quick so you can break on it. Or he say, yo, when the guard go this way, that means it's a run play. Do this or sense. So I do the same thing. I say, when you see a bunch of funny hats, but unks on it and a whole different type of uniform that people ain't walking around every day, that's a key that what they talking about gonna be pseudo. Hey Reggie, let me give you a key. When 99% of the people agree with you is pseudos and promote pseudo information, hey yo, it might be something wrong, yo.
I said people don't support me,
No, no,
so
no, no,
it
no.
doesn't.
Listen.
Yeah.
In this conversation, everybody that agree with you is a damn pseudo. You ain't catch that? That's something there, Reg. So Reg, I'm gonna shut up, right?
Yeah.
First of all, I got another pseudo killer here. Gullah, how you doing, brother? I want to say hi. I don't know if your phone working. I don't know if your phone working, Gullah.
Yeah, what's good with it? I'm
How you
cool.
doing? This brother is heavily entrenched in science. Had a great talk with Ngozi. He said y'all had a great week, however long y'all spent together talking science for hours and hours and hours, bro. I say y'all niggas been talking science for years, hours and hours and hours, yo. Good to have you here. And then Josh, I mean Joseph. How you say it, man? Francis.
Jose, brother, Jose. You
Wow,
should
put an
say it
H
like
there.
that.
Can you put an H there or something?
No, it means it's Spanish for Joseph.
Yeah, it's Jose. Jose is the H. The J's in Spanish is sound like H's, yo.
Mm.
So
And the
No, no,
H
no, no,
stand is
no.
different.
I'm just speaking. I'm speaking. Go ahead, Reggie. It's Reggie's turn to speak. I'm not gonna cut you off, Reggie, but you got all the pseudos following you, bro, on this
Okay.
one. From
Well,
Lex on down.
well.
So
Do
go
you
ahead.
do you
Explain to
like?
us, explain
Yeah.
to us why you think. No, I ain't even gonna say nothing. Go ahead. Just do
Okay.
your thing.
All right. Simple definitions. Technology is inventions, design, practical applications, and tools, right? Science is discovery, explanation, theory, and prediction, right? Um, the question is science existed before modern science. The word was created before the compound word modern science, right? And so, for example, you classify everything ancient Egyptians did that was great as technology. But ancient Egyptians had the solar calendar theory, right? If they didn't understand science or use science, they wouldn't have built the 365-day civil calendar, right? They wouldn't have done that. Stellar astronomy, that's Anthony Bowen's field. They use stars to measure time, identify true north, and align temples and pyramids. That's science. Mathematical geometry, the decimal number system. They developed base 10 for counting, recording, transactions, and calculations. We still use base 10. We still use the solar calendar theory. We still use stellar astronomy, right? Medical theories. These are theories in science, right? Catheterization, right, is processes that um, ancient Egyptian culture, Nubian culture gave to the world. Engineering principles and astronomical computations. They calculated planetary positions, and then they further adapted Babylonian methods. So they did that. So why does it count as science? Well, I gave you the definition of uh, technology. Well, science and technology overlap. It's important to understand how they overlap. But what the ancient Egyptians did, the Africans, uh, they didn't just create tools, they gave explanations and methods for understanding patterns in nature. That is science, right? So, technology is when they start creating tools um, to tell the time of the day, and then they put some of that in in their religious compositions. So we have 12 hours of the day and 12 hours of the night. And we can find those things in the Book of Gates. So what me and you, we have a fundamental problem is that you relegate uh, ancient African science to, uh, well, proto science. And I think that that is inaccurate, especially when there are things that the ancient Egyptians did in science that we still use today. And so that's where the rubber meets the road. And um, we should see what was being taught in K through 12 and their uses of science. So there are definitely courses that teach ancient Egyptian science and technology in K through 12. They can't be calling it. They call it ancient Egyptian science and technology. Why? Science in the ancient world of history of science units, right? They have curricula. They also talk about the scientific revolution, right? Okay, which is the bridge, right? Um, well, we can find a bridge from ancient science to modern science. So ancient science is a compound word. So is modern science. So we just have a how can I say? We have some definition problems. That's what we have. And the other show, you said when I tried to talk about the etymology of the European word, you said etymology is pseudo. No, you just said that. I don't think that you believe that. But certainly we have to understand where words come from and why. And so that is etymology. And then later we get to definitions. So I'll stop. It's not a big thing. It's just giving the people information. And if my information is wrong, um, then you can show me where it's wrong. In the time that we've been arguing with this, I've been collecting lots of sources and citations, right? To check to see if I'm right. I just need to check to see if I'm right. I just want to know if you check to see if you were correct.
So you got? Anybody want to respond to that?
Yeah,
Good night. Good night. Good
I
night,
just
brother.
want to say one thing.
You want to
Peace,
say?
Jose.
Hold on, John. Do you want to say something, Francis?
I'll say this. Our ancestors in Kemet were among the first literate people. So I can show you the text and they can speak for themselves. I don't have to speak for them. And you can judge what they wrote and what they did based on their own words. I don't have to make up anything. So this way, if you let me come on and read the text, you can make your own judgment. I'm not just going to flash something across the screen. I'm going to read what they said.
Okay.
So you can judge what they said.
Oh,
I can show you what the experts say about what they said and how they viewed it. I don't have to argue and waste my breath. Unlike some other people who don't read the text, don't attempt to read the text, but are arguing and judging based on nothing. I could do that. And when I do that, then you can judge and say, well, that should sound crazy. And that's only fair. I'll let them speak for themselves.
Okay.
And that's fair. If you allow me to do that, then you can judge, and I'll accept anything you have to say once you listen to their own words. That's what I'm saying.
No problem.
That's it. I don't have to argue and fight about it. Some of the first recorded doctors in history come from Kemet. We know that already. We know they had multi-geniuses in ancient Kemet. And all of that stemmed from what we call spirituality. That's just a fact. We don't have to argue that because the experts agree on that. Now in 2026, yes, they are separating it because of the modern influences, but that doesn't invalidate what they did, what they said for themselves. So that should be the yardstick, not what we think they said or our own body. We should read the text and speak on the text. If you're gonna judge the text, judge by what they said. Fair enough?
Fair enough, brother.
Right. That's all I have to say.
Go ahead, Anthony.
I just want
Because I don't want to mess the conversation up. So I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it, you know what I'm saying? Because they say, he who got ears, let him hear. You know what I'm saying? I hear it. I smell it. You know what I mean? I smell it. I hear it. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Anthony.
You're getting your woosah on, dog.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, you know what? Once you realize a person don't actually understand, you can't really argue with them. You say they don't understand. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand. You know what I mean?
I got definitions. I got sources.
I was talking to Anthony. I don't think you understand the words on them sources.
I know, but I'm tested. That's it.
Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony. Go, sir.
I just want to put one thing out there, before we get going too deep into this. One word, and this is a word that everybody, I'm sure, is familiar with. The word prototype. Y'all look that word up, and maybe you'll get some understanding on where we're coming from.
No, I understand the word completely, Anthony. So
we're not knocking anybody, any civilization. We're just trying to give credit where credit is due.
Okay. But Anthony,
trying to understand the differences in what the ancients were doing. Now, listened to you, brother Reggie, and that was pretty good. But when you mentioned how they added their spiritual beliefs into what they were doing, then that's where the problem lies.
Well, that's the problem. That's a valid critique, but that doesn't invalidate their science.
It's
It absolutely does. See, that's the point. Let me shut up. Hey, Reggie, let them rock. Because, see, that's the piece.
No.
And see, that's the... Reggie, you talked. Anthony, how can we make them understand that? How can we make them understand that science couldn't get off the ground and mature into this Homo sapiens saving belief of us? Got the hell out of his own way. You know that example I gave earlier? I said, like, they call him the father of geology. And to that point, the people that was trying to understand land and all that, and the earth and all that, they was using Noah's Ark flood. As a matter of fact, the lady we listen to all the time, what's her name? Gullah, the monkey lady, Gibbon, right? She gave that whole. I'm gonna find that slide, yo. She gave that whole thing, and she gave that history, yo. And it was deep. Do you realize that they couldn't even understand the earth for real, yo, and all that until they got God out the way, Noah, religious belief thing out. Once they got it out the way, it was only one person that could, and when he did it, yo, everything started to make sense. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, that's all I want to do, dog. Just put that out there. Everybody knows what a prototype is.
No, I understand that, and I'm I'm at this point I'm a former engineer. I'm not practicing it, so I know about prototypes. When I took artificial intelligence in 1987, a course on artificial intelligence, I knew that they were creating models to pass the Turing test. And later, and this is even in modern science, they were prototypes. But prototypes don't invalidate this. It doesn't invalidate science. And so, for example, I just said that they created the 365-day calendar.
It's not science, Reggie. Calendar is not science, Reggie.
It's a scientific theory.
No, it's not science, Reggie. You made that up. You're just talking at that point.
No,
no, Reggie. A calendar. I can. You know how far I can take you back where they was looking at the moon cycles, bro.
Yeah, but they created a 365. See, this 365-day calendar is very unique.
Reggie, it's not science, Reggie. It's a calendar, brother. And see,
you can't.
Hold on, Reggie.
You can't do that with a source. Show me a source.
Reggie, it's not
Sunday school.
Reggie.
You're doing Sunday school, Unc.
Reggie. A calendar is not science. A calendar requires people to be on Earth long enough to see these things repeat over and over again.
Okay.
It's repeatable, predictive, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's not science.
No.
Okay. There's empirical data included in that, right? All of that, but it's not science. And we know it's not science because I can take you back to when people 11,000 years was doing it. You know what I'm saying? Tracking the moon cycles in Austria. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, bro, that is an important component in the lives of humans, but it's not science. You can't take a modern idea. Hold on, Reggie. Science is a modern idea.
Mm. No,
it is. It just is. It just is, Reggie. It just is. And you know why it's a modern idea? Because it ain't that damn important, Reggie. Y'all, it's making it more important than it ever was. And then after come on, Reggie, I didn't cut you off. I don't need to hear you in the background. Come on, yo, keep it cordial and smooth and groovy. Now, I will shut up if you want to continue to kill yourself. Now, since you don't want to be quiet, go ahead and talk yourself to death, Reggie, because I'm writing it down, Reggie. Since you, for the audience, Reggie thinks that a calendar is science. And I'm saying it's not. And if y'all don't got a source to say that's science, and not just some traditional knowledge, right? Empirical knowledge, all that's in the game. But that don't make it science. It sounds good to the novice, but it's not science, Reggie. Building pyramids, it's not science. It's just not. It's not. It's engineering. It's mathematics. If you got enough high level, if you got enough good mathematics, right? If you got great engineering, right? And if you got the technology, you can build a pyramid without science. Now, and I can't make y'all understand that. That's something y'all going to read and study for yourself. But go ahead, Reggie, because you want to talk. Go ahead. I'm taking notes.
Well, can you hear me?
Man, Reggie, I heard you. You sitting there thinking on the sun.
No, one of my screens is frozen, and so I just want to.
You're not frozen?
Okay, great. Okay. Can you have the most expensive chat GPT that you pay for, right? Expensive, right? Subscription, serious. Can you put up on the screen, because I can't. Can you what you missed is I said a 365-day calendar.
And a half. You want to get out the half?
I didn't just say calendar. I said a particular 365-day calendar. You took that, got rid of the 365 and 365-day, and you just made it a calendar. But the innovation is the 365-day calendar.
Reggie, you got Anthony sitting right there.
Yeah.
Look at the time. Hold on. Look at the time period. At this point, I thought you understood that a calendar is a technology system based off of astronomical knowledge, bro. Like you supposed to know that.
Yeah, well, you used the
word.
And
I should not have to have a conversation with you over this. Anthony, am I right? Is a calendar based off of astronomical? Is this not what you do? How much money do you put into this, Anthony? All seriously, Anthony, because I'm not sitting here doing this, bro, because it's frustrating to the audience. The audience say, wow, that's science. It's not. Okay? They don't even got astrology yet. They got proto-astrology in that time period. But when I use the word proto, you fell apart. You wouldn't let us do it, Reggie. You ran me off that. You, not me. You did that. Man, I'm going to tell our audience again, man. A calendar, I don't care based off how many days, it's based off of astronomical knowledge. Am I saying this right, Anthony? You're the only one that really do that for real.
So it's not astrology.
No, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you, bro. I'm
asking you a question.
You cannot ask me a question in the middle.
Hold on. Okay, sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize.
See, when I start acting wow.
No, I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to tell people how we get. I'm big. Y'all can't tell I'm got the Woo Side hat on.
Okay, I don't want to trigger you. We having a good time.
Because I can't handle.
I apologize.
Can't handle it, bro. I can only handle when we gentlemen. I can't even act crazy when everybody a gentleman. You get it? Anthony, can you please help us marginalized people who graduated from high school and they have time to spend a couple thousand on telescopes and all that, who work jobs and have businesses that don't got nothing to do with the sky? Can you and read a couple books and talking crazy? Can you please explain to us marginalized people what the hell is a damn calendar, 365 days and a half that the Egyptian had? What do you consider that in the field that you're studying in? Please help us out, bro.
Well, the calendar, as we know it today, I mean, basically, it's something that you can do in your own backyard, you know, with stationary objects, you know, and that's just paying attention to the shadow that's being cast from that object. And when at a certain point in time throughout the day, which is usually in your area would be noon, that object is not really casting a shadow, but you can see that shadow move if you sit there, or you go back every hour and check, and you can make marks and you can see how that shadow moves. And you can, that's basically what most of those ancient megaliths were used for, you know, tracking the sun across the sky, tracking the moon. But does that give you an understanding of what's happening? No, it doesn't give you an understanding of the earth is going around the sun or the moon is going around the earth. You don't get that. They didn't have that. All they know was that in a certain time of year, when they saw certain things in the sky, maybe they communicated it some kind of way to get to a point where they could build something to track it. You know, the Egyptians more than likely built on what was going on at Nabta Playa thousands of years before.
In Southern Egypt, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if that's the case, everybody is a scientist because we go in the kitchen and we cook. You know what I'm saying? We decide what time we want to go to work. You know, if y'all want to call all that science, man, you can leave me out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's science is getting an understanding and developing methods and tools to help with that understanding of what you're observing. You know, why is the sun moving across the sky like that? Why is the moon moving across the sky the way as it does? How come every year when it's time, when I see something in a certain area of the sky that lets me know it's time for me to go plant my seeds or whatever the case, you know, they were surviving. They weren't trying to figure out why the sun is doing that. And that's where science comes in. Why am I seeing this?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So
wow.
For me, like I say, y'all can leave me out of that. There's nothing you can show me to make me agree with that.
So, of course, I talked about proto-science and all that. Reggie ran me off that.
Come on back, dog.
He did a whole show. He did a whole show on that proto-science. Did a whole show. Ain't no proto-science. He did a whole show on against it. Yes, you can say something, brother. Let me finish this point. The Egyptian calendar is based off of astronomical data, man. That's what it's based off of. It's not science. And as a matter of fact, the shit was so powerful that it influenced the Greeks and the Romans. How is that not powerful? Think about what I'm saying right now. How is that not super dope, super slick, and super powerful? Where the thing they created actually influenced our calendars today. What are we talking about? And guess what? And they did it without science. Go figure that. Now that's interesting right there. But go ahead, brother. Make your point.
Hey, peace to the panel. Peace to Reg. Peace to you, peace to
How you doing, man? Mr.
brother.
Rich. How you doing?
Everything is good. I really don't believe we having this conversation if it's, if building the pyramid is science. But, all right, so I just did a little, because ain't nobody bringing sources except Reggie, right? So let me bring another source, right? Hold up. Let me finish. So I did type a simple. That's what you do when you run it. Come on, man. This be cautious. This be adult. All right. So I put in, is science a modern day idea? Short answer: no. Science is not a modern day idea, but the way we practice it today is modern. It says, what is science? What really science means, right? Science is basically observing the world, answering questions, testing ideas, and learning from evidence. Now, the calendar was something groundbreaking. And my man acting like that isn't something like anybody can do any day. You know what I'm saying? I mean, well, if that's so easy, then tell me some groundbreaking things you've done so far. Because you're acting like the calendars are so easy. Go in the backyard and look at the shadows. Come on, man. But anyway, it says humans been doing this. It says It
We're
says humans
creating.
have
No,
been
let me
doing
answer
this
your
for
question.
thousands.
Let me answer
Yo,
your
I didn't
question, brother.
interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
You asked me a
I didn't
question, though.
interrupt you. I didn't ask you a question.
Yes, you did. You asked
No, I
me, what
didn't.
am I doing that's groundbreaking?
I didn't. I said that if you're talking about as simple as putting some things in the backyard, with the mindset you have now, how can you compare that to thousands of years ago, bro? Come on now. To say that wasn't science is crazy. But anyway, it says,
I can do
this
that
is the
because I
last thing I'm gonna say.
understand
This is the last thing I'm gonna say, man. It's the
That's
last thing I'm
why
gonna
I
say. I
can
didn't
do that.
interrupt you, yo. Be cordial, be cordial. It says
No, you
humans have
talking
been
to me,
doing this
dog.
for thousands of years, long before the word science existed.
I got it.
That's it.
Watch this. All right, Mr.
Before
Rich.
the word, wait. Okay, damn, give me a chance, homie.
No, I thought you said you was winding down. Go ahead, yo.
Okay, the last thing. Okay, let me land my plane.
All right.
Don't tell me you said that the etymology is pseudo. Is that what you told Reggie for real?
No, he lied. What you think? What you think?
Okay. Now, so I just broke down what the word science is. It says it's not a modern day idea, but the practice of science is modern. Building the pyramid. I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's all I got to say for now.
No, hold on.
Oh, no, I'm gonna be here. I'm here. I'll put myself on mute.
All right. Hey, Mr. Rich, are the Egyptians black?
Absolutely.
There you go. So you don't know what you're talking about.
See, yo, check that out. That's scary tactics, yo. That's a sucker. That's some cowardly stuff. To say because I believe that they black is what I'm saying. I read what on ChatGPT, bro.
There you
That's
go.
some sucker, that's some sucker stuff, bro.
Hey, Rich, why you call me a sucker, yo?
Yo, that's some sucker shit you just did. Yeah.
It's some sucker. You cussing?
Because okay, my bad. But
Hey,
because
Rich,
I believe that the Africans are black, that's supposed to be that I read on ChatGPT.
No, that's not it. Rich, listen. The reason I said, when I asked you that question, it's a litmus test, right? And you can't handle that.
Who litmus test is that?
No, I didn't cut you off. Rich, I didn't cut you off, Rich.
Well, what kind of litmus test is that? Because the nigga believes that the Africans are black.
Hey, Rich, come on, man. Before I put you off, yo, let's handle like gentlemen. Like you tried to tell my man, you got a little slick.
That was ChatGPT, yo.
Okay, I'm gonna ask my ChatGPT the same thing.
Please do that, yo.
Come on, Rich, listen. We can't talk at the same time, and I can get my pressure up to that. The litmus test was to see if you could distinguish between a social construct that occurred in the 1700s by white people and an ancient population that did not adhere to that social construct. So it would take a complex mind who understands.
You made that shit up,
Let me finish, Rich. If you cut me off on time, to keep from making myself.
Man, I don't care, man, but yo, you made that shit.
Nigga, I'm glad you don't care because I'm about to cuss you out. So I'll put you in the back. You can stay there if you want to. I'm not doing it today. The litmus test, there's a reason for it. If a person don't get that I'm saying that the Egyptians aren't black because it's a social construct brought by racist white people, there's no real determination on black. It's an American social wild, crazy construct. The ancient Egyptians did not follow that construct. You did not need to be any of them things to be an ancient Egyptian. So if your mind can't separate that, I'm not even expecting you to know that the damn calendar ain't science. And then if you don't even understand that, I'm thinking that you asking your ChatGPT, and when you read the answer, it literally said his ChatGPT literally said that the practice was modern. Well, goddamn, Mr. Anthony, I thought we was talking about the actual practice of science. Maybe it's just me, bro. Maybe it's just me, Anthony. Maybe I've really lost my mind talking to these nitwits, bro. It's got to be that. This man literally said that, yo, the practice is modern. Well, that's only the hell we talked about is the practice. So obviously the Egyptians couldn't have practiced science if it's modern, then, huh? They must have been doing something else. But guess what? Yo, they so Uncle Tom'd out. See, now I'm talking shit now. They so Uncle Tom'd out and got on the white boy glasses. They can't conceive of a world of indigenous people, indigenous African people creating ideas, concepts on par with anything these white boys got without science. They can't see it. They have to apply a modern thing on their people because they feel marginalized, they scared to death, and the niggas can't read. How about that? Yeah, you did that, Rich. You started me right here. You did that. Let me take a moment real quick, man. Let me take a moment. Let me do that.
He
Let
didn't
me
even
do
know
that.
he didn't even know he asked the question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm back on.
Protected by the Black Widow. Protected by the Black Widow. Good juju. Bad juju. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Where the fuck you been? Bomb little niggas again. We buck the trend. It's been a trend. Pull desert. Eagles again. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken. Black Panther riding again. Always on my mind to win. I'm where I'm supposed to been. Black Widow protect me. Feds lose again. Nigga, cheat to win. Dope fiend never win. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Protect the youngsters. We pull desert eagles. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken is where I win. Black Panther riding again. When nags break wild, no slack. I'm cutting like an axe. Kick though can't cut in the tracks. Good juju. Bad juju. Never been in the game, but stay crewed up. We answer beepers, can't be tracked, computer hacked. Protect the weaker, don't wear tattoos. But if I did, it be the reaper. Never say this line again. Let truth be where we begin. Christians talking reckless, claiming we born in sin. Capping, let us begin. Pseudo killers to the rescue again. Never tripping, we teaching STEM. Forces those tripping. Choose again to the pseudos. It's always grim, we play to win. God killer again. Always time to defend. Bet the trend. King souls to the king. If I can't chill and be Kent. Malcolm Finch, those niggas for the win. TED talk, bitch walk. Fans time enough for them youngins. Space age, Africans. Anthony with the space. And yeah, jump, we smacking them.
Man, yeah, we back, man. We had to take that moment of clarity, man. We got people cheating again. Christians say we born in sin, they capping. Yeah, y'all know what it is, man. Your host, Bobby Banger, man. Let's get back into this conversation, man. And stop trying to trick us with this damn language, man. Rich, you ready? We're talking about practicing something. We're not talking about bits and pieces of ideas. Your ChatGPT actually told you what it was.
No, you're misinterpreting what I said.
Read it again.
All right, let me read it one more time for you, brother.
Yeah, because we're not talking. We're talking about the actual practice.
Okay. Wait.
Wait.
You wasn't saying okay now. When you was talking, you said science. You didn't say the actual practice. I'm gonna go with what you said. Listen. I'm gonna go with what you said. Though. I'm gonna go with what you said. You wasn't saying that. You wasn't saying the science.
That's all we've been saying, bro.
All right, cool. So all right. So this is what it says. You said science is a modern day idea, right?
Yep. The application.
It says
not the word
it
science.
It says no. It says science is not a modern day idea, but the way we practice science today is modern. Okay, now you understand what that means since you're talking about complex ideas? Do you understand what that means?
No, I don't understand. I don't understand. You don't understand what that means.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Let me read it again. I didn't think you did. So let me read it again. It says, and for your partners on the side of you, in the front of you, whatever. Science is not a modern day idea, but the way we practice science today is modern. Now I'm gonna go on. It says what science really means. Science is basically observing the world. Africans definitely did that. Asking questions. To build the pyramids, to build the testing ideas, learning from evidence. It says humans have been doing this for thousands of years, long before the word science existed. And it says ancient roots of science. Early civilizations were already using scientific thinking. Ancient Egyptians, medicine, anatomy, engineering, the pyramids, the Babylonians, astrology, the calendar, all that. Man, this is silly, man, while we talking about this, yo. I hope because Reg was on point what he was saying. So before the word science, because you like to do that modern day stuff, before the word science was there, we was already doing that shit, homie. That's all.
All right, so I'm gonna ask my ChatGPT. Is science a modern day idea?
Science as a systematic and formal approach is largely a modern development. While humans have always been curious and have gathered knowledge for thousands of years, the modern scientific method, with its emphasis on controlled experiments, hypothesis testing, and peer review, really took shape in the past few centuries.
Is the Egyptian calendar science or astronomical calculations?
The Egyptian calendar is best categorized as a product of astronomical calculations. Ancient Egyptians observed celestial patterns like the heliacal rising of Sirius and the solar year to design a practical system for regulating time. While these observations reflect early scientific thinking, the calendar itself was a tool, an application of those astronomical calculations, rather than a scientific theory.
Thank you. I'll get back to you.
You're welcome. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. Take care.
Oh, did it say scientific thinking?
Man, we already know, just so you can have scientific thinking. No one is saying that. Y'all hear the word thinking, and you fall apart with it. The daggone the mathematical requirements is scientific thinking. You can think like you want to think, but that's not really science.
And Reggie, you see that, Reggie?
Idiotic, man.
And Reggie, you see that?
Yeah, I see it all day, every day.
That was crazy. That was crazy work, yo.
Crazy.
Yo, so Anthony Bowman.
Something's wrong with y'all.
No, you're shaking your hand.
Something's wrong with y'all, man.
No,
this is crazy.
Because I got a degree. Ain't
yo, these people hear the word science, thinking, and all that. What the hell is wrong with y'all, bro? Like, y'all can't be this stupid, yo. Yo, y'all cannot be this fucking stupid, yo.
Don't curse.
There's no way you're gonna tell me y'all this fucking stupid.
Don't curse.
No, I gotta curse now because y'all playing.
Because it's
told me not to curse,
not, man.
Told me not to curse.
First of all, yo, you gotta have thinking before you can even progress anything. You gotta start thinking about it.
But it's science.
So how they get the medicine? How they get medicine, huh? How did medicine come about? Tell me, huh?
Hey, what? This is frustrating, yo. You're not talking over me, yo.
Okay, so
nobody. I'm listening. Check this out, yo. I'm thinking that y'all understand that humans never stop thinking. I'm thinking that y'all are not trying to say because you're thinking, you actually put something to practical use, you actually institutionalize something, you actually started practicing something. I know y'all not trying to say that to these people. You know how long we've been thinking? That's not the point. You got to start thinking to even start moving stuff. Do you know what scientific thinking is? You can have scientific thinking, but you can't put together none of that. You can be thinking, I can think scientifically, but can I actually put it to practical use in something? I would have to go to the university, the school, to do that. I'm thinking it's not God. I'm thinking that this computer screen does not have anything to do with a spiritual force. See, that's thinking scientific right there, Reggie.
And it's science.
Man, all right. I'm not doing this. So where you at, Gullah? Did you want to say something, Anthony? I'm not doing that, man. I'm not. Hey, Reggie. Okay, Reggie, you can have Reggie. Hold on. You on the record. The people heard you say the fact that I understand that this computer screen, right, It's not working because of God. It's science. Okay, bro.
Okay, so Anthony Bowman.
Yeah.
We before I cut off, I was trying to ask you a question about what did you said you didn't use the word proto, you said prototype, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the 365-day calendar, right? You say that it's a prototype of the ancient Egyptians.
No, I didn't say it was a prototype. I told you to keep that word in mind when we're dealing with this conversation.
Mm-hmm. So I did.
Now, the 365-day calendar, yeah, as you say, the Egyptians created it, but I guarantee you they used a lot of knowledge that came from Naphtali. And to answer your question, Mr. Rich, because I understand what was being done in that Naphtali, yeah, I can tell you how to get those same readings or measurements in your own backyard, but that's not science.
But that's coming
That's not
after the
telling
fact,
me,
though.
hold up,
That's
Nigga,
coming
be
don't
after
quiet,
the
start
fact.
dog.
talking, man.
No,
As soon as somebody talk, you
no.
start
Mute
talking.
him out, mute him out.
Yeah, come on, yo.
Because that's not telling me or giving me an understanding of what's happening. Just because they built Naphtali, that did not give them the understanding of what was going on. They was just recording what was happening. They didn't know or understand that the earth moves around the sun as it rotates on its own axis. They didn't know that. And if you say they did, show me that in the papyri or whatever it is, where they recorded that. That's science. Understanding. Science gives you understanding of what's happening. Now, yeah, like I said, if you go in there in your kitchen and you put together a recipe, that's not science. Cooks, chefs are not scientists. And why is it so important for y'all to have the ancients doing science? Why is that so important?
Because
I
they
mean,
did it.
give them the big ups for what they did and accomplished. That's the foundation of where we at. Like I constantly say, Naphtali is one of the greatest tools of mankind. That's what it is. But it don't have to be science, dog. It don't have
The
to.
greatest tool of mankind is not a
It
part of
don't
science,
have
homie.
to be
Hey, can I say
science.
something real quick? I want to say, scientific thinking is really simple, yo. Like scientific thinking is basically having, saying metacognitive, saying thought process, weighing evidence, and saying evaluating your own, saying mind frame. And chimpanzees also have an aspect of scientific thinking. Period. That's a very simple thing. So just having scientific thinking is not basically modern science or how we think of science today.
We don't have a problem with it's not modern science,
Did you
but
hear what
it's
he just
still
said? Because
science.
that's
Why you
always
keep
been the
cutting me off?
because you just cut Gullah off, and then you
He finished.
make an argument for yourself.
He
Because the
finished.
conversation has always been that man was not practicing modern science, and science was accumulative. I said all these things, and I said it on purpose, and I was very concise in my words. So for y'all to try to make science happen before it's even ready to happen, that's the issue I'm having here.
Is
Of
this a
Yeah.
course, you got
cutting
different
people?
bits and pieces and
If
different
I
parts
can't
of the book.
talk, if I can't
Reggie, I'm
talk,
just making a point, Reggie.
My only point was,
cut me off.
my only
Cut him
point
off,
was,
you cut him off.
I was trying to
I,
say my
You
only
cut
point
him
was,
off, Reggie.
yeah,
no,
you
I
cut me
thought he
off,
was
bro.
finished. Okay,
No,
Gullah,
go
I did not
ahead.
cut you off. I'm sorry. Finish, sir.
But I was just saying my only point was you got excited when you said all scientific thinking, but our culture's primary answers have that. So you calling them scientists or what? Like it's chimpanzee scientists now too, because it's scientific thinking. It's just being saying in the hominini tribe. Or genius.
Okay. So, what I said was science was, I said the definition of what science is and what technology is. Science is discovery, explanation, theory, and prediction. Technology is invention, design, practical application, and tools. They do overlap, right? But once there's discovery and then explanation with it and theory and prediction, then that is science. So the
What came first, Reggie?
uh, uh, technology tools came first. If I,
Okay,
if
why? I know why. Why did it come first?
oh, because it was practical.
Oh,
It was practical. However, tools evolved.
can we talk about that, Reggie?
Cut me
Right,
off.
the practice, yeah, the practice came before the word science.
Yes.
No, hey, that's not what I
It's
asked.
based, I mean, yeah, I
That's
mean,
not
the
what Reggie
practice,
said. No,
they
that's not
built
what
a
Reggie said.
civilization. Okay, hold up. They
You're
built a
messing
whole
up what he's saying.
civilization
You're messing up
with
what
like,
he's saying.
okay, I'm not
Rich,
messing nothing up.
Rich, you're messing
I'm
up
gonna
what
say,
he's
Understand
saying.
that the word did not exist.
Reggie, can you tell this man that me and you was on a good part? We was talking about technology.
yeah,
I asked you which came first, technology or science? You gave the
technology
right
came
answer
first.
and you said technology, Rich. Okay, Rich? So for everybody listening,
Yeah,
right?
we agree. Yeah, me and Reggie
Okay.
agree.
So then, no, everybody agrees on this panel that technology came first. Now the question is, it speaks to what the hell Gullah was saying, right? And it speaks to what Anthony is saying. And if we can just listen right here and catch this part, then technology must have been more important to early humans than science was. Can we agree to that next?
I don't understand the question. Where's the question coming from?
I
Was it more
said,
important?
I'm saying, why would technology come before science? Why did that happen in the human brain? Why didn't
The
they just
thing is
dive out and
happening.
start practicing practice? Why didn't they just dive out and practice science?
Man was
Why?
developing, huh? Man was
Okay,
developing. You know that.
so okay, Reggie, why didn't we just pop out and practice science? Why we pop out and practice making tools though? What's the difference there, Reggie?
The reason why we created tools in early humans, and that
Mm-hmm.
includes Homo sapiens sapien later.
Start before humans, bro. Tools start before humans.
See, you cut me off. I gotta go. Listen, man. I mean,
No, Reggie, don't go. Hey, Reggie, don't go. Y'all go. It's all good. Come on.
it's not.
It's
It's
all good.
not
Hey,
important to
Reggie,
me,
you done
Rich.
cut me
Rich,
off twice, dog.
it's not important to me
Go ahead,
Go
because
ahead, man. Hey, Reggie, go ahead, man.
um uh
Get your thought back, Reggie. Go ahead.
no, to increase better
Mm-hmm.
tools,
Mm-hmm.
then science helps, right? So so there becomes a knowledge. So if they're throwing a spear, right, or
Mm-hmm.
they're shooting an arrow,
Mm-hmm.
then what they do is they observe the structures of the weapon that they use and they make it better. At
Mm-hmm.
that particular point, there's discovery, explanation, and theory, right? And
No, no, Reggie, it's not that. What
okay,
time period you talking about, Reg?
I
So
got
just
to,
make
hey,
the point.
Unc, hey, I
No,
can't make a
no,
point.
no. I'm just saying,
Say
yes,
no,
make the
no,
point. I just put a time period to it, Reg. That's all. So we
no
get
time period. You just cut me off. You might do,
Reggie,
Unc. You
no,
know,
Reggie,
listen,
go ahead, Reggie. Damn, go
you
ahead.
cut me off. You mess with
I
my
apologize. Go ahead. You saying they all of a sudden they make an arrow and they start theorizing. Go ahead, Reg.
the bow, right? Was one structure. The compound bow was a better version of the bow based on discovery, explanation, and theory and prediction. And when that occurs, right, when those things occur, to make the point that technology can be first, but improvements are usually based on some understanding, knowledge, uh, and theory and prediction. And so those type of things make it go into the science realm. I was talking to Anthony Bowman, and the 365 uh, calendar system that the ancient Egyptians made and the base 10 that they made, we still use it today, but we also use science, right? Not modern science, because when we made the when the leap year was added, that wasn't in the modern science age. That was still in the science age. So my point is that where we are getting caught up is a choice of words, not the fact that the words don't exist and the definitions don't exist, but your choice. So what I figured out is, yes, this is your show. You can put it, you can do your show any way that you want. I would like, maybe this is not it, but I would like to see uh, sources to your points instead of Sunday school. What I'm getting is Sunday school, and it's almost Monday, so Sunday school is ended. We what we like to do is, because we're not the experts, we like to validate it with uh, sources that sometimes, how can I say, go to our points and sometimes diverge from our points, and then we make analysis, right? And so it's getting late. I've done a lot of stuff today, and I apologize. This is not my best effort because it's late. And but I will say that what we are having disagreements on is simply just definitions. But I do think expert sources can help clarify.
I just left my source in the back chat. You can check it out.
Put it in the front chat.
I'm on my cell phone, yo. I can't
I
show my
got it.
screen.
I grab it. Let me come on, yo. We got a million sources.
Okay, so let me go curse. I don't know who this Valencia Benita.
Get out the chat. You gotta get out the chat though, yo.
Yeah, but the person is
If we ain't bugging, you can't let the chat get you. Chat say anything. Chat,
okay.
chat
So
hate all of
can the church let me curse this person, ignorant ass person. If the person, if you don't got any, if you ain't got a degree in science, whoever you are, man or woman or both, right? Right? Don't talk to me, right? And don't comment about me. Leave my name out your goddamn mouth, right? Because if it wasn't for Unc Show, I will curse you out. I will curse your parents out.
What?
Children out, right?
Calm
Because
down, brother Reggie. Calm down. Calm down, bro.
All right, you went farther than me, yo. You went farther than me. You want to spoke it that far. I bugged out. I came back.
I want to say one thing before you get into this here.
I ain't
Everybody
even
reading off their definitions and all this here, but the one thing that comes up in every definition that nobody is addressing is the word gain, is the gaining understanding of the natural world. Just because you made a 365-day calendar doesn't mean you understand what's happening. That's where science comes in, to get an understanding of what you are observing, not just observing. See, we want to get to observation and stop. Well, I observe a football game, but do I know everything about football? Does it help me understand the game? No.
Hey, Juju trying to come up.
Understanding is where the science comes in. Getting an understanding of what you're observing. So you telling me that they understood that the earth was going around the sun, so the result of them recording that was a calendar. That's what you're telling me. They understood that. Is that what y'all trying to say?
Well, I'm crystal clear, my good brother, right? And because I respect
you just answer the question, Reggie, please.
Right. I am answering the question. Stop cutting me off, right? So the question is, they did not have complete understanding, but science is at play. And so later on, with better tools, then they with better tools, then they will get to the better understanding. But it is still discovery and explanation along to the point where they ultimately added the leap year. They didn't have.
What is that?
Hello?
What is that? We can hear you. Oh, your thing coming on, Juju. You got some music in the background.
But why he ain't talking no more?
You got music came on. You got some music in your
It
background or
ain't
something.
that loud.
Yes, it was. It was real loud, Juju. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay. So
He can talk over you, but he can't talk over the music. Really?
it wasn't that it's Sister Juju, it wasn't an issue. I just stopped. I just
I need
simply
you to
stopped.
finish so we could talk about how you being disrespectful to one of our mods. Cause them young boys done put a batter in your pack and that ain't cool.
Okay. The person disrespected me all up and down
It's a
the
lot of people being disrespectful in the chat.
no, they're being disrespectful to me.
I mean, a lot of people think you need to hurry up, though. So, what, you gonna cuss the whole chat out?
Well, I'll ask him a question. He's answering the question for Unc.
He ain't answered the question yet. The
Okay.
question was very simple.
That's fine. Listen.
No, Reggie. I swear that's
No,
why I
no,
tried
no.
to get you to answer the
If a
question.
person is in the chat,
Don't
continuously.
forget
You
them. It's
ignore
all
it.
chat.
You
You
Hey, don't
ignore
even
ignore
that.
it.
watch the chat, Reggie. Don't
You
even watch the
ignore it.
chat. Don't
Yeah,
even
we
watch the
ignore
chat.
that, Reg.
Because you
Because
ignore
everybody's
it.
saying all kind of stuff.
No, but
I can pick out stuff from
All
you.
she
don't
said
come
was
on
hurry
and
up.
say I'm being
That's not
disrespectful to somebody who's
disrespectful.
being
For
disrespectful
someone
to
tell
me.
you to get to the point, I think all of us have the same sentiment. Get to it.
Yeah, we trying to get you just
Come
get to the point.
on.
Watch this.
That's
Anthony,
not
ask me
disrespect.
Well, don't be so
that question,
hostile.
Anthony.
We don't gotta be so
Hold
hostile. You
on.
know what
Anthony,
I mean?
where you at, Anthony?
Hostile.
Anthony,
Okay.
where you
I
at,
don't have to
Anthony?
be here, and I
Hold
don't
on,
have to
Red. Hold
take
on,
this
Reg.
show. No,
Relax.
no,
Relax,
no.
Reg.
I don't
Nobody
have to
Reg,
be.
listening to
calm
this,
down.
I
but
don't have to be here.
Reggie,
they
So
Reggie,
have.
relax, Reggie.
if
Reggie,
I am,
relax.
if I
Reggie,
have been cut off all
Reggie
night.
can't answer the
Reggie, relax,
question.
bro. Come on, man. Anthony, answer me
No,
that
I don't have to
question.
take this, yo. Yo, I know when I'm being
You're
disrespectful.
not been by
Right.
who?
Disrespectful. I don't have to, yo.
Oh,
Somebody
You're my
told you to
friend.
hurry
Yo,
up.
I
That's
have
not being
always been
disrespectful.
respectful.
If you're in New York walking on the street and somebody said hurry up, you gonna hurry up. What's the point? It's illogical. He can't answer the question.
right. That's the truth. Anthony, ask me the question. Did the
Hostile,
Egyptians understand what they was looking at?
hostile exit.
Yeah,
That's what we call that.
Huh?
did the does the Egyptian 365-day calendar show that they had any understanding of what they were recording?
No, they didn't understand that, man. They were just predicting
Wait,
something
hold up. So,
that did. Man,
so you saying that?
I'm answering the question. Rich, I'm saying they what they did was they did something that was predictive, meaning as long as you're in that area for that amount of time, generations can see the same thing happening over and over again, and so they can predict it's going to happen again. That does not
Show me
mean you
somebody else to
understood
say
any of
that.
that. Rich,
Show me
Rich,
somebody else to say that.
Rich,
Show me somebody else to say that.
Rich, I'm teaching, bro. You get it? I'm
Show some
teaching, bro.
sources, homie.
Bro,
Show some
I'm
sources
teaching,
to say that.
bro, I'm teaching, bro.
All right, go ahead, teach, please. Go ahead, teach.
Let me teach, yo. Come on, man. You saying they knew what quasars was? You saying they knew that the sun produced elements? You saying they knew why the sun was there, yo?
I'm
Come
not
on,
saying
Rich.
anything. I didn't say
Thank
none
you.
of that.
Well, thank you,
I
Rich.
didn't say
That's
none
all
of
I'm
that.
saying. That's all I'm saying, Rich. That's all Reggie should have said. But you know why
I
Reggie
mean,
can't say it and take all day? Hope you forget because he know he ain't got no damn answer for it because they just didn't know. But you know what? It's okay. They didn't need to know that. See, that's the point. They didn't need
wait.
to know that to create a 365-year calendar. Your own
Oh,
answer is in what we saying right now, though, Rich. You get it, Rich?
hold
See
up,
how
hold up,
good
hold up.
that is, Rich?
Hold up. So we do use the same calendar that they created. Is that right or wrong?
Christians had to make some. No, we don't. The Christians had to make some adjustments to it.
All
Come
right, the
on.
Christians made some adjustments, but
Yeah. Yeah.
they laid the foundation, right?
Yeah. Which was so serious that people copied it. It was thorough.
Okay. Wait. I mean, they laid the foundation. That's a fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, within those things, you telling me that there's no element of the modern day word science that they were using to come up with that shit?
Of course, yo, we call it proto-science, bro. I mean, they had observations, they had empirical data, they had all
They
that.
do all that, right? Okay.
Right.
So now, so that sounds like science, right?
No, it don't. Not to the people who really know. No, it don't sound like
Wait,
it.
wait,
Sound
wait,
like,
wait, 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 wait. I mean the people who don't really know. What do you mean the people who really know? What do you mean?
what
When
I'm
you say
saying
this?
is once
Not to the
you
people who really know.
know what I'm saying, once you start to understand what science is, right? Then you respect how hard nature is to devolve her secrets to you. Then you start tripping. You be like, man, we weren't even supposed to know that. We're not even evolved to know that.
Wait, wait,
Listen,
wait, wait.
yo,
So you
we're
said
not
they
evolved.
control the nature. So
I'm
okay,
telling
so
you,
now
bro.
the nature
Listen,
around them,
yo, I'm
they
telling you,
domesticated animals.
I'm
They
telling
did
you,
that, right?
no, that's called technology, animal husbandry, bro.
Okay, okay, okay.
Agriculture
So
is called
now this.
technology, bro.
Okay, now so in order to come up with the technology, right? Okay, okay. Last thing. This is what I was gonna ask you. Does the
Go ahead.
scientific method comes from ancient Egypt? Yes or no?
No,
Okay, that's
it's
all.
a part of it, a piece of it.
I'm just asking if the scientific method
No, a
comes
part
from
of it.
ancient Egypt.
Yeah, a
And
part of it. A part of
building
it.
the pyramid ain't got nothing to do with science. It's all technology, right?
No, it's more than that. It's engineering and it's math.
And,
You got to have a certain level of math. You got to have
okay.
engineering schools, and you got to have the technology to do it, which we couldn't do it.
Well, they
They were
did it though.
serious,
But they did
right?
it. But they did it. But they
Right,
did it because it's here.
which made them some serious dudes, which put
So
them on.
they did it and
Hold
it's
on,
here. Okay.
which put them at the level. You get
Huh?
it?
So what?
It put them at the level at 2,500 BCE. That's the level of
Okay,
innovation right there.
at that
Yeah,
time, right?
yeah,
They
yeah.
were. So you're telling me at that time they weren't using elements of science,
Yeah, they was using pieces of
engineering, engineering the science.
no.
Okay. All right, cool. So
Listen,
it's
hey
only
yo,
one type of science.
just
All
like
right.
agriculture. Listen, just like back then, agriculture wasn't science. Now it is. It is progressed to
Wait,
that.
wait. Okay,
You
wait.
understand?
The agriculture back then wasn't a science, but now it's a science.
No.
That's what you're
Yeah,
telling me.
because it used genetics and all that. You get
So
it?
before they didn't go. So you're telling me that.
Soil samples. You know what type of soil is. They didn't know all that. They ain't had an element chart yet. And that's
Wait. Okay,
come on, what you
okay.
can't
So
see. Wait.
their practice of their practice of the science back then. They didn't do the soil testing, but they damn sure know where to plant shit at, right? And what flowers to do this and what flowers to do that, right? They did that, right?
Yeah, they knew what
Yeah.
Because
flowers
they
to
had a
do.
diet nutrition, because they had a nutritional plan, a diet nutrition plan. You know what I'm saying? That involves. So these are the foundations. Hey, you're laughing, but I'm trying to get down to the nitty gritty because they
Come
did
on.
have elements of science. The word. They came up with all this stuff. They built the pyramid from the master box to the pyramid. Ancient Egypt is not that's the epitome of the civilization. It started way before that, so they had to develop that shit. A whole civilization, man. Without science,
It's tech. Yep.
okay, got it. All
Yeah,
right,
you
all right.
got it. You figured it
You
out,
win
yo.
that. You
Yeah,
win
yo.
that, yo. You win
Hey, you
that. You
figured it
win
out.
that.
Hey,
Everybody on
Rich.
the panel agree with you, yo. You win that.
No, hey, Rich. You just figured it out, yo.
I
They
ain't figuring
didn't
none
need.
out. I'm just asking
Hey,
questions.
Rich. They didn't need science to do that, yo. How serious is that?
The word science didn't even exist.
Right. And I'm
But
saying they ain't had
we're
none of them
using the
elements.
same methodology as they did.
Rich,
So
why
what's
is
the
that so?
difference?
Rich, I do this for me. Why you think that's so important? Seriously,
We are
make
using
it
the
make sense.
same methodology.
Hey,
We are
watch.
using the same
No, we not.
methodology
No, we
that
not,
they
yo.
did.
No, we not.
So we're not
Hey,
using anything that came from there. Come on
Go
now.
ahead.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
we
done.
stand on the foundations of
I'm
that.
done.
We stand on the
I'm done.
foundations
All
of
right.
that, Rich.
All
Go
right, you
ahead.
good.
hey,
You good.
Mhm.
my great grandfather, my grandfather, and my father, they're all scientists because they were able to pass down what's the best fishing hole for me to go fishing. That makes them scientists because they figured out where the fish biting at. So my great grandfather told my grandfather, and then he told my daddy, and my daddy told me. Now we know where to go fish, so we scientists now.
Your grandfather created penicillin that we still use today, a form of medicine. That's what we talking about, man. Come on, man. Stop being
No,
silly.
see, but the thing, what you missing, dog, is the understanding of what you are observing and seeing. That's what y'all keep jumping all over. It's the understanding. That's what science gives you.
So you say they never had a conclusion?
You build tools to extend your senses to get that understanding.
Yeah, people been making medicine and putting herbs together and stuff like that. That's medicine. Shit, chimpanzees,
Man,
carnivores.
penicillin,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
They
But
made
then,
penicillin. Let's be
but
specific.
when
Penicillin.
science came in,
No, he didn't. No,
when
he didn't, bro.
science came in,
Okay,
you
all
were
right,
able to take those plants, find the active ingredients in those plants, and synthesize them. Now we can take a pill all over the world, everywhere, every day, instead of having to carry that plant or grow that plant. That's the difference. That comes from science. Being able to synthesize those active ingredients in that plant, so you don't have to try to grow that plant at home to survive. You can go to
all
the
right, let me ask you a question.
pharmacy.
Is Imhotep real? The multi-genius, who was a doctor.
They don't really got a whole lot of evidence on him, but I'm gonna go with it for a minute. Go ahead.
No. I'm just asking you because if you don't think it's real, then it's not real.
They got him in Egyptian record, but I mean, as far as
Okay,
you got more
know what
evidence
they
for Jesus than him. You got more evidence for Jesus than Hotep.
Okay.
Go ahead. Forget that, though. I'm on your side. I'm on your side, though. Go ahead.
Somebody had to build the pyramids. Somebody had to come up with that shit. I mean, they did build the pyramids anyway.
Yeah,
they were saying that he's the world genius. He's the architect. He's a scientist as far as doing discovering the diseases of the eye, and doing kind of shit like that, right? So you're gonna sit there telling me that that's still not science what they were practicing as far as Imhotep is concerned. He wasn't a scientist.
No, he wasn't a scientist.
Got it.
Charles Darwin wasn't even a scientist. He was a naturalist.
So he's not a scientist. All right, cool.
No,
So, like, how many different type of scientists are there? Is it just like
one type of scientist? You know what I really want? You know what I really want to do? I really want to convey to this group of human beings that is tuned into the podcast. I want to kind of convey to y'all how hard science is, right? And respectfully speaking, we have made science so easy in these conversations on the corner, in these conversations and on YouTube and the barbershops, when in actuality, man, like that endeavor right there, it took humanity. It just didn't take one group of humans in one particular part of Africa. Because if they was able to do that, then they would have did it all over the place. They sure as hell was able to create technology all over the place independently. They didn't need different groups of humans to help form technology. What made the technology better is when they interacted with each other and swapped notes. See how it got better? But they didn't need people in China to tell them how to construct certain technology to live. It was a necessity. Science was not it's not a necessity. And if I can just convey that to you, I know how y'all feel. Y'all think I'm saying that our ancestors couldn't do this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that our ancestors participated in science. It's clear. When science became a thing of science, we was there. So we want everything. We can't have everything. You want the stages of development. That you not only want the stages of development, you want the finished product right in your house. You want to say you did all that, but that's Blackology. That's not reality. You can't prove that. Now you want to leave out the Chinese. You not only want to leave out the Chinese, you want to leave out everybody. And the question is why? Why would you want to leave out everybody? It took the humans and diverse thinking to finally get to the point. And it took some luck. We don't even want to talk about the luck. There's an aspect of this that was luck. You know, like just luck. Like we got a big ship, we trying to get around, paying some extra taxes or something to get to Asia, and by mistake get blown off course and run to the West Indies. That's what happened to Christopher Columbus. Yeah, act like I'm going to that ain't discovering them. He bumped into. He didn't even make it to the Americas. But what that showed a group of humans was, damn, we've been standing on a faulty foundation. We thought the Greek philosophers, Platonians, we thought they had come up with a method that would allow them to know what they didn't know. And when they bumped into America, they said, it's a whole group of different plants that we never even knew existed. You mean these land masses are here, these islands, and the Greeks didn't know about that? So they didn't know everything. What methods can we develop that would help us know when we don't know? So y'all make it too easy. That's why we all fumble the ball. It took human beings damn near 2 million years, a slow, long process to realize that God didn't make the volcanoes explode. The God's not mad at us when the river overflowed and killed people. It was a natural force that did that. Y'all forget people was getting murdered for asking that question? That's why I got into atheism, because it was the people that asked the question. I want to be able to explain that naturally. Y'all think humans popped up explaining stuff naturally? Explaining something naturally don't help you get away from a saber-toothed tiger. Explaining something naturally don't help you get away from a ferocious lion. Making a tool will help you kill a damn lion that may have came into the village and ate your child. The right technology will keep the Portuguese off you when they was coming in slave raiding. Science won't. Not till later on. And then watch this. After the scientific revolution, which is important, we don't even study that. We don't study the Neolithic revolution. First time people ever heard of the Neolithic revolution was here. All we heard was Egypt. So all we heard was Egypt. Egypt. We never heard of the Neolithic revolution. What's that? What does that mean? Is that when science pop up? No, it's not when science pop up. Science doesn't pop. Science pops up, starting to be fully functional. It's called the scientific revolution. And even when they had the scientific revolution and Charles Darwin started to produce a scientific theory, they didn't even know they could apply it to human beings and ask the question, does your skin color make you less human? No, guess what they chose? They didn't choose science and the scientific method. They chose pseudoscience. So the question would be, why would a group of human beings use pseudoscience to answer the question on, are they different races? No, Charles Darwin had to answer that question. And guess what? In the days when Charles Darwin answered that, was trying to answer that question, it took him to circumnavigate the globe to start to get that answer. And then when he got that answer, right, he got an answer in a time where we going through the scientific revolution, right? And people think it's 26 races. They thought it was 20. And not only did they think it was 26 races, after being in a scientific revolution, they thought humans popped up out the ground in the Bible. Do you know the world that was Christianized, Islamized in Judaism, right? They thought the Bible was the proper understanding of where humans came from. This is during the scientific revolution, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, are y'all paying attention? So even when they had the tools to play scientists and play science, they thought that the Bible was the correct answer. They didn't even know how to apply the science they had. I just think y'all think it's too easy. That's why that's why our community has been rendered retarded every day, right? We all play the crazy game, including myself. I remember 20 years ago sounding crazy. It's counterintuitive. If I say you're a monkey, you all die and you turn your TV off. You stop messing with me for a month. If I say we great apes, you cuss me out for an hour and a half. If I say we fish, this man has lost his mind. But if I get up here and say, yo, I got some herbs, yo, that's gonna cure cancer, y'all will flock to me and you will give me all your money. If I produce a wild a documentary called Hidden Colors with the wildest examples of the Olmec heads and all that, you will give me millions of dollars. Tariq get millions of dollars to lie to y'all. And you know why he's able to lie to y'all? Because y'all not scientifically literate. And for that, I get niggas at me, I get rich talking over me, I get all that. I get shamed, right? My family get threatened, bitch ass Suge talk crazy, trying to threaten me, all because I'm saying, don't spend $1 million. The Olmecs ain't you. Don't spend $1 million. The Egyptians not you. I get cussed out.
I have a question.
Can I just get 1 minute? I'm gonna leave, please. Hey, do you remember this? Cause I just left from Killer Priest show, right? Tahuti, remember you and him did a debate, right?
Ooh,
okay, he won with the judges. You beat him in the poll, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. I beat him.
Okay, so is there more votes? Is there more votes in a poll? Is there more votes in a poll or the judges? You destroyed him in the poll, so I made it fair. But he's trying to act like basically he's trying to act like JJ didn't bring him to this community. He didn't got over there and got jealous because I'm over there now. I just want you to confirm. Did you beat him in the poll? Yes or no?
Yeah, I beat him in the poll and I beat him in the judging thing. Remember, y'all switched it was funny as shit, but I don't care about beating nobody.
I got my own war going. Me and him going to
debate again
on Saturday. We debate again on Saturday. So that's all.
Get back on that. All right, you good.
Thank you, man.
What's up? What's hey Grant? Listen.
I got a question for you.
Hold on. Before you answer the question, I might want Grant or Anthony. How you doing there, Grant? How you feeling, brother?
I'm doing great, as always. Thank you.
Maybe your eloquent speech can help our community understand how the ancients didn't even need science. Maybe you can kind of help.
Yeah, I think one of the things I hear often in these conversations is the Egyptians. Even just bringing up the idea of farming was one of the examples. But then the problem with that would be farming predates the Egyptians, correct? I mean, as humans began to settle, now you'd imagine city-states or nation-states, or we now know as city-states, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. Those came along later, but in essence, earlier humans had already started farming. I mean, so even if you're giving all the credit to the Egyptians, you're just missing all the prior farmers. And again, that's assuming we're going to grant you the idea that it is science. And so you're just picking one moment in time and then saying, well, these are the people that came up with it. And then I hear the thing about tools, correct? Mm-hmm. Again, tools are important for our brains to grow. In essence, this protein or meat-rich diet that we have, we got because we created tools in order to slaughter animals for the meat. In essence, you needed these things to happen prior to the Egyptians. And we know that that wasn't science. And the example of saying, well, this individual threw a spear, he had a rock and then he turned it into a spear and then he put a rock at the beginning of it. Well, yes, that's trial and error, correct? And you create an animal kingdom. And for those who are impressed by buildings, beavers build dams, correct? They understand how far it should go. They understand what they need, understand the tools that they need. You could find a whole host of animals that do things that ultimately build structures. And that is because you're trial and error. And so I think there's nothing wrong with being impressed by the Egyptians. They were impressive, correct?
Right.
And if you imagine, there were other societies or other groups that weren't as advanced as the Egyptians, but there were other parts of the world that were just as advanced at or near the time that the Egyptians were coming about, and never met the Egyptians. And so they also came up with their methodologies, sort of regardless of what the Egyptians were doing. They never had met the Egyptians. They didn't need the Egyptians. Humans, by and large, have been seeking understanding of their surroundings since the beginning of man, correct? Since we first became bipedal. And then by that case, becoming bipedal gave us an advantage over our of our primate cousins, correct? It gave us an advantage to see over the savannah. I mean, that in and of itself is that in and of itself is an advantage that ultimately gave us a chance to see further, to run farther, to have the advances that we have. I think you're getting stuck on the idea that they did things that seem extraordinary at the time, but they are actually quite simple when you think about it now. And we are better off for what they did accomplish, the Egyptians. But also, you're forgetting about the Chinese who were doing things, correct?
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, you're missing the point about me saying anything about African using elements of examples. I never said it was the first, but we did establish that they have created the foundation that we use today in science.
Yeah.
I wasn't just doing that. So, that was just a rant about, your own personal things, whatever, other guys on the net. But, again, so, like I was establishing that they did use elements of science, and you can't deny that. When you build great structures like the pyramid, it just wasn't just built in one day. They had to, start off at one thing, which was the master box, if you know what that is. And they had to develop it, and they had to make it better, and they did trial and error and all of that, and came up with the great pyramid that they can't even make today. So to say that they didn't use elements of science, or they weren't scientists that helped build the pyramid, is ludicrous. Because the word science is a modern day word. We know that. So that's all that. Go ahead.
Hold on, Rich. Wait, Rich. So a lot of times when we don't understand, we answer our own questions. You talked about the mastabas, right? That's the early burial boxes they had, which was based off of early grave sites. So that's actually a development of technology. And they figured out a way, having better math and better construction and having better engineering, they started to take those mastabas and make these elaborate tombs. They start stacking them on top of each other. And as their technology evolved and their mathematics got better, they put together one of the greatest marvels of the world, engineering feat, and that speaks to their genius and their greatness.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it
So
speaks to their
mathematics and
genius.
engineering is not science?
No, it's not. It's what you just said it is.
Got it. Okay,
You get it?
got it.
You get that? And it's okay.
So it's
That's
not
a small
elements of science. So it's not using elements of science either.
No, listen.
Okay,
Listen.
got it.
Listen,
Okay.
the reason we don't learn, because this is actually a classroom setting. And I've been messing this up for years. I have to recognize that I'm transmitting university, high school science classroom information. That's what I'm actually doing. I'm transmitting high school scientific ideas. All my stuff is high school. Anthony is past that. I give you high school scientific ideas. I take scientific articles from universities. Hold on, from universities, right? And I try to give you basic stuff, right? Y'all can't even get that. So why Reggie is running like? Hold on. The reason Reggie is running because Reggie don't actually know the difference between technology and science. So everybody listen. If you want to argue with me, you have to agree that technology is not science and science is not technology. And at a certain point in human history, they learned how to use them together. And if we can't get that idea, then really, let's just cuss these other out and never talk again, because it doesn't make any sense for us.
Yeah.
I'd rather just fight you and you knock me out and I won't know about no more. But going through this torture to realize that y'all don't know the difference between a technology, which is farming, pyramid building, math is different. Yo, you learn this in it's called STEAM. I realize that most of y'all niggas don't know what STEAM is, and it's frustrating because y'all argue with vigor.
Mathematics, man. Come on with that dumb shit, man.
No, you don't know what
man.
it is. No,
Listen,
Rich,
I read
Rich,
the chat.
Rich, do you know what it means? Rich, do you know what it means, Rich? Rich,
Hey, listen,
do you know what it means? Hey, Rich, do you know what it means,
Yes,
Rich?
I do.
Rich,
Yes, I do know
can
what
you
STEM
explain
means.
to
Yes,
us
I know
what
what STEM means, Joe.
No, STEAM.
Listen.
Tell us what STEAM means, Rich. Don't say nothing else,
STEM,
Rich. Tell us
STEM.
Tell us what it means, Rich. Don't say
Hey,
just
listen.
tell us what
Hey,
it means,
listen.
Rich. Go ahead,
Listen.
Rich. We're listening, Rich.
Hey,
Go
listen.
ahead, Rich.
I'm gonna
Rich.
tell you. Listen.
Go ahead,
It
Rich.
says right here. Listen.
No, Rich, from
what
your
you
own.
said
Come on,
that
Rich.
science is a modern day idea.
All right,
You're absolutely wrong when you said that.
I had to mute them out. I asked what STEAM meant. See how they do it? This is what pseudos do. Rich, why not we just fight and get it over with, yo? That way we be like some Neanderthals. So you might beat me, Rich, and to everybody, yo, he knocked on out. Do it that way. Because trying to have an intellectual conversation, bro.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
And trying to get you to know what you can't even transmit what STEM is, bro. Or STEAM. You don't know. Instead of being the man, say, you know what, bro? Damn, I don't know. I'm your brother, bro. I'm gonna say, okay, yo, it's science, it's technology, it's engineering, it's math. I said the Egyptians had technology, which is one part of it. They had engineering, they had math. They wasn't to the science part. They had proto ideas based around it, and they thought the gods was helping it. And then we cool, Rich. So I'm gonna ask you one more time, Rich, to make sure we ain't tripping. What is STEAM, bro? Or STEM? Because they add the art to it. Do you know, Rich? There you go. One off the contest. There you have it.
And they obviously don't
Hey, yo,
understand
science.
that term that's an acronym. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics.
Math. I said that. That shit is easy.
That means
it's been for a long time, man.
Hold up, Mr. Rich. God, man, hold on.
Yeah, Rich, why are you talking now? When I asked you the question, you was quiet because you were trying to
Yo,
look
I
up
was on mute. I was on mute. I was talking. Trust me, I was on mute because I wanted to respond to the guy. I wanted to respond to all of that.
The what? I asked you a simple question, bro.
Make a distinguish that they're different. So engineering and mathematics is not science.
Yo,
it tells you that in the acronym. They're separate things. And
listen, said that science is a modern day concept, right? Said science is a modern day idea, and that is a no. So you are wrong on that. That's the first thing you ask.
What, so man? I'm talking about what is STEAM,
I just want to get
bro?
that established. Yeah, cool. Bro? But I just want to get this established that you was wrong when you said that science is a modern day idea. You were wrong on that.
Okay, bro. So what's
for the record? For the record. Go ahead. Science, technology, engineering, math. What up? What?
Okay, so
science, technology, engineering, and math. God damn it!
Are they the same? Are they the same thing?
You said what?
Are they the same thing?
Is what the same thing?
The things you just mentioned, are they the same thing? Are they all considered science?
Is science different than technology?
Yes.
It's a part of it. It overlaps.
No. I'm asking you a question.
Yes, it does. It overlaps.
Brother, I'm going to ask you again.
It overlaps.
I'm saying overlapping means separate. Do you know that?
No, it doesn't. It can't overlap. How the hell it can be separate if it overlaps, Joe? You know what makes a connection?
Why not just call it all science then? Why call it STEAM?
Okay, wait. Oh, this is the question I wanted to ask. What is this scientific revolution?
Rich,
who are the people that...
No.
Check this out, bro.
No.
Anthony, you see where this went, right? He can't have a coherent conversation.
No.
Right.
Because
It's not gonna work, Rich. It's not gonna work with you tonight, bro.
when you dealing with STEM or STEAM, whichever one you want to pick, there's a distinction between each one of those fields. That's why they're all labeled there.
Correct.
If all of it was science, then you would just call it science. Why you wouldn't call it STEM? You wouldn't say science and then make the distinction between technology, engineering, and mathematics and arts. You wouldn't make that distinction. There's a distinction for a reason, because they're different.
Right.
They're different.
So
they're not
so
the same.
so what does the study of plants fall in within that?
Technology.
It'll actually be so the study of plants fall under technology?
Yeah, agriculture is technology. Agriculture is technology. And yes, it is.
But yeah, they also take the A in STEAM because I heard it used agriculture and art.
So the difference you want to understand the difference, correct? I can stare at a plant and understand from a visual standpoint what it does. But correct, like I can say that this flower produces this berry versus this other berry. That is what we call an observation. The underlying understanding of it would correct. So then the science of botany would be an example. Correct?
What up?
That would be science,
right?
Because you're understanding you're understanding the underlying nature of it, how it operates. And I think we tend to get those things somewhat confused, I think, in these conversations.
So when the Egyptians was studying plants.
You hollering so like you know the fuck what you talking about. That's the issue right there. You so. But do you get it, bro? You don't know what you talking about, madame. No, you dove in on the man. We can't even take a breath in the middle of speak. You diving in.
That's the issue.
He responded to what I said.
Now you called the man a hoe.
No, I said, are you Captain Saberho? Because you let my man respond.
So the man wasn't finished talking. He taking his time. Madame is dumb as two bricks. So the man, I don't care. I'm a disrespectful dude at this point because y'all disrespectful. Because y'all faking like y'all know what STEAM is. Y'all faking. That's disrespectful to me. When we supposed to be having a coherent conversation, we supposed to be having a coherent, intelligent, affluent conversation. When you don't know something, I will say, Grant, can you explain it to me? I don't understand. I don't roar at this man like I'm arguing. Y'all like professional arguers for no reason. It's okay not to know. That's the very nature of science. It's not that you don't know and you're trying to know. It's okay, madame, not to know. It's okay to make the fundamental mistake. Mr. Grant said something that was very important. He said, y'all making a fundamental mistake. Y'all not understanding STEM.
You talking about science, man?
No, okay, no, we're not. He said, I asked you a question, you have yet to answer it. You have yet to answer. I said,
because we're talking about science. The stuff you said is wrong when you said that science is a modern day idea.
Okay, but so if we're talking about science, and everybody that got some sense know that technology predates science by 2 million years. So now we're saying so wait a minute, Rich. If science was so important, how did humans live and make it for 2 million years and develop agriculture, build pyramids, do all that without science? If it was that serious, if you was wired to do science.
But why are you saying they did it without science, though? But why are you saying they did it without science? But why are you saying they did it without science? Why are you saying that?
Because they did. Because none of them could. Because I tried to tell you STEAM. I tried to tell you STEAM and you ignored it.
No. Stay right there. Why are you saying that they didn't use science to do the shit that they did?
Because they used tools. The T.
Hold up.
They use math. The M in STEAM. They use
the engineering.
Hey, Rich, you flam-flamming. Everybody know it. Everybody say, this nigga don't know what he talking about. Come on, Rich, you're not on a wild show where you can just not know what you're talking about, yo. This ain't the place for that, bro. Seriously, bro, this ain't the place for that, yo. This is the place to say, yo, you know what, yo, help me understand. You're supposed to say, yo, well, help me understand. And if I can't do it, Anthony can't do it, Grant can do it, Gullah can, one of us can actually walk you through it. But you know what? Every time we try to walk you through it, you overtalk us. You do all that for no reason, bro. You got actually.
I asked you a question.
See?
And you said because I said so. I asked you a question. You said because I said so. How scientific is that? Coming from you. Really?
Ain't gotta be. If I say, what
exactly. So you choose when you want to do that. Come on, man.
You never answered our question. You never answered our question.
Why did you say that they didn't use science, Joe? Why you say they didn't use science?
But here's a great example. Here's a great example of how you don't necessarily need, correct? In essence, a child, correct, who hasn't had much in the way of science or much in the way of schooling will begin to stack bricks or blocks. In essence, humans are already they're geared towards discovery. And that's the way that our brains work. And that's something that's part of our evolution. And that's kind of where we are, correct? Because of the size of our brain and because that's how we've sort of evolved to. And ultimately, by the time you get to an adult, you already are taking in these particular ways of structuring. And then if you have a larger society that's building on those sort of basic framings of how humans interact. So let's just say the idea of pre-humans lived in housing, correct? They lived in some shelter. These are pre-Egyptians. Let's say we'll give you that the Egyptians were the beginning of the new modern human sense of the world. We'll give you that as a baseline, correct? In that sense, we're then saying the people prior or the individuals prior did not necessarily have it, because in essence, your demarcation line would be the Egyptians. So I'll give you that for this. But however, the people prior
what do you say about the line? What you say about the demarcation line?
Yeah. That's your starting point is the
Egyptians. Line that was
frustrating.
So help. I'm giving you your position. You don't have. My point is, I'm giving you your position.
No. How you giving me my position? I'm not. No, you're not giving me my position, homie. You're trying to give me my position. What are you talking about? Because I ain't say because you're talking about some kind of demarcation line. That's what you said, right? Because it went out.
Yes, demarcation. A line.
And what are you talking about when you said that line? Because you put that line there.
So,
people are the same. You told me, but
hey, listen.
I know, though. That's not my position. Don't tell me my position. Tell me your position. That's it. Don't tell me my position. Tell me your position.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, Grant. Let me ask you. Well, Grant, let me ask you a question.
Yo, don't tell me my position, yo.
You don't know.
Well, Grant, let me ask you something real quick. So when I brought up about the Egyptians,
listen. A person like yourself who cannot have a standard.
Man, you don't know about myself, man. I don't care what you talk about.
You are someone who does not have the ability to have a conversation point, and therein lies a problem. And this is something I want everyone to understand. If you truly have a position, you can articulate it, and you can have someone go back and forth in a banter. In essence, if you are this prone to anger, and you have this inability to articulate yourself, you should examine whether or not you understand what you believe, and if you're actually willing to present evidence that's going to allow other people to join you in your position. Otherwise, you're just a babbling fool. And again, I agree in these spaces, you may have a cadre of fools who may cheer you on here, but if you go out into the rest of the world that's scientific, you'll get laughed at. In essence, you will prove the position of people who don't think African Americans are smart in the first place. When you babble nonsense, you're reaffirming the thing that they say about us, that you're unscientific. You couldn't go to China, you can't go to Russia, you can't go to any parts of Europe and start babbling about whatever nonsense at the top of your lungs. You will get tossed out because every utterance of a word will prove your ignorance. And all I'm pointing out to you is I was granting your position and saying, hey, I understand where you're coming from. And I'm giving you an additional position that says, maybe, how do you explain this other component of your arguments? And you can come back and say, I disagree with that. And then we can go on from there. But this yelling over people, you should really examine how you interact with people. Because in essence, this whole community is attempting to at least have this conversation. And you should be really thankful that people are willing to, at least in some ways, indulge you in this way. And I would hope everyone would understand that this should be a place in which we're able to learn and understand, and then have a reasonable discourse without the yelling. And that's all we're asking for.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Hold on,
When the ancient
Madonna.
Egyptians, hold on, let me say this real quick. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna ask your brother this question real quick. Now, when I brought up about the ancient Egyptians dealing with plants, right? According to certain people, right, that study that, they said they was dealing with the lotus, the different plants they knew that they call aphrodisiacs and all these different reactions. So by them studying plants and figuring out that these certain plants would cause this and could do this, what would you label that?
Repeat that part again. Sorry.
I was saying, what would you label that? Them studying those type of plants and understanding that some call aphrodisiacs and was able to do this and do that. What would you call them studying that plants and figuring those things out? What would you call that?
That would be an observation, and then they would assign some value to it, and they got many of those values incorrect. And that's the unfortunate part, because they weren't able to truly test through it, and so they made a lot of mistakes, and you can see it in the different. So in essence, for all the hits, they had all these other misses, and largely they didn't fix those misses because they didn't have a scientific method to work through whether or not their assumptions that were very tactile, visual. That means that humans are using their observation and they're taking in that information and then they're applying it. And in some cases that application works. And then in other cases it didn't, but then they actually, whether they tacked on mythology or other sort of things that didn't really make sense. I'm not saying that they didn't do these things. And I think there is where we have we tend to go back and forth. No one, at least I'm going to say myself, and I feel pretty confident maybe Ankh does and others, but we're not saying that they didn't have this willingness to have this observation, record these observations, and continue to do those things. What we're saying is they did not have a scientific method to fundamentally test their ideas and make sure that they had a broader sense of why things did what they were supposed to do versus this observation only process.
So how they build the pyramids being scientifically sound by inches according to the stars and all the other shit. You telling me that you understand that? It was by luck.
Hold on, Rick.
They built the pyramids by luck. This dude is crazy.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Rich, you know what, Rich? I was mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Now I ain't mad at you no more, yo. You just don't know, yo. I got him. You laughing at us. You getting a kick out. Boy, they don't know. They built it by luck. No, I said they use engineering, technology, and math. That's what I said, yo. You want to keep interjecting science. Well, why couldn't it be traditional knowledge? The knowledge gained by studying their ecology. Why? I mean, so they ain't allowed to have their own thing, yo. See, science ain't a community thing. Science is not a tribal thing. Science is actually a human thing. That's the beauty of it. That nobody can claim it for themselves. That's deep, yo. That it took all of us in different parts of the world to come together on something. It's universal. See? That's deep, yo.
Hey, you want me to bring up some Chinese examples? I can do that, all right? I can bring up some Chinese examples too. I ain't trying to put it on Africa. I'm just saying what they did. You feel me? And I mean, I can't help it if they establish some of the foundations, and I can't help that.
No. See, now we talking. I agree, because it's accumulative. Science is accumulative. That should mean that word is important.
I understand, but
accumulative.
Okay, so when is this? Because you keep talking about the scientific revolution, right?
So they had medical knowledge with the plants. That's what Madame Kemet. They had medical knowledge with the plants. That's what it is. Yeah, and I think I could show you the difference. So what we understand now by science, okay? You ever heard of a person taking medicine and antibiotics, right? And the bacterium that they're going against, the medicine that they're administrating to you doesn't work. Okay, but it worked for a while, but it stopped working. Now through science, we understand that particular bacteria has evolved, right? And the strand that has evolved has developed a resistance to the medicine that was first killing it. That's why they say take all the antibiotics. So you kill all of them, because if you got 1 million strands of the bacteria and you kill just about all of them and stop taking the medicine, right? That piece that's left, yo, it will get a chance to base off of being in a different environment, mutate and develop a resistance to it. Rats do it all the time. That's why they got to change the poison up. They system, the babies, the next generation comes resistant to the poison, right? So the example I'm giving you is the Egyptians, right, based off of a high level medical knowledge in plants, would administer the medicine and would work for a while. But when it stopped, they wouldn't know why it stopped working. They would think it was an omen or somebody cast a spell. That's why it stopped working. How can it stop working? That's the fundamental difference right there. So it didn't mean they didn't have plants work. They just didn't know why they wasn't working. And they didn't know why they wasn't working. And they didn't know why they was working. They just know it worked. Because remember we talked about these time periods is about doing. Does it work or not? Not how it work, why it stopped working. That's the difference, bro. And it took a long time to start to realize you first got to have a theory of evolution and even know that bacterium can become resistant. See? How you going to be able to do that before the theory? See?
Boy, I thought that was trial and error. I thought that was about what trial and error is about.
No, trial and error doesn't help you there. Trial and error by itself doesn't help you there, because you can keep what you would do is you would keep changing different plants, and hopefully out of the thousands of plants you got in the village, that another one has the same type of effect, but you won't know why. That's my answer, bro.
Right.
Huh? You didn't get that, Rich?
I know. I hear what you're saying.
Makes sense. That's that left hook.
I don't know if I'm agree with that.
I know, but hey, Rich, you know what? I kind of got you with that one. That's the one you're gonna get off this show. You're gonna say, "Damn, that nigga fucked me up with that."
You know.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, Rich, hold on to that, Rich.
I'm listening.
Hey, Rich, but think about that tonight when you ain't around nobody. Don't call your Blackology friends.
Listen.
Stay with yourself.
I don't know
think
why
about what I said.
Notion, man. Why are you saying it's Blackology?
Because I'm the #1 Blackologist. That's why.
No.
I use science to push mine all the way down here. You know what I'm saying?
But when I'm talking about science now, I'm not talking about a black or anything.
I love black people I love black people so much that I would stand on the show at 1 o'clock in the morning and argue with you, knowing you don't know what steam is. That's how much I love my people, yo. You know how long I've been fighting for black people for free, yo? For a couple cash apps every now and then, yo?
Science.
Do you know how much time and money? Yo, right here, yo, I at least got $3,000 worth of books right here, yo.
I remember you from back in the day, yo. You've been doing this.
No. I'm saying I need my desk. I'm saying I could just start getting slick with y'all. I could say, I guarantee you the community don't got these. They talk about these archaeological surveys. I got the other, it's 7 values. I got all 7 values. Coastal, right? These are archaeological surveys. Before I start talking about archaeological surveys, nobody knew what the hell I was talking about. We wouldn't even, in this little wild community, yo, this little small niche community, yo, dude, I can actually say, yo, y'all didn't know what an archaeological survey was. Y'all wasn't reading these. This ain't no straight through read. You get different articles published in here based off of the archaeological finds. That's what it is. You have a scientific conference that will produce these types of works, bro. Nobody talking about that, yo. Come on, Rich. I can toot my horn on that, yo. Because can't nobody say that.
But the question is this, how we say it again. All right. How they are practicing science today, right?
Right.
That's modern, right? Now, we already established that before they even invented the word science. Can we agree that it doesn't mean that they weren't doing it? We know they were doing it, but can we agree that just because the word science was not created?
No, Rich, they was doing, in Egypt, they was doing their own traditional knowledge, yo.
Wait. So building the pyramids and doing all the shit they did, is this traditional knowledge?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me? Building the pyramids, coming up with all of that, with all the
Yeah.
medicine. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. That's how you're gonna
So
simplify it. Just
can I
to
say
them.
something?
Got it. All right.
Can I say something? Because it's not simplified. I don't think you're fully getting what's being said because you're trying to push something that wasn't there in an area. The word proto means the beginning. So when the concepts that you're talking about, the pyramids, the medical papyrus, these things were not science. Why? Because there was some spiritual or some religious aspect tied to these things. It wasn't explaining the natural world by the natural world only. So the
That's not
flood.
true.
Hold up,
That's not true.
hold up, bro.
That's
Please
not
don't
true.
interrupt me. You've been
I'm just saying that's not
interrupting
true.
every. Can you shut up?
So what you said isn't
Jeez,
true.
I've been on mute. I've been on mute. I haven't said a word. Can you hush? Because if you look back and you look at all the empires that we're talking about, there was something tied to nature. Even all throughout Africa, there was something tied to these things, to
And you
nature.
next, Anthony.
So when you take that into this conversation, this is where the separation has to be made. And you are refusing to make that separation because you're stuck on the technological innovations, the pyramids, the papyrus, Stonehenge, and all those things. Yes, those were great technological advancements, but there was something tied to that that wasn't only nature. If you don't get that, then this conversation is
Hey,
truly above you.
you said that it was all religious first. Now you're saying some. See, that's why I made you change it because it wasn't all about religious. They did observe just
Bro,
nature and without the spirituality. What are you talking
Hold
so
on a
about?
minute,
show
bro.
so
It was
so
action time.
so
Hold
You
on,
know what
so
I'm
hold
saying?
on.
so
That's the
Anthony,
so
same
hold on,
thing
hold on,
Reggie
hold
was
on, hold on,
asking
hold
you.
on, hold on, hold
And
on.
you ran for Reggie.
No,
You
hold on
ran
for a
for
minute.
Reggie
bro,
when he was
Hold
trying
on
to
for a
answer
minute.
that
Hold on for a minute.
prototype.
Hold on for a minute.
Talking
We want to
about.
hear from Anthony. Go ahead. Go ahead, Anthony. And then I got a video to play for y'all. Go ahead, Anthony.
No,
I want to make sure Anthony get a lot of this conversation and Grant get a lot of this conversation.
it,
And I want you to keep asking questions, Kimmy. And where the hell you at, Cedric? Go ahead.
none of what he's saying is explaining that they understood what it was they were observing. None of that. And until you can come up with the papyri that shows that they understood what they were observing, then this conversation is mute. You know what I'm saying? And that's something you
Bring it
can't do.
tomorrow.
But
I'll bring it
that's what
tomorrow.
science.
I bring it tomorrow. My man got it. No. You're wrong. We do have that. And we do have that. And my man stated that earlier. So you know what? I'm going to bring it just for you tomorrow. That's what I'm going to do. So go ahead and have a good night. So on that one, I'm going to bring it for you tomorrow, bro. Because my man stated that earlier. So I got you. So y'all have a good night.
Bye.
Peace. Yeah,
All
but
right,
it's
peace.
it's all about the understanding, man. When
Bye.
science gives you the understanding, and not at one time tonight has anybody addressed that point. Did they understand what they were looking at? Yeah, they were observing. Yeah, they did some engineering work. They even created some they had some technological advances. But did they understand that the sun is the
Who
center
died?
of the solar system? Did they understand why there's 365 days on their calendar? All they know is just they were recording what they saw. Okay, but it takes more for it to be science. You have to be able to come to a understanding of the natural world. And that's the element that none of you guys are addressing. You keep telling us what they did, and then you bringing up the pyramids and all this here. Well, the pyramids were the pinnacle. That was their the height of their technology or technological advances. But it still doesn't explain if they understood what they were doing. Yeah, they had plants. They had medicinal plants or whatever, but did they understand what was the active ingredient in that plant? Did they understand how to synthesize that and make it where they could take it all year long, even when the plant wasn't growing? It's about getting an understanding, and science is the best tool we have as human beings on this planet to get an understanding. It's not clear that's what they were doing. They were doing what they were doing out of necessity. They were surviving. We call that proto-science. It was pre-science. You know what I'm saying? They were leading up to that point. They were building. Give them the credit that they're due. When they created their calendar, I guarantee you they used knowledge that came before them, Naphtaliah. And I'm going to stay on that point. That's proto-science, man. That's before they were getting the understanding. Yeah, you can observe all day long, but do you understand what you're looking at? And it takes science to get to that level, to get an understanding of what it is you're looking at. And
I look at that damn telescope. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
See, and
what make you say Naphtaliah?
Because that's the earliest that we have on record. That's the earliest.
Egypt.
That's the first.
And it's in southern Egypt. And you know what's deep?
How could it be the first?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. Listen. I'm gonna show you what's deep. This is deep. Okay. If I want to concede to say, yeah, the Egyptians had science, then you got to go back and show me a proto stage, because science ain't a pop-up thing. Your religious thinking is the pop-up thing. In your mind, you think you can pop up and have science. You know what I'm saying? Even tools evolve, they get better, right? But science ain't a pop-up endeavor. Religion is a pop-up endeavor. The way you think about the way you think about how humans came to Earth is pop-up style. But nature ain't working that way. Nature allows you to graduate, right? If you take that test and graduate, you're there to the next step, right? And you can talk to death and talk crazy to me all you want. You're not going to graduate. So then, if the Egyptians had science, then show us the societies that predate. Show us the hunter-gatherers that had proto-science. You ain't gonna be able to do it. They ain't got the written. They ain't got no writing. That's going to eliminate them. They ain't got the writing, right? They may have empirical data. They word of mouth. You know how that go. I'm gonna whisper something in Anthony's ear, and by the time tell Gullah tell Grant, it's gonna be a little different. It's gonna throw it off. So for y'all smart people like Reggie, who I am thoroughly disappointed in, ask that brother, okay, well, show us the proto-science amongst the hunter-gatherers then. And then you might guide us. See? Because science ain't a pop-up thing. See? And somebody in the chat want to know, what's Blackology? It's something I invented. I invented the word Blackologist to explain my behavior in the early days. Because I remember standing up in front of a class of about 40 because they all wanted to hear me say what I was saying. And it was about 40 deep in that joint. I'm sitting there holding a Dr. Ben book. Imagine this. I'm holding this motherfucker right here. I'm beating up evolution. Man, humans popped up in different places in the world. They popped up in the Americas, they popped up in Asia, and they popped up in Africa first. You know what the guy in that class said? Now, it ran my mouth so damn much that we had about 10 people in the class in the early days. I talked so much shit from the sideline, y'all. Cutting off the teacher, all that. And he let me get up there, yo. He was like, yeah, we want to hear Yo, on that day when I did that lecture with my nephew standing beside me, had my books, nigga, I held this up. The old man was like, he said, do you know that in the book you holding actually talks about Charles Darwin, who you just talked crazy about, and actually talks about evolution and the different finds? I'm like, huh? I was so religious in my thinking that every time I opened up Dr. Ben's book and seen the fossils, my mind couldn't even process. I just went to the next page of religion. I did that. That's Blackology. That Blackology is so biased, it don't even let you see the very guy you claim to be representing work talking about it, yo. It's highlighted now. Evolution and different finds. Dude, I taught a whole class talking reckless about Darwin and evolution with this book in my hand, yo. Guess who else did that? I caught Reggie 15 years later slipping on the same thing. Remember, Reggie helped take care of Dr. Ben. He in Dr. Ben's office, right? He at the old folks' home with Dr. Ben. This man said, Dr. Ben ain't teach no evolution. Ask Reggie. This Reggie. Dude, I got Dr. Ben's books that y'all ain't never. I got the big what? Listen, man. Look, I be playing with y'all, yo. Seriously, and I make up words to kind of explain how I was. When you hear me say Blackology and pseudo, I was the best at that, yo. Y'all ain't never seen 2,500 people cheering your name and you appear Blackologist wrong as shit. Wait till you get that experience. Walking in with SETI, yo, they come on their feet. Oh, SETI, Dude, we wrong as 3 left feet in that motherfucker. Ignorant as hell. I know what it feel like to lose all my subscribers when I changed up. It's like a preacher, yo, who got a nice, serious following, right? And he realized that the shit he reading is wild, and he changed and he tried to bring people, and they say preaching lost his mind. I'm that guy. That's why I get so frustrated. I'm that guy. Y'all can't be a better blackologist than me. I'm better than y'all at being a blackologist, and I'm better than y'all at being the pseudo. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Y'all ain't better than me. I was high level, high quality, and had the following to verify what I'm saying. And I had the books that supported my Blackology. Y'all ain't even spending no money on y'all Blackology. Y'all in here sounding remedial, getting beat up. Reggie in here, well, get out of here, Reggie. Reggie can't defend his position, and he know he can't. Anyway, anybody else?
Yeah, I got some. I came back with some facts.
I'm stuck
No,
on the black.
Cedric.
I'm still laughing that
Nah, you
you
gotta
were
wait till
actually
last, Mr.
teaching
Rick.
plant Genesis. That's hilarious.
You said what? What?
You were teaching pan Genesis. The king of evolution was teaching pan Genesis. That's hilarious.
That's my secret, y'all. Come on, yo.
That's what
That's hilarious.
you were doing that,
What? Man, it was a lady. It was a lady like you, yo. It was a lady like you in the class, yo, that liked science. And she was. I told y'all. She was like, yo, I thought you loved Africa, yo. What's your problem with the animals, yo?
she
Let me
got on you, huh?
got it.
Yeah, they got you.
I just wanted to make a quick
Okay.
observation. I was thinking about in the chat, and I think it's very, 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 very sad. Like we losing bad because every time we have these conversations and others, I'll say it like that because we people, and it's not us, but them others want to come up here, when we're talking about science or a technology with early humans, early people groups, Egypt. That's what they do. They bring up Egypt and they bring up pyramids. Like how sad it is that the only form of science technology, the first thing that comes to your head, and you trying to defend Africa is the pyramids. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because what was the purpose? How did the pyramids feed the people? Could they store food in there? Like, could they get shelter in the pyramids during a windstorm? Like, it wasn't tangible or beneficial for their lives, but y'all don't know enough, but come up here so big mouth and you pick the one thing, you just pick the biggest thing in the room. You don't even pick the most important thing, right? I mean, I will have more respect for you
You
if you.
said they picked
Well, I
the
brought some that I want to read. I brought some that
No,
I
you
want
gotta
to read.
Nah,
You
wait.
know what I'm
nah,
You're not
saying?
gotta
gonna
wait,
talk
gotta
over
Because
wait,
you're
me,
talking
gotta
bro.
about
wait,
the
Cause I
gotta
source.
wait,
talk
I
louder
gotta
got
wait,
you
than
now.
you.
I got you.
gotta
I got
So
a
wait.
you're
source,
gonna have
but
to
go ahead
mute
and
You
talk.
him.
gonna get,
You're gonna have
Go
to
you
ahead and
mute
gonna
him,
talk.
get
cause
beer,
you
But I
know
got
you
I'm
the
gonna
gonna get,
source.
scream all over him,
you
I
gonna
got
bro.
get
some
beer at
facts
work.
coming.
Like a brat.
I got some
I'm
facts
gonna be
coming.
a
I want
total
it.
brat.
I'm gonna
Mr.
stay
Rich,
right here.
I'm not
I'm gonna stay right
done.
here.
I'm not done. So it's like, yeah, y'all, it's like the
Let's
biggest
go back
shiny
to ancient
object in
times.
the
The sun
room.
rose every day.
And that's what y'all pick. And it's crazy because y'all don't even, pick like the iron making in West Africa, which was highly significant. Get on here and talk about the ceramics, which was like the foundation for technology and science, like at the earliest levels, not colloquial science. I'm not talking about modern science, but when you talk about steps, those are the things you need to be looking at. But what y'all do? Y'all pick the pyramids. Pyramids are beautiful to see. That's the thing. Half of y'all ain't never even tried to get your money up to go over there. You only need about 3 grand, 3 grand, and a little bit
Yeah,
of
I've been to
spending
other
money.
places. You ready now?
And
Cause you
and
just
that,
ran.
shut
You just
up.
ran now. You're not
Shut
talking about nothing.
up.
You're not
Come
talking about
on,
nothing.
let me finish, bro. You drinking or something, control yourself. But it's just like I need y'all to really think. Like if y'all love, say you love Egypt. Don't say you love Africa because you don't. You don't talk about the artwork.
Oh,
You
man.
don't talk about the tombs in South Africa. You don't talk about none of that.
I'm
You
about to
talk
read
about
something,
the
okay?
big you gotta shut up, bro. You talk about
Yo,
the biggest shiny object in the room, the pyramids. And they don't do nothing for the people. Them people in Egypt don't give a damn about them pyramids or none of that stuff. Cause you know what? On a day-to-day basis, it doesn't create money, it doesn't produce food, it doesn't provide clean water, it doesn't provide shelter. Like it's disrespectful. So stop saying Africa. Stop when y'all get up here, stop saying, oh, that was African science. No, it's not. It was Egyptian. And we're Western Central African. Y'all don't even got respect for your own ancestors. Y'all got to get it together. It's
says that
ridiculous at this point.
it says that when you say that,
Ridiculous at
He
this
be
point.
working again.
They you know what? They necessarily don't need like plumbing like we do here in Gambia because they can dig for the water. They know that they're surrounded by
man,
water
what are we
enough
talking about?
that
Gambia. What are we
shut
talking
up, bro. Come on. Why you so
about? Damn, man.
disrespectful?
Get back to the
Why you so
science, man.
ornery? You're incorrigible. You're
Get back to the
incorrigible
science,
at
yo.
this point.
Get back to the
Belligerent
science.
as all hell. That they know how to dig for water, but it's not just like you dig a hole, it's like a perfectly round hole. You feel me? Get to the cleanest, crispest water down there that they can drink, wash, bathe. They learn how to put something around it for a barrier so the children don't fall in it. Y'all don't speak about real tangible things that the people actually use. Those are things that people actually want. Even in Egypt, they don't care about them damn pyramids. Trust me, they don't. I'm done.
Your fight is with somebody else.
Well, they got
Yo, let me
tourism.
just read this, man. Let me just read this, yo. Let me
I
just read
wasn't
this.
talking to you
You know what
anyway.
I'm saying?
Yes, I was. I was talking to you and the rest of the idiots. But I
It's
didn't
cool.
name
Let
no
me read this.
names. But you
Let me read this.
obviously felt convicted. You obviously felt convicted. So you got to tighten up.
I'm
Tighten
not
your
talking about
ass
that.
up. That's what you
Hey, so
do.
let me
Tighten
read
that
this,
shit
yo.
up,
And let me
man.
read this, yo. And
Tighten
let me
that
read
up.
this, yo. And let me read this. It says the idea is not accurate. It usually comes from a narrow and Eurocentric definition of what count as science. Because first, let's get a clear definition of science, right? Because y'all got that European centric kind of shit. Let me get a clear definition. If science means observation, experimentation, problem solving based on evidence, we agree with that, right?
That's not what science means.
It says first.
Science
I'm
means
reading
that method. I don't
it.
care what you're reading because you're
I'm
reading
reading it.
you're reading
And
some
let me
AI
keep on
prompt.
going. And let me
You're
keep.
reading some
Okay, go
AI
ahead.
prompt because it says Eurocentric in there. Now I need you to understand this, and the conversation is real easy.
Observation, experimentation, problem solving. That's not science, yo.
No, it's not.
Okay, so go ahead.
So if it's not rooted in methodological naturalism, it's not modern science. And
Yo, let me finish reading. Well, let me finish reading.
Without the word modern in front of it, science means knowledge. So all these steps, empiricism, they were necessary for humans to exist. But when we're talking about science, it requires a particular paradigm shift. What is that paradigm shift? Causal agent must be natural in the explanation. Once that frame of reference is developed, a whole different world expands. You sound like the Egyptians at cars of their time, 4 and 6 horsepower because they used horses of 4 and 6 in their carriages. That's how you sound. That paradigm shift of combustion engines created a new paradigm. We started automobiles, and now you have an evolution in automobiles based on a paradigm shift. We're not talking about horse and buggy. When we are talking about what the ancients had, it's horse and buggy. That paradigm shift that became science was understanding combustion. If you can't get that, please don't read anything. Just sit down, slow it down, you Blackologists. I'm glad you're here because you're one of those that we needed to get out a long time. So sit down, slow down, and understand that if you don't have methodological naturalism, a philosophical grounding, what you're talking about is horse and buggy. What we're talking about is combustion engines and the development thereof. Two different paradigms. Do you get that? Do you get that? Yes, do you get that?
So say
I'm playing the video. That's what I'm doing. Everybody listen up. Let's see. I'm gonna set this up, man. Go ahead and get the master class.
A practice of science. It's just another practice of science. That's all it was. Modern.
All right, no problem, bro.
You're gonna have to put him in the back. Come on.
Man, yo, get the drunken lady off of the chat, man. Get the drunken lady.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you done. You just died in the episode.
Okay. I'm not gonna mess up the show.
Yeah, he died in the episode. All right, so we got Neil deGrasse Tyson. All the pseudo killers got access to this masterclass. Let's see what he said. Let's just see.
The sun rose every day, and it set every day. And if you had a timekeeping device, you would notice the sun doesn't rise at the same time every day. Nor does it rise in the same place on the horizon. It moves. Well, if you've been around a long time, not only you, but your tribe, your culture, you in principle have good records of this. The sun rises in different places along the horizon, and then it sort of moves its way back on its way in and out of summer, fall, winter, spring, summer again. You do this long enough, you get sort of a sense of the rhythms of the universe. If this repeats consistently, you can make predictions. You can say, tomorrow the sun is going to rise here, not there. If your baseline of time is long enough, you can say, well, wait a minute, it's not only where the sun rises, where the moon is. Every 18 years, there's an eclipse of this variety in this way. But we can ask, is it science? It's an aspect of science. Knowing when something is predictably repeatable. That meant you kept good data. Gold star for that. But now let's take it up a notch. Science.
All right. Okay. Y'all hear it. All right. Y'all heard that. He's showing you how progression. All right, here you go. Science. Here you go. Take it back a little bit. There we go.
Science is, you have such a deep understanding of what's going on. You can make a prediction of something that has never happened before. That's badass if you can do that. So science at its best is not the prediction of a recurring event. It's having such a deep understanding of how things work that you can predict an outcome of what somebody is doing or is about to do without ever having seen that experiment performed before. And we have a word for those ideas. They're called theories. The theory of evolution, Charles Darwin, 1859. We have the theory of relativity. We have quantum theory in the 1920s, the understanding of particles, not only submolecular molecules, atoms, and what's smaller than atoms, you get to nuclei, so subatomic particles. Quantum physics is an understanding of how that regime of nature behaves. It's called quantum theory. A theory is the highest level of understanding we have of anything in this world. It tells us, it explains what we know has already happened, gives us an understanding of what is happening, and gives us predictive power of things that have yet to happen. That is a theory. If you have an idea about something and it's untested and you don't know about it yet, it's your hypothesis. It's Einstein's theory of relativity. It's Joey's hypothesis, okay? Just to make it clear. Unless Joey's hypothesis stands the test of time and experiments verify it, and hey, Joey's onto something. Hey, we now use your hypothesis to make a prediction. It accounts for what has happened, what is happening, and predicts things we have yet to even talk about yet. It does it successfully. Now Joey's got a new theory. You know what keeps me?
Yeah, I'm right there. I can't listen to y'all, man. Nah, I can't listen to y'all. Y'all don't wanna understand the world. Y'all don't wanna listen. I had to break out the big guns on him, Anthony. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta shoot him up. He ain't coming there stumbling and stammering. Yeah. Oh, we said it. The Egyptians at times had scientific thinking on some things, wild thinking on other things. Yeah, they had aspects of it. That's the
What the
point.
hell?
They didn't have it. You get it? They didn't have it. Where is the scientific theory or the scientific hypothesis that the goddamn Egyptian produced? If y'all can break that out, yo, you got me. And if you can't do that, then you're getting beat up. You stay beat up. See,
It comes to the problem and rock.
I didn't want to do it, Anthony. Anthony, Grant, I didn't want to break that out. I didn't want to break that out, Cedric. Go get the scientific theory of any damn thing that the Egyptians produced.
It's Canum on the potter's wheel. That's the scientific theory.
Oh,
It's
man, you
Canum
crazy.
on the potter's wheel.
Oh, you stupid.
I'm saying, come on, man. This is what we're saying. It's like they don't understand that these empires fail because other empires were delving into parts of what we would consider technology and advances in scientific thinking that they weren't.
Yeah. And I think everyone
Like,
forgets.
why aren't y'all catching that?
Don't even worry about it. They're not gonna catch it. They not supposed to have it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all heard it though. I think I'm gonna have to play that. You know what I mean? Hey, Andy, you know you got access to that master class, right?
Yeah.
He killing
But I just want to make one point about what you just played on. And did y'all hear how he emphasized the word understanding?
Yeah, he did.
Y'all heard it before.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell him.
That's the question that Reggie ain't been back since that question was asked.
Right, right.
Understanding.
Will be back.
Oh shit, they might know. They might have got me. He left.
It's all about getting an understanding, man. And science is the best tool to do that. To get an understanding.
Yo said.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say on.
No, that's serious. Although, so listen, man, we're not sitting up here saying that the ancient people was ignorant of anything. That's not what we're saying. Y'all keep saying that. Of course, they had different aspects of it. That's how we get to science. It's different cultures develop different aspects of it. I told y'all to read the whole Wikipedia page, the daggone timeline, and the history of the scientific method. And you'll see the different aspects start to pop up. And then the funny thing about humans is they'll get an aspect of it and they'll lose it.
And so on, I would just say this. One of the things I think people miss is the advantage that most of the earliest sort of empires, correct, or civilizations had, is that they were the least pseudo, correct? They were the least religious. They already had began to sort of crawl out of the sort of humans' first attempt to understand the world, which was largely religious.
Who are you talking about? Who? Say it again.
Egypt. So the earliest civilizations began to understand that beyond that, their world was ruled by nature rules, correct, versus religious rules. Our first attempts at understanding the world around us was to come up with stories and sort of make them up, correct? The heavens, etc. And the ones that began to sort of walk away from it, correct, began to sort of thinking in a way of trying to understand what they were observing. And luckily they did, but they still kept a lot. And I think we need to be mindful of the fact that they were also in an area that were sharing information. Remember, the Sumerians are right next door. It's not like the Sumerians are
Western Asia.
Yeah, they're right there. So in essence, they're getting a lot of information. And also want to talk to Maiden, I think that was your name. Hope I'm not butchering.
Madame. Where you at, Madame?
Yeah, Madame was popping.
So you were talking about medicine and sort of the early medicine. One of the things I think we also miss in this is early humans, we began to try to fix broken arms, broken bones. And in that sense, they were always trying to figure out how they can survive. You know, we have this notion that we are these in-group, out-groups. We care about the people who are close to us within our groups, and we want to see them survive. That is how we continued. And so early humans, they can see someone gets injured. They want to keep this individual alive. And so they began to start engaging in what we now understand are attempts at medicine or attempts at trying to fix the human body or things that ail us. But also I think one of the things we also noticed that other primates today, correct, are also using medicine to kill themselves, like plants, etc. So it is more than likely that our early humans already understood how plants work. So it wasn't some newfound understanding when the Egyptians came about. I think these are all things that early hominins and early humanoids were already experimenting with, correct, in some form or fashion, like our primate cousins. And I just think we need to be more mindful of the fact that human life is not the sort of straight line up, correct? It is about these ebbs and flows. We move up, we go back down, we move up, and every time hopefully we're gaining more. But we don't need to give all of the credit to the Egyptians. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying broadly. But what we should be able to understand is that humans, as a general concept, were all trying to understand the world around them, and they were also trying to survive. And the one thing about humans, when you're trying to survive, you would try just about anything, whether it works or not. And we are really our own experiments.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I think there's from my understanding.
You don't understand what he's saying. What he's saying?
Yeah.
Prove to me. I don't believe you. Explain to me how you understand what he's saying.
Well, basically, all he's saying that the ancient people, when they ran across something new that happened, that they said they was trying all different things to heal each other and trial and error and trying all kind of plants and whatever the case was. But the point I want to make is that
hold on. You stopped at that the part when you was about to explain it.
No, I am. But what I want to tell the brothers is this: I think there was an ancient. There's a level of science that was lost. Like when we look at the Chinese, right? You heard a story that Mel Gibson tell how this guy he was going to was.
And Madonna, we're never doing this here, bro. I
Yeah.
said, yo, explain what he was saying. And right when you got to the part when you started to explain what he was saying, you switched it. So you're not going to, in this class, you have to understand what the teachers are saying and and explain it back to me. And then you explain it back to me, okay, you can move on. Madame, do you really realize
Basically, what the brother was saying was that uh, the ancient Egyptians and people before them, or people just in the ancient world in general, right? They was running across some things that was unexplainable to them. Like we said, when someone break an arm, or something happens to someone's eye, or they got an ailment they ain't never seen before, some hives or some bumps pop up on them and shit. These things was mysterious to them, so they would try anything within their mind or area or thinking to heal or get that person in better conditions, right? So basically, he said that's what he's saying, that they was trying all kind of things.
He's saying they ain't know.
And like you said, they got lucky in some ways. Like you said the other night, they got lucky.
Yeah, sometimes they got. Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying.
But they also miss some things, correct? So what becomes a problem is, in essence, you could see a broken arm, but you may not know that there is internal bleeding. In essence, the first person you try it on, it doesn't work, and you just never do it again for a while, correct? And then someone comes along and does it something else. I think one of the problems when we think about these things is that we don't realize how much was failed. In this whole process was happening, the humans that ended up not surviving just didn't survive, correct? And so there could have been a whole bunch of things that are tried. And those things that were tried, they actually came up with the wrong answer because there was some other thing that they just didn't understand. And that is not trial and error. Just to make one thing clear, they had no way of knowing the error. They just knew that the person died, correct? And they just either walked away from it. And by the way, science isn't about just saying you observe something, you try something, and then it failed and you gave up. And for those who still think that, I think you should really read and understand what scientific method looks like and what is it attempting to do. You're trying to disprove your assumptions or your hypothesis, which is the most important thing. And is one of the things that also is important for those who come up and want to give arguments. One of the things that makes what I would imagine me good at sort of having these conversations or debates or getting into what I call conversations about these things, and often I'm not the one with the egg on my face. It's because my job is to deconstruct what I perceive to be a fact or truth. And so I'm constantly trying to beat up my arguments in that sense to hopefully understand that my arguments make sense beyond just my narrow band of understanding. And again, if you broaden that out to how scientific method works, correct, you can have a hypothesis, but you go through the process of trying to disprove it, correct? Because in that sense, it takes away all the noise, and then you land on what you perceive, what we think is the correct answer, generally speaking. And I think that's a part of something that we all need to engage in going forward, and to the idea that there was a lost knowledge, correct? If it's lost, it's still lost, correct? Like, it's never going to be found. And by the way, if we start over, let's say we're now starting over.
Well, that's not true.
But okay, let's just say if it's found, correct? Let's say it's found, but it was lost this whole time. That still means that other humans went ahead and began to do a whole different thing without access to that information, and which means that it could be unrelated to that, correct? And so humans are obviously seeking out information, and that lost information, great, but it's almost meaningless in this unless you understand whatever was lost. And I'm not sure anyone has showed me anything that the lost information, it would be useful today. I mean, I'm hard pressed to see any evidence that there's some lost civilizational knowledge that isn't apparent today. Yeah, and I will use the pyramids as an example. A scientific group of people, a highly scientific group of people, would never build a building that big to house one dead person, because science, in essence, would immediately ask you a question: why are you building this crazy thing, and does it deliver on something? And in essence, they would have been better off to have built skyscrapers. In essence, they had this wonderful math, correct, to some extent, to build something useful for their civilization. And I guarantee the Egyptians would have been around longer as a civilization had they leaped over pyramids and went straight to housing human beings in very fortified structures and or pushing the boundaries of their understanding of the world around them. Instead of investing all of their human capital into building monuments of death for one individual, only to have modern humans thousands of years later to make it seem as if that was the most prescient thing to do with human capital. And I can tell you they were not thinking that. And I just think we need to be mindful of the fact that we can be as enamored with the idea that they built so many wonderful things without overweighting the confidence as to what it truly meant, or whether or not it is the bedrock of all things scientific in the world.
I think it is the bedrock, the symbol of no science.
Yeah.
It is a symbol, a tribute to afterlife and gods. That there firmly roots everything they were doing in the supernatural. Far
Well,
away
we understand
from a symbol
that.
of science. Furthermore, again, we're not moving away from any conversation. Methodological naturalism is a standard. When we talk about science, we're not talking about the body of knowledge that humans have, right? Because everywhere then had science. Everything is science. That's a digression of the word. When we're talking about science, we're talking about the principles and the understanding rooted in methodological naturalism. Horse and buggy versus combustion engine. Go ahead, Madame.
I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm just saying we understand. I think everybody understands that science has advanced, like to the point to where we understand that the molecular structure and the build up. We know how to spot THC and all this other stuff. I mean, we understand that.
Madame, once we had the combustion engine science, that evolved from the combustion engine to now hypercars, etc. That's a whole evolution of the scientific method. Prior to that, you had technology.
Right. I mean, I'm saying I think everybody understands that.
You had technology, horse and buggy. So you're not talking about.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Methodological naturalism.
No, I'm just saying I think everybody pretty much understand that now. Like science evolved, right? It evolved.
Two signs.
Right. It evolved to where they got to use the microscopes and all this other shit. And now we got all kind of medical things where they can send you through a damn machine and get MRIs and all this. Yes, we understand that. That's
y'all use the herb.
I'm talking about science and that
science
shit.
mixed with technology.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you having me up. Appreciate you. I appreciate the panel. Salute. Great conversation. You know what I mean? The thing is just like, people just buy into anything. And the fact of the matter is they buy into things because it accommodates them. And they don't really want to realize the fact of the matter is you are susceptible to their own technology. Like people are building products, they're doing some shit, and you buy into that. You know what I'm saying? That don't make you a better person. Yeah, at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're buying into their lifestyle, and they're taking you for a fool. You know what I mean? So you're just a sheep amongst the herd, and that's how we look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
wait. You guys stay on the topic. How is this the topic? What you talking about? Explain.
I'm just saying, science is one of these things. Like people take predominantly like it's a factor in their life, but it's not. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a written word that's combinated in a dictionary, and like people don't really understand that shit. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna take it at face value, and like, oh yeah, science is a thing, and we got Scientologists, and we got like scientists, and we got like people around that's gonna teach us something. They can't teach you anything. The reason why we have problems like on Earth is because people want to distract you. Period.
All right. I ain't quite got your message, but I understand.
Distracting us. You're one of the distracting people. Right there. You got you.
That's
You're a
facts.
distraction right there.
He said he
You're
can't.
distracting from the fact that
Yeah,
we are
that
talking
was
about science.
very distracting. I don't know what just happened.
You don't, because you speak to
I'm glad
look,
you're
look.
proving
I'll
our
tell you
level of
something.
awareness
I'll tell
to
you something
realize that
for
you're
real.
a distraction.
Yeah, I'll tell you something
You
for
see,
real.
we're grounded.
You're
Hey,
so
look.
inclined. You're
Yeah.
so inclined to the white
You
man's word.
Rastafarian?
Oh,
You're
There we
so
go.
inclined.
I heard it. There you
You're
You
so
go.
ubiquitous
inclined to
white
the white
man.
man's word that you're just like lost. You know what I'm
Are we
saying?
speaking English at the moment?
Nah, you're reading the white man's word, bro.
Are we speaking English in this present moment?
Nope.
Did you just refer to the
Okay.
earth, a scientific word that defines the planet?
Who created science? Who created science?
Science wasn't created.
Who created science?
Human.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Human.
What are you talking about, bro?
Human.
The black man created science.
The black
Oh,
science,
really?
Yaku, the big head
All right.
science.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
Who's
the
that?
black
Who's
man.
that? Who's that? Who's that exactly?
Yaku, the big head side.
Who is
Yaku,
that
big
The
head
black
exactly?
man, the original
No,
man.
no,
The
don't give me
original
no
man.
black man.
From
Don't
the
give me no
planet
black
Risk.
man. This. What's his name?
John.
The original
Yaku,
man.
John.
Jacob. His name is Jacob from the
Right.
thought it was-
Garden of
There's
Eden.
I thought
total
it was Tyrone.
misinformation. You know what I'm saying?
Is it not
That's
Tyrone?
crazy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grant.
No, Tyrone cousin.
Okay, my bad. I mean, essentially, this fascination with being a black man is one of the more extraordinary things, correct? And what makes it extraordinary is that I know being Black American feels like we have no history, but Black does not make you smart no more than white makes a white person smart. Being smart makes you smart. And in essence, only a few people fit within that category. And you cannot transfer intelligence by the melanin. It is not transferable. It does not transfer any intelligence. That doesn't mean that the earliest humans, the earliest humans, correct, were from the continent. And so you can see all the variations of humans on that continent. You see the tallest humans, the shortest humans, the dumbest humans, the smartest humans, the fattest humans, the shortest, whatever it is, all these variations. And you may be the one of the dumbest of those on that continent. You don't know, correct? But most certainly, the earliest humans were just humans. And we can agree that there was racialized understanding of the world that was brought on by many of the Europeans who attempted to say that because of our dark skin, that we were not civilized. But we already know that's not true. So we don't have to fight back against a lie by making up more lies or attempting to use a racialized version of the world in order to combat their racialized version of the world. We can admit that the continent was vibrant with very smart people who did a lot of things. And yet we can also admit that today in a modern world, you need to have a modern understanding of science in order to thrive. And I will grant everyone who has this Afrocentric way of thinking, we will be happy to fund a school of Black African science where you guys can use the Egyptian science and then build a whole institution and prove to everyone in the world that the fake European science does not exist, the fake Chinese doesn't exist, and whatever the current modern scientists are using, including evolution, is just made up white science, whatever you want. But the onus is still on you, not you in particular, anyone on here. I'm just saying the onus on the people who have
this is real funny because it's like,
Are y'all gonna get us to the moon? Are they gonna get us to the moon or to Jupiter with their technology?
this is real funny because at the end of the
day, use to do the which letters and numbers are they going to use to determine
great.
the
And now
element?
I'm listening to what you're saying, and you got some provident points. But the fact of the matter is, are you going to do it? Because all I heard from you was all I heard.
We're good.
Calm down, bro.
Gravity.
Calm down, bro.
We like gravity
Calm
just
down,
the
bro.
way
I'm
it is.
speaking to Great.
We like gravity just the way it is. We don't need to change anything.
Calm down, bro.
If you have a problem with gravity being the way it is, that's up on you. Don't tell us we have to do it. We adhere to modern science.
Listen, look, no one is. Listen, the reason the world is in the state it is because, like, you could talk your shit, you could talk your liberal bullshit, like your academic nonsense. Do you know what I'm saying? And like try and act like you're the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Boy, I tell
Fee,
you, I can
fi,
wait.
This man
fo,
looking
Bring him
for
back
fum.
Yahweh
up.
to save him.
Wait,
He
wait.
looking for
Just bring him.
Yahweh to save him, y'all.
Stop.
Fee,
Stop. Bring
fi,
him back up.
fo,
I just want to
fum.
ask him one question.
I smell the blood of an ignorant one.
I can't hear nobody.
It's the white
Fee.
man's science. Simeon Heretic, you are promoting the white man's science.
Yes.
The fuck?
Come on, yo. Yo, I don't know what happened. Yo, the heavens opened up, yo, and the voice came down, bro. You please don't do that again.
No, go ahead. Wait, look,
No,
I
Simeon, please don't say the white man.
I apologize, sir,
He
but yo,
gonna
this
die. You see how he came out?
I get real irritated with this fool with this baseball cap. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hit him though?
But
You
he's a
called
black
him.
man. Can I
You
say
called
something?
him.
Can I say something
Yeah,
real
you
quick?
say white man science. He be scared. Did somebody say the white man science?
He popped up like Candyman. Shit.
Yeah, man, you can't give him that credit like that, bro.
I apologize. I'll stay silent.
Yeah.
Let him run his damn mouth. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Juju.
Popped up like Candyman, boy. I said, is that an English ghetto accent? I don't even know. No, for real. But Simon, can you name 10 African or African American or Afro English British scientists now? You can say yes or no.
No, sorry, my mic was on mute. No.
That's your problem. Go learn some. I want you to do this in the next week and come back. You'll have a better paradigm on what science is, right?
Look,
You
I don't
know
want to be
that
bad to you,
I'm
lady.
still talking. I'm still
I don't.
talking. I'm
Okay.
still talking. I'll let you
Okay.
go. Do you know that the South African Space Agency is ran by a black woman?
And do you know your generational
Do
history?
you know that?
Do you know
Do you
your
know that?
generational
Do
history?
you know that? You don't know any
You
black
see
scientists.
the problem.
You don't
Let me
know
tell you
any
something.
African scientists. So you think science is relegated to only white people. That's some.
Okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
like you're a puppet for white supremacy if that's what you're walking around
Yes, you
saying.
is.
You hate them so much, but you're their toolkit.
All
You're their
right.
puppet.
All right. Get out of your
Like,
Lakers
that
stuff.
don't make no sense, bro.
Woo.
You got to get it together. Don't
No.
come up in here thinking you talking smack and you strong, because there's
Nah.
always
You
somebody
know the
stronger.
thing is,
I
it's
will
kind of
eat you up on that every time.
yeah. You could do
So
what the
you
hell
might
you
want to
want.
run
You
off
ain't
the
eating nothing.
panel because
You
you
ain't
already
eating
got your
nothing.
ass handed to you.
Nah.
And go
Nah.
learn
Nah.
about 10
Look. Let
scientists.
me tell
Learn
you
10
something.
African American ones. Learn 10 Afro-Caribbean. Learn 10 continental African ones. Learn 10 African ones in England.
All right.
Whatever you want to
Let me ask
do.
you this question.
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. You niggas get caught and you want to talk over me. I'm not finished with you yet. You gonna get this work. That's how Lord of Luck say. You
Let's
gotta get
start
it
hand clapping
together,
and right
bro.
shit. Go ahead, go.
You know who Kizmikiel Corbett? He gave you a recording of Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a black man. Like, I can name you about 100 of them if I was given the time, because this is what I teach the babies. So don't grow up being stupid coming on the panel talking about the white man science. Y'all sound so sad and
All right.
ridiculous and
Can I
scared
ask you the
and
question now?
petrified. That's
Can I
what
ask
y'all
you the
sound like.
question now?
Do you know that a black man is about
Uh,
to go around? Is
yeah,
he
this
about to
lady
go
acting
around the
like she's on
moon?
her or some
You know,
shit.
Artemis is finna launch.
Yeah, you
A
gotta stop
black man
tweaking,
is
bro.
about to go around the moon. He's a black man, a black astronaut. He would be considered a scientist. Usually, they are scientists, astronauts. Did you know that? That's on the paper. You ain't
He
really
don't
got to
believe
look
the
up a
science.
book. You just got to pick up the newspaper.
Okay.
Like, y'all shit is weird.
Right. All right. Can I ask you a question now?
No, you can't
No,
ask me
we're gonna move
shit.
on.
Go
No, we're
go
moving on.
learn them scientists. Get off the panel, matter of
You
fact. You're
think I
drunk.
don't know what you're
You're
talking
drunk
about?
and illogical. No, you don't,
Okay.
because if you did, you want to get up here and say white science. Get the out of here with that. We don't want to hear that. You sound like the KKK. Stupid.
You reverse.
Nah,
I
look,
know, right?
you
Crazy.
breaching. You're breaching. Do you know what that
All right,
means?
let's move the conversation forward. We can't do this, man. This weekend coming up, man, we got this one. We're the Moors who conquered Spain, black and Negro. Here you go. Chief X and God Energy, man. I'm saying it's going to be a tie. It's going to be a lot of Blackology flying around in there. It's going to be a lot of Eurocentric thought flying around in there, yo. And that's going to have to be a balance, yo. I think they're going to end up tying each other. Going to be the epitome of it, yo. I'm going to make sure I be in the building, man, as long as I get the link on time. But y'all see what it is, man. Chief X versus God Energy. First time them both being in the gauntlet. It's not the first time Chief X had a debate, but inside that spot right there, that's when it get real interesting, yo. Make sure y'all support that, man. Then we got this one coming up right here. This is the one I'm really interested in right here. Easy bands know everything. Say Cool Keller, gonna whip him. Guarantee you. There's gonna be some scientific literacy going off in there. And is the Bible the word of God? That's a good one. See? It's 2026 and people still think the Bible's the word of God. And you telling me. So that's the 12th. All right? Man, let's continue this show real quick, man. Appreciate everybody in the thing, man. Let's take a little break, man, to try to see if we can just get some channel support, man. Man, hit the like. I think we got about 4,000 subscribers. We're trying to get to 5,000, man. We gotta keep pushing that, man. I need about 700 more subscribers, man. I need to put that function on here. Cause I know a lot of y'all in the chat, man, ain't subscribers. Hit the like button and subscribe, man. Show some love right there, man. No, y'all ain't in there. No, y'all ain't subscribers, man. Hit the button, right? Let's do this little thing right here, man. Let's do this real quick.
Cash it, don't let it run you. Money fill the gaps, but it never feel honey. Cash it. Dreams get so fast, and you don't own your time. You just rent your bag. Cash it. Rings full of flash. Real life hit hard when the ring come next. Cash it. 2 in the
All right, man. Y'all know what it is.
But it never feel honey. Cash it. Dreams get so fast, and you don't own your time. You just rent your bag. Cash it. Rings full of flash. Real life hit hard when the ring come next.
Yeah, man, let's move forward this, man. Y'all listen to the Community Skeptics this Sunday, man. And the Pseudo Killers, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe on both channels, man. Show that love right there is important, man, to keep these healthy conversations, man. And I heard Grant say it earlier, man. It's good to have a space we can have this type of conversation and test our ideas. We also got a server where we test our ideas out. You feel jumpy, feel comfortable enough, come in the server. Come in the server and try your ideas. Bring your sources with you. We go live inside the server and we fight it out. It's important for our development as African Americans to be able to present ideas and have like minds either agree with you or refute you. And we do not refute it with the belief in the foolery. So if you ain't ready for that type of environment, then it must not be for you. But if you're willing to let your head down right, and get into the nitty-gritty, you can catch all of us right there. We got sections with information for you to read. We serious about doing this right here. But I tell you what I didn't recognize, or I didn't realize. I didn't actually realize that most people that we have these conversations with don't know the difference between science, technology, engineering, and math. That's amazing to me. Huh. Well, see, just when you think you knew it all, and just when you think you was doing it right, you realize, man, you need to get these people up to speed on what technology is and what it's not.
Well, most of these
No,
fools
man, you
ain't.
just start talking, man. I don't even like that. No. You ain't had nothing slick intelligence to say deeper. This is a show where you at least got to have some gift to gab. You halfway drinking. You don't even believe you're a science denier. Yeah, remember you said it earlier. White words, white words. You said all that, bro.
Okay.
Come on, man. You're not incoherent. This ain't the kind of show you just get on here and be coherent. This is really a show to exhibit.
All right. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the science museum today. That's what I'm gonna do.
No. What you're gonna do is we're gonna move on, man. Anthony, you got something to say, man? You ain't said it in a while, man. We'd like to hear you, man. When the next show you doing and what you doing it on, what you doing about?
It's well, first of all, I appreciate you having me on, bro. You know, it's but
I ain't having you on. We on this. We double streaming, man. You on your thing, man. What you talking about, man?
You look like you need a shower, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, this nigga. Okay, you Richard Pryor. Yeah, you just died this episode. Boom. See?
That's what you for all the people in the chat. That's what punch drunk sound like.
Yeah, punch drunk. What time is he drunk? You know he got to go to work tomorrow.
Because nobody still don't want to address that understanding issue, and I'm staying right there. Y'all can go wherever you want to go with whoever, whatever.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the
scientific theory. Understanding aspect of this conversation, and until they can come up with whatever to prove that those people understood what they were observing, I'm not gonna let you drag me down to your level and beat me up with all the experience you got.
Yeah, I'm staying right there. My feet are groundly rooted in methodological naturalism. If anything you're talking about contains a God and does not seek to explain the mechanism, the understanding, the how, and the why, I don't care what observation you're talking about at this point. I don't care how precise the stones were at Naphtaliah. I'm getting brutal on you. I'm getting brutal at this point. I'm staying right there, rigid. Let's dance.
I want scientific theory. The Egyptians was literate. They could write. They had math. They built pyramids. Show me where they scientific theory. What scientific theory did they produce that would answer Anthony's questions that they knew about anything? Did they make predictions about stuff?
That's a three-piece right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting
for. I think they had a 25,000 year cycle what they understood about certain things when it comes to what Anthony actually studies. They understood that it took 25.
You died in this episode, yo. You did, Madon. You said Egypt was around 25,000 years. Hold on. Yo, you said they was around 25.
Oh, I said they knew about a 25,000 year cycle of certain planetary observation within the sky.
The equinox.
Explain it. Explain
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Meaning, according to certain people, people I heard that study Egypt, they understood that it took 25,000 years for certain constellation cycles to make a certain type of evolution, a revolve of a certain thousand years, something to that effect. Something to that effect, right?
We're talking about the great year.
Yeah, they observed it. And they was able to predict when it was going to come around again.
So what you saying is they were around for at least 50,000 years, because in order to know it, you had to at least see it twice.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. This is what they're saying. This is what a lot of people who study ancient Egypt. This is what they say about.
Stop watching
They
ancient
understood these
aliens.
different cycles when
Stop
it comes to certain
watching
star
ancient aliens.
systems. Say what?
Madonna, stop
Ancient
watching ancient
civilization is over
aliens.
50,000 years old. That's what you're saying,
That.
dog.
Stop watching ancient aliens, bro. Stop.
Bro, what is that?
From the moment I say the great year, you're talking about the great year. That's supposed to tell you we understand where your pseudoisms come from.
I don't know what. I never heard of ancient aliens. I don't even know what that is.
Do you understand for that observation to have happened, you needed to be around as a civilization for at least 50,000 years?
Recording it.
Well, you don't know how long that civilization was around.
We don't know the 4,000 year, 5,000 year span of the Egyptian civilization. We don't know. So we don't know exactly when Naphtha Playa was put there. We don't know. And we don't understand what they observed. So now they're not responsible for giving us
Because water, when you understand how water works, water make things look older. You got to understand that, right? So to me, the way they try to date it, when you try to date an ancient civilization,
He got that from the White York.
More more ancient
Bro, come
aliens.
on, man.
More ancient aliens. We've heard it all, Madonna.
Sound like one of your master teachers. I don't know what you're talking about.
For you to have an observation to understand the great year, the 25,000 year cycle, you would have had to been around as a civilization recording this data for 50,000 years to have observed it at least twice.
Yeah, because you had a new kingdom, you had an old kingdom, you had a you had all these different things, bro.
Madon.
We talk about the Nile Valley civilization.
Madon, 50,000 years, Madon, for you to register that. Ancient aliens, they flim-flam bamboozled you. Robert Duvall doesn't know what.
Whoa, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I've never seen that before.
Well, let's stay on the constellations, correct? So you believe in the constellations?
Well, according to certain historians, right, the ancient Egyptians and other societies, according to what they're finding, it seems like they knew about this certain cycles that took place, whether it was 25,000 years, 15,000 years, 10,000 years, right? Yeah, based off of certain things that they found. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but do you think the constellations would help them?
Yeah, if you studying these things, you can understand that. Hey, this right here make a this event or cycle takes this long to occur, and certain societies have these different things written down.
So your understanding is that the constellations, the stars, are combined in some way?
No, we understand some move, some are stationary, far as like how the cycle work, right? But according to what they're saying, right?
But you
a lot of these cycles or certain events, whether it's a certain alignment within a certain constellation, planetary alignments and stuff like this, all these different things, they're saying that based off what they're finding, some of these things, it's like a 25,000 year cycle or a 10,000 year cycle. And they trying to figure out how the hell did these people understand this if the so-called test said that they're younger than that.
But what makes you, so let's say the ancients were smart, correct, and they understood the 20. What makes you believe that modern humans today don't understand it and don't have the same knowledge? Like, wouldn't we be given that same, like, why would that just not be available today, given that we understand?
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it wasn't available. Of course, we're able to see things that they would never see. Like when we come to the James Webb and all these different things, like we can see things now that shit they probably only dreamed of seeing.
Believe in constellations. You think there are modern people that believe constellations are stars that are clustered together and that are tethered to each other in some particular way?
Well, we understand, like when you look at the what is it? I think it's Pleiades, right? Pleiades is one of those star systems where it acts as if I think it's moving.
What is moving?
And now we're in the Pleiadians. So boy, now we got most of them. So the Pleiadian gods are down here giving us instruction, the ones who have
What were you
developed.
talking about? We're talking about how the constellations work, how they're observed from where we at within the solar system.
But you know that constellations are just a human construct. Correct? We are pattern seeking, and we just sort of we just grafted our own understanding of these these patterns, and so we just, I mean, those stars could make up another pattern. Correct? They're not, and then there's going to be a moment where those stars are not available. They're going to they could be already dead. We just are seeing them, and then when it sort of no longer exists, that constellation, right now the constellation could no longer exist. We are just so far away that the star is already dead, and we're just seeing the past, and that's it. It's already dead. There's
Right.
no.
Okay. It's just like, okay, I'm not saying like how they draw like everything they got now, like, oh, this is the Leo and it's a lion and this is a guy with a bow and arrow. I'm not going by that. Like, okay, for instance, right, we go by what we call the North Star now, the North Star, right? At one particular time, as you know, they got different graphs that can go back and show where different stars or constellations were. We see that the constellation Draco, they would consider at one particular time, thousands of years ago, was the North Star, so to speak, right? So all these things happen over thousands upon thousands of years, and when we look at certain societies, we see what a constellation, what we call Draco, was one of the main gods or main entities within that society, and not just one ancient society.
Hey, brother,
yes.
just let me know when I can speak.
Oh, go ahead, bro. I want to hold the mic.
Yeah, so I just want to just kind of close it down on that. Meaning, based off what I was reading, it's like I believe it was Greek astronomers that kind of first identified the slow movement of the equinox, which would correspond to the long cycle. You know what I'm saying? That we, often call a great year. All right, there's a couple sources for that. Let me give it to you. James Evans' History and Practice of Ancient Astronomy, Exact Science and Antiquity, and Hilf Thomas, Greek Astronomy. So y'all can just kind of look that up. So that, it once again, man, it just took building of knowledge to get that. All right, Rich, you wanted to say something? Who wanted to say something? Is that you, Rich? Who was that?
I think it was Rob.
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead. Good night, Juju. You out the game. Yeah, Rob that fell off. He probably crashed. He didn't look at him. The thing that crashed down. Yeah, so they all fall down, but they tried. They came, they tried, and they all fall down. Anyway, anybody got any closing remarks?
Let's just keep in the back of our minds on that we still ain't got the answer to that question of the one word understanding. We still hadn't got that. So
yeah, we want that, don't we?
Leave it right there.
Theory too, don't we? I want that too.
Stay tuned this week for a next episode of a Set Talk. Of course, I'm gonna take my time and do a holistic episode addressing all these random points. I've been documenting all the arguments, and I'm going to take my time and address them and dismiss each one by one. We're going to use as a source and reference the philosophy of science. We just going to slow the conversation down, a holistic presentation that it's documented and registered in a set talk type of way, because people are all over the place. Scientific, equating scientific in a sentence to science. No, scientific illustrates your process is empirical. Doesn't equate to science. The word science is being used in its noun and its verb interchangeably in these dialogues, which is disingenuous. Either you're talking about ancient knowledge, the collection of knowledge, or you're talking about science, which means rooted in methodological naturalism. To do what? Explain that question that Anthony have, the why, the how, the understanding, which makes this work independently reproducible. As Grant said, science seeks to falsify our position. We want to prove ourselves wrong. Ancient knowledge simply wanted what was practical and functional. Without that ancient knowledge, you do not get to science. So I'm going to take my time this week on Wednesday, I think, and do a presentation, do another set talk, and just slow the conversation down, get all the emotions out of it. Because somehow people seem to be practicing scientism rooted in emotions. Anything the ancient did, if it doesn't equate to the white man's quote unquote science, that means we're relegating. No, we're not. We need to put your emotions out of this conversation. And so look forward to that on the Pseudo Killers this Wednesday.
Nah, I was just gonna mess with Cedric. I ain't got nothing positive to say, so I'm gonna fall back. But I understand what Cedric. But I understand what Cedric is saying, because basically all he's saying that, well, all y'all are saying, in my opinion, is that it's through what some would call integrated consciousness is how science evolved, and that's why we are where we are today. Basically.
Hey, yo, brother Unc.
Yeah, I'm here.
This Rob Rich. I don't know what happened. I fell off, I guess. I don't know how you don't catch it, but Madon is a Nuwapian. He's a Dwight York follower. If you listen to what he be talking about, I was a Nuwapian before. Everything he be speaking about, like that 24,000 year cycle and all that crazy stuff, that's where he get that from. I'm telling you, he be spewing a lot of that Nuwapian. Yes, you are.
I get a lot of that from the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teaching,
bro.
and other
Yeah,
people.
he get that from that too. He get that from that too. Yeah, he mix and he blend everything together. But a lot of stuff I heard you say on different panels, you a Nuwapian. You was a in the closet Nuwapian, bro. You need to come out the closet, bro. You might as well go ahead and put on the outfit. I'm telling you, that's what you are.
Man, that's what you came up here to say, man.
Yes,
come on.
So what?
And it's cap.
That's what you are. I'm surprised you ain't got the hat on, my guy. We always say that thing about that funny hat. You need to put the hat on.
All right, so give us your science. What's today's mathematics? Give us your science.
Ain't on the
What are you talking about, my guy? I'm not a Nuwapian dude. I'm not a Nuwapian, 5% or none of that. I deal with straight science. Me and Juju be beating people up on Facebook all the time. Beating them up.
Man, I don't believe
Brother Unc and the rest of them, they be pity on y'all. They call y'all pseudo. I call y'all retarded. Bottom line. Y'all pass the part of pseudo. Y'all take pseudo information and make it your own. That means you're retarded. I'm telling you, bro.
Bro, you ain't brought no information.
I'm bringing information right now. You're retarded.
Bro, that's not information, bro. That's just
information.
That's misinformation
for you that you're retarded.
That's called rhetoric.
Anything that you ever said, could it produce anything right now in this world? Anything that you ever said, could it apply to this world we're living in right now?
All right, how do human beings tell us how human beings came about?
I'm asking you a question, bro.
Tell us how human beings came about. Go.
The science that you're saying that you follow, could it produce anything right now in the world today?
Nope.
It produced me. Here I stand. Here I stand. How about that?
There you go. Retardation.
So answer my question. How did humans get on the earth? Since you know all this science, how did human beings get here?
Get here.
Man. We Brother Unc.
What's all that? We.
Brother Unc breaks that down to y'all all the time about evolution.
Now you looking for a lifeline, bro. Just fall back.
No,
you ain't got no information.
I tell you,
I follow Unc. That's what that sound like. That sound like a plea for help.
I'm gonna let you talk. I follow science. I just told you that, right? So I follow evolution. So deal with that. All right, let me ask you a question. How do you say humans get on Earth? I want to hear this crazy ass story.
You're not gonna flip it, bro. I'm not gonna go down this line.
All right, this
Oh,
we're gonna do.
I gave you the answer. I answered it. Hold on, brother Unc. I answered it. I said I follow evolution. Answer the question. How do you say?
You heard what Unc said about what evolution don't do?
Giving you the
What's that?
You better ask him what he told Lex the other day. What evolution don't do.
Now you're looking.
It don't tell you the origin of the world, but it tells you the origin of human beings. That's what he said. It don't do.
That ain't what your master teacher Unc said the other day.
What master teacher? We don't do that over here.
Bro, what's wrong?
Bro, you said you follow Unc.
No, I said I follow science. Man, are you listening, bro? I said I follow science.
Madonna,
I know what I heard.
A question.
What's up?
Explains the diversity of life. Abiogenesis is still in its hypothesis phase, but that explains the origin of life. So we follow the.
Well, I understand you gotta. I understand your logic, Cedric, but this brother Rob. Oh, my bad.
Hey, brother Cedric, you don't gotta help me because this is Madon. This is the White York student. I don't need no help.
Like you needed help to me. You call
I said brother Unc. I use brother Unc as a reference. I said brother Unc teach y'all about evolution all the time. And
I was talking to you, bro. I was talking to you.
Science, right? I don't gotta teach you the same thing he already taught you. That's why I tell you about y'all being retarded. Retardation, bro.
Bro, you can't answer for yourself. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I'm using him as a reference, as saying that he explains that to y'all all the time. Why do I have to explain the same thing that science teaches all of us on this side that y'all can't get a grip on?
Well, Rob, at the end of the day, I'm gonna use your name for a reference. Rob, you've been robbed of a knowledge of self, brother. You need to just go sit down and just have a good night, my nigga.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one more time. Anything that you speak on, does it produce anything in this day and time? Anything that you call science, does it produce anything?
Nah, him, McDonald, he's still a Hebrew. What's going on, Pat African James?
What's happening?
Hey, man, glad you popped on. You got some heart today, huh?
No, it ain't about heart. I just don't really like entertaining some of the bullshit y'all be on. But let me just say this. Go ahead, y'all got to really stop lying around here, right? And let me ask you this. This all starts with King J and a Shay, right?
Mm-hmm. No, they was vibing off my conversation. Started my conversation.
So it didn't start with them.
No.
So I thought this all started from their debate.
No, not at all. They did a debate off my show I did during the day. I did a show talking about.
So it didn't start with them. Well, okay, well let's move past that then, because I don't got much time here. Check this out. So when they had the debate, what was the title of the debate?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. See, that's how.
What was the title of the debate?
It says, is there a such thing called African science? That was the title of the debate, right?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Okay, now, when they did that, did y'all vote on that? I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all voted, right?
No, I didn't do no vote.
Y'all didn't say who won. Y'all didn't give you no opinion on who won or who lost.
Yeah, I said King J won.
Okay, so what you saying is this then. There is no such thing as African science, because that's what King J's position was, right?
Yeah.
So you saying there ain't no such thing as African science, huh?
Only if you mean traditional.
See, that wasn't the title of the debate, though.
No,
there's no modern thrown in there.
No, you just cut me off.
No, I'm just hold on. Let's just make sure we know what the title of the debate was. Wasn't no modern or nothing else thrown in the debate. It was
No, I'm saying If by African science you mean spiritual, cultural wisdom produced in Africa. If you mean that, then of course you got Chinese science and you got Australian science. They mix it with their cultural empirical data.
See, this is what I'm saying.
Religious practices. You get that, though, right?
No. This is why.
Medicine man.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, hold on, slow down. You know this shit is recorded. And when it went down, y'all said that Sinetta said, so who won the debate? You and both Cedric said King J.
He
The
did.
title of the debate.
Hold on.
The title of the debate is "Does Africans have science or not?" That's what the title of the. Pull it up.
They had African science, yo.
So now you saying they have? So hold up. So you saying King J didn't win then, huh?
No, they have. King J was talking about science. Y'all always get it mixed up.
No. The title of the debate and what they were debating on is there a such thing called African science?
Man, it would break down into spirituality analogy.
You know what I'm saying? This shit is recorded, huh? Now, I can go and show what y'all said. You want to do that? See?
I'm going to stand on what I said. The whole argument, you're proving the point right now.
King J.
You're proving the point right now.
King J's position is Africans did not have science in that debate.
You're proving the point right now.
So now I'm making this up?
No, you're proving the point right now. The whole flim-flam, what everybody was trying to do. So move the goalpost, because everything that Ashe talked about, surgery, tracking, fire, those were all universal principles. He never alluded to the spiritual aspect of it being fundamental to the Africans. He was talking about all universal principles. And King J accurately was framing the concept. African, if you label science African, then you're taking it out of its universality. So you're going to keep referring You're going to keep referring to what's the title of the debate.
No, I want you to repeat what you
You're doing exactly what Reggie did when I brought up the article. Look, it says it right here in the title. Right here in the title. It right here in the title. So yes, continue, James, and illustrate the exact point what the whole argument was about. The picking up of the goalpost with both hands and running to the left on the title, while the content of both content of Ashe's presentation when he was talking about brain surgery and all of this, right, was all universal. And Jay accurately explained that before you get methodological naturalism, you don't have science. And if you shoehorn science into a continent, then you are taking it out of its universality. Based on understanding the topic, I said, and I'll double down, King J won. What you're doing is playing the look at the title game, which is infancy and infantile. So double down on your point now. Go ahead, double down on your point. You're right, double down.
See, this is what I'm saying. Guys, you voted for somebody that said the Africans did not have science, and we know they did. Then y'all switched the position and said that now, we didn't say the Africans didn't have science. We said the Africans didn't have proto-science. Then when we said proto-science just means first science, then y'all did some more flim-flammy type. This is the type, people see this shit. And that's what make y'all look fat.
People don't see it.
When you go look inside of the chat, the whole chat is on y'all. Y'all have to see, this is like y'all saying that we
damn, I won.
So y'all saying that everybody's illiterate, y'all the only people that want to listen to y'all say
this. One second, James. If saw that a whole chat is against us, that means we did our job.
Okay, so now y'all saying that people inside of the show is ignorant.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, all right then. Okay, well, that's what y'all saying. Well, okay, so
double down, James. I appreciate you illustrating how to pick up the goalpost and move.
I was in the chat.
Damn, we got you.
You said I'm ignorant too?
Damn, you thought I wasn't gonna say it, yo? They be ignorant as hell when it comes to science, bro.
Okay. So you said
what's wrong with that? Because I thought I was ignorant, James.
Okay, I would agree that some of the people over there are religious. They are indoctrinated with religion. We already know that. Everybody over there ain't indoctrinated with religion.
But the whole chat was in our ass.
The whole part, the people that were smart enough to see.
Some of them was actually right. Well, the others were religious, but all of them was equally on our ass.
Man, everything y'all say.
Hey James, you know we can work this out, right? If you just stop trying to win and just add to the discussion.
Y'all telling the truth.
No, listen.
When y'all have a position,
what position is that?
This guy says that Africans, because they had astronomy and accurate say that that's not science.
Astronomy. So astronomy is African science or universal science? So now if we're looking at astronomy, did they have astronomy? Were they explaining the how?
Let me ask you this.
How you're bunking back and forth now?
What is science?
Put the goalpost down. Put the goalpost down. Are we going to talk about voodoo? Are we going to talk about voodoo?
Hold on, y'all stop. Hold on. We got baby. Hold on, y'all freeze. Hold on for a minute, James. Hold on. Yo, we sound like we done lost our minds, yo. It is 3 hours into this, yo. 4 hours, yo. Y'all can't even have like a good back and forth, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like we yelling over each other. Like you can't learn in this environment, yo. Think about that, yo. Like if it took humans 2 million years to formulate, to even start thinking scientifically, do you think we can transmit these ideas in the middle of arguing back and forth like this? It's impossible, yo. You know what I'm saying? We switching terms, switching it up.
Like we went from no science to pseudoscience to proto-science and all kind of shit.
No, we didn't. Yo.
When the title is simple, did they have science or not? It wasn't modern.
No.
Nothing else included in the title.
No, of course it didn't have no science, bro. Guess what? If the Egyptians would have had science, hold on, let me finish. Let me just say this. I'm gonna give you something serious. I think you can relate to this. If the Egyptians had science, yo, they'd have built jets. They'd have had the theory of evolution. Yeah, hey, yo, think about it. Hey, yo, they just say, yeah.
Somebody that can calculate time up to a fucking second ain't smart. That's not science.
They ain't know about no seconds. Yo, they ain't had no seconds.
They had a 365-day calendar.
They ain't had no seconds, yo. They ain't had no.
I'm not talking about them having knowing about the exact second. I'm talking about them having an accurate 365-day calendar we use right now.
So, all right. So you don't get that.
So this is proto. We in proto time right now.
No, that's called proto. That's called proto.
So we keeping proto time, is what you're saying.
That's
it was. Man, that's not that, James. James, you can look that up somewhere.
If you
James.
have an accurate calendar, that's precision and mathematics.
The Christians had to fix
y'all saying math ain't a science. Astronomy ain't a science.
No.
Doing calculations on calendars ain't science.
No.
Y'all saying all this shit ain't science.
Right. No. Suppose we right though. Hold on. Wait. Hey, hold on, James. James, wait. Suppose you was wrong right now. How do you know if you're wrong right now? Let's use our scientific minds.
Okay, watch this,
No.
Okay,
how can you prove? Hold on, whoa. We're gonna do this. Why don't you try to disprove yourself?
Well,
you ever tried that? Hold on, sir. No. Guess what I'm saying. Think about that. That might be a good place to start because we do that every day in the group.
Watch this. I can't disprove that Africans didn't have science
because you can look it up. No, James.
Modern technology.
James, that's not what I'm saying. James, hold on. You slow it down. I'm gonna let you get it off. Wait, I'm gonna let you get it off. Why don't you look up and say, I think a calendar is science, right? And then go find stuff that disagrees with that and read that material.
That disagrees with it. Why would I do that when they already
said because that's how you're supposed to do it.
Let me ask you this. So you telling me, okay, so the only thing y'all want to deal is with modern science. So we're in the modern age. We can use ChatGPT, computers, and do all kind of shit. So you mean to tell me I can't type in right now and say, does Africans have science, and it tell me?
All right, this would
then y'all gonna disagree with
no. This is what I want to do. We can do it. No, we can do it. Listen, we can do it. Listen, we can do it. Hold on. I want you to can you put your ChatGPT on the voice?
No, I'm not finna even do that. I'm finna pull up something else. Let's just do
this.
Pull up something else. Watch this.
What I was saying was, listen.
Y'all finna leave real fast.
James, listen. You could take your ChatGPT, ask them. It's gonna give you an answer, right? Then whatever answer it gives you, right? you got to let me answer the question, because y'all don't have no challenge in you. You feel me? You just trying to have your bias, and you're trying to it's called confirmation bias.
No, it's not. It's
It
called
is.
called
Go ahead,
using
ask the
modern
question. Go ahead,
technology.
ask it. Okay, let's do it. Ask mine to not. Go ahead, let's do it.
So only thing you got to do is ask. You can do it. Ask
you gonna do it.
ChatGPT. Did
Alright.
Africans have science? That's all you got to do.
All right, we're gonna see what they say.
Yeah, do like Sinetta and just let the motherfucking mic put it right up to the mic and see what it says, so you don't start. And make sure that you ask exactly what I just said. Don't put no other, because I know how prompting works. Ask it, does these exact words did Africans have science? Or ask them, did ancient Africans have science? Or however you want, just ask them, did Africans have
what Africans today?
Any
what?
Africans. Modern, not modern Africans. We talking about, you can put ancient in there, but just ask them, did Africans have science in antiquity? I don't know how you want to do it, but just ask them, did Africans have
science ain't an antiquity thing.
But just ask, that's just time, antiquity. But just ask it, do Africans have science? All y'all can do it right now. And that shit gonna start talking about all kinds of stuff. They're gonna talk about smelting of iron. They're gonna start talking about all kinds of stuff. That's science. Once you come up to, you gotta know what degrees it is to even smelt iron. You gotta know how hot it needs to get.
How did it measure temperature?
Yeah.
What?
How did it measure temperature? You said degrees.
They know that it has to be a certain degrees for it to melt. No matter if they knew exactly what the number it was or whatever.
Degrees, James, if you say degrees, you're implying a thermometer. Oh.
So you saying that these people didn't know how to smelt iron, and that it had to get hot enough for it to do it?
No, I don't think
to do it is a different question. Then that's a different answer than saying they knew the temperature to the degrees that you said, right? So once you say certain words which imply science, I'm going to ask you for the tools that measure up or corroborate to that. So if they were measuring temperature, right, they would have had a thermometer and understood degrees. Controlling heat. Controlling heat. Controlling heat does not require me knowing the exact temperature. It's a difference in those two concepts.
Listen, Cedric, if you can diagnose something, if you can calculate something, if you can predict something, if you can measure, if
you ready? Yo, you want me? I'm gonna ask you, ChatGPT, is you ready or not? Shit, tired of playing with you, yo.
See, no, I want to see what the question you asked.
You can already hear it. Did the ancient African civilizations have science?
Absolutely. Ancient African civilizations engaged in systematic inquiry and accumulated knowledge that we can recognize as scientific. In fields like astronomy, mathematics, agriculture, and medicine, they made careful observations and developed practical applications. For instance, the ancient Egyptians had sophisticated medical texts and an advanced understanding of geometry and astronomy. While their approach may not align exactly with modern scientific methodology, they certainly laid the groundwork for scientific thought.
So bam, there you have it. Now, King J said they didn't have no science. Y'all voted for
You're welcome. J. If you ever want to dive deeper or just have another question, I'm always here.
That was Grant.
So what's the next question?
Ain't no next question.
Yes, you won. I appreciate. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, ain't no next question. Hey, Madoon. See how
beat the brakes off of us.
Quite impressive. So I think the part that gets me that when you hear it, it makes the point about it doesn't fit within the modern scientific method. And if you think about what everyone has said on this panel, I think, is that they did engage in scientific thought, that their understanding and ability to observe and the early machinations of it were available, were there, correct? That there are some, they were foundational, as well as others. No one is making the argument that they were not scientifically thinking. That doesn't mean that they were working off a scientific method, which is what is currently considered the methodology of the science methodology. And again, those gaps are important to understand. And I think the problem is often the nuance of the language is getting lost on people who may be wanting to hammer home that there, for some that want to be advanced. And I think that's where we're getting sort of tripped up, I think, in these conversations, unfortunately.
Well, what they did, man, is they interjected modern to an ancient conversation. We weren't talking about what do as modern Africans have signs. We was talking about back in antiquity.
Oh yeah, so I want to make one more point. I apologize, everyone, that the chat has told me I was wrong, and so I will now go lick my wounds, and I will go take a nap and try to figure out how you guys have undermined all of science. I appreciate that.
It's all good.
I'm calling
the beauty of science.
I'll be calling the local UC currently. Let them know to check the chat.
This is crazy, Grant.
So they will be able to know the true science of modern.
Accurate calendars. They had lunar calendars.
Calendars are not impressive.
Calendars.
Both
And
my
they had
eyes are
celestial
closed.
calendars could have been
James
700.
just beat the brakes off of it.
The
My
calendars
eyes
could have been
are closed.
730 days, correct? They could have doubled it up, and they could have They could have said this occurrence happens twice in the 700-day calendar. I mean, the calendar is not that impressive. It's not so impressive.
Man, what are you talking about? That's not impressive.
It's because it's an observation. It's an
That's
observation.
what science is. What the fuck are you talking
science.
about?
Observation.
So hold
James
on.
is a scientist. James is a scientist. He does observations every day.
How do doctors, if I got a symptom, they gonna have to know something about the goddamn symptoms that I have. Observation, then have to make an observation. These folks had over 50.
They run diagnostics. They send you to the lab.
Don't do the semantics with a word. We're talking about medicine right now. We
They send you to the lab. They send you to the lab, right? And then they run a whole set of diagnostics,
Man,
right?
they don't gotta send you to no lab if your bone is out your leg. They don't need you to go to the lab. They can see that your bone is out your leg.
He's going to African. He's going to ancient African.
And back then, they put it back in proper position and make your ass start back walking again.
Yeah, Neanderthals did that too.
Yep. So you're saying observation, but you're saying
don't even know that a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien is a different fucking species. Shut up.
Oh, there we go. Finally, we got to it.
See what I'm saying? He don't even know.
So James, are you saying that observation is science? Correct.
No, I'm saying that it's a multitude of observation, practice, and all of that which makes science. It's not just one thing.
Oh, thank you.
You need all of it to be able to be. Once you can accurately predict.
Thank you.
What about methodological naturalism?
So when you get an accurate prediction.
What about methodological naturalism? Does that make science too? Methodological naturalism, does that need to be a grounding to be science?
See what you using, Cedric? You using words. You're not understanding that science wasn't the word science was not created until the 17th.
Yes, so the ancient had so when we use the cars, when we use the modern word cars, so when we use the modern word cars, you think that we could talk about ancient Egyptian cars, right? So the ancient Egyptian.
Y'all can't talk. Why y'all talking at the same time, man?
Because I was talking and Cedric butted in. That's why.
So let me ask the next question in chat. So we need to figure out for James. Now I already talked about the different stages to get to science, right? So we're going to ask him: Did the ancient Africans, ancient civilization practice proto-science or science? Is that okay, James, for you? So we can triangulate in, and then I'm going to ask.
It's going to be okay because proto just means the first. So yeah.
Okay, so we're going to ask, and then we're going to ask.
Proto does not mean first.
I know it does.
Yes, it does. Go
Hold
look
on,
it up.
James, you're gonna mess up the
No,
thing.
I'm talking to Grant who don't know shit. Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Man, you cussing for no reason. Calm down. It's like you fighting.
You truly are smarter than me, and I agree. I will give you that.
Did the ancient Africans practice proto-science or science? And please explain what the difference is, if any.
They practiced what we'd call proto-science. Proto-science refers to the systematic empirical knowledge that predates the modern scientific method. Ancient Africans, like the Egyptians, observed the stars, applied mathematics, and developed medicinal practices. However, they didn't typically engage in controlled experimentation, hypothesis testing, or formulating universal theories which define modern science. In other words, proto-science is foundational knowledge and practice. Science, as we understand it today, adds formal testing and theory.
So, can I have a definition for proto-science, please?
Proto-science refers to forms of inquiry or knowledge systems that precede or fall short of modern scientific methodology. It involves systematic observation, classification, and practical experimentation, but it lacks the hallmark features of modern science, such as formal hypotheses, rigorous controlled experiments, and theoretical frameworks that aim to uncover universal natural laws. In short, proto-science lays groundwork, observing and applying knowledge, before the structured scientific method emerges.
Now, let me ask you this.
Did the Egyptians separate their spirituality, gods, and cultural practices from their proto-science?
In ancient Egypt, their practical knowledge and proto-scientific practices were deeply intertwined with their spirituality and cultural beliefs. The gods were often seen as intimately connected to natural phenomena, and rituals were integrated with their approach to medicine, agriculture, and timekeeping. So they did not separate their spiritual worldview from their proto-scientific practices. Instead, both coexisted in a holistic worldview.
Thank you.
Yo, check this out. You know they got a war going on right now.
No, so we just gonna dive to now they got a war going on?
No, because I'm gonna show you something about how you can mix in your religion and still be scientifically literate.
No,
see, that's right. So these listen what I'm saying. These folks pray to Allah every time they come on TV, talking about may Allah be graceful and all this, and may he make us victorious and all this. They say all of this, and then they shoot some missiles and they land straight in Israel. So are they separating their science from the technology? No, yes. No, they not. They got technology, and they still got their cultural, religious, and spiritual practices. So you can do both. You can't tell me you can't do both. That don't even make sense. That's not going to erase the fact that they had empirical evidence.
Both versus them being intertwined is something.
Only thing y'all talking about is separating science from religion.
America has a lot of
still have science.
America has a lot of religious
right now to believe in religion.
Yes, America has a lot of religious nuts too, and we still
hold up. Y'all saying scientists that believe in religion right now is not scientists.
Moving the goalposts again.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm just letting y'all know how ignorant that y'all position.
No. The methodology,
knowing that America has
the causal agent
as well.
So what we're talking about is the causal agent.
Go ahead.
You can attribute your success to whatever you want, dog. But Allah didn't come down here and build neither one of them missiles.
Bro, I
can promise you that.
I agree, Anthony. But what I'm saying is,
you can attribute your
accomplishments didn't come down and teach them people how to do math. They didn't do that. Rod didn't come down and teach them about no fucking calendar.
Well, it depends on which one you talk about.
For cussing, my bad. Rod didn't come down and tell them how to set a bone. Rod didn't come down and do that. That was technology and observation.
The Egyptians thought they did. The Iranians are not doing that today.
Allah is the reason why these missiles is hitting in Israel right now.
You don't know much about. You don't know much about.
The Iranians believe Allah in the person.
No, they no.
The Iranians believe Allah is in the person of the being,
really don't know.
human being.
That's not how they think. Not you, but that's not how.
Man, I can show you a video of these folks.
Don't show me videos. You guys love showing videos that are made by people that don't know what they're talking about.
Man, this is crazy.
You should stick to the subject and not try to talk about things you don't know about. Unfortunately, you don't.
This is crazy.
But I know it is that you can speak on something you know nothing about and be this confident. It is crazy.
The man just chat GPT that said Africans had science. What are you talking about?
No, he read out the whole thing read out to you.
So chat GPT don't know what he's talking about.
Science to you, and the fact that you are not taking that information is reflection.
Hold on, I came on here talking about did Africans have science in ancient time?
Yes.
Just did a chat GPT. What did it say, Grant?
Did you listen?
No, I'm asking you.
I actually went over this with you already. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. You can play this back for yourself. It'll put you to sleep.
See how they work, Anthony?
And that is how I work. Because here's the thing: when you try to word salad your stuff, you try to word salad stuff. You are word salad. And here's the difference between me and you. I can know what you said to me earlier. I don't need you to repeat. I heard you, and I responded to you earlier. I'm not going to keep playing around with you moving around. And I'm explaining to you exactly what I said. You don't have to listen, which you don't, and that's fine. But I was explaining to you exactly what was read out on ChatGPT, and you can listen to it again.
What did it say? It said yes. The first thing it belted out was yes. Africans did have signs.
And did you hear the qualifier? Did you hear the qualifying statement? Did you hear the qualifying statement?
And their vote, they said that Africans didn't have signs at all. They didn't ask if Africans have proto signs. They didn't ask if Africans have pseudo signs. They didn't ask if Africans had modern signs. Yes. They asked if Africans have signs.
Do you know that so here's the thing, here for debates. The debates technically are not about the subject, it is about the premise. So once you have your debate, you have your title.
That's crazy. So now you moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts. You can go look at how the debates are done. You have a title, and then you have the person present their premise. And within that premise, they have what they perceive is their evidence for that premise. And do you argue based on that premise, not just on the title?
So it just they just argue based on
I just told you exactly how it happens. You don't have to agree with it. I know you don't agree with facts. That's your problem. But I'm explaining to you how it works. I can get out a diagram for you as well. You're not going to overtalk me.
So now y'all saying that the Africans had signs. That's all I came here for, so I can leave.
Yeah,
because y'all already agreed that Africans did have signs. They voted that Africans didn't have signs.
You won, Jim. You won.
Say, Cedric. Did you the other day? Did you say the Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens were the same species?
Did you win?
The other day when we was on, I came on here the other day. Did you say the Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were the same species?
James, did you win? James, did you win?
See, this is somebody that's supposed to be scientifically literate that y'all listening to.
You
don't even know that the Neanderthals and Homo sapiens are two separate Homo.
Yeah, you just proved it, yo. You got it.
Yeah, you got it, James.
And then what was crazy about it is he cussed me out and called me all kind of names. It was dead fucking wrong. It was crazy.
Really? Yeah, like you beat us up now. Like you got it on tape now too, right? You beat us up right now. You got us on tape.
Do you want me to show you saying that you thought that just last week, y'all?
Yes,
you thought the Homo sapiens and Neanderthal was the same species. I didn't know you.
Yep.
Then what you gonna say when I show you saying
you
gonna change it up.
Right?
You had to come in and say
based on me saying, I'm going to double down.
How you
I'm going to double down. I'm going to double down.
Hold on for a minute, Cedric. Hold on one second. Hold on for a minute. So James, I think the nature and the high value of the conversations that's supposed to happen on this channel will lend itself for non-experts to misspeak at times. And that's okay, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have a $300,000, $150,000 education
I'm glad
on evolution. So I never have a problem with misspeaking and having a person such as yourself correcting me on that. So
I like that.
Right. So that has never been an issue. The issue is that no fucking body else around me does it. Other people on other channels, they take advantage of that, they use it against me, and they never, ever fucking wrong. That's the problem. They switch it up real like and they transform it. They play the game. Oh, it's proto. Reggie made a whole video on ain't no such thing as proto science in Africa. No one said nothing to that nigga though. But you come over here with me when I'm the one that told y'all it was a thing called proto science. They have religious belief in it. That may hamper it. I'm the one that said they didn't have actual scientific theories. I'm the one that said the technology predates science. I'm the one that say that humans don't need shoes. Y'all niggas thought humans needed shoes. They don't.
Man, these folks can put calluses on their feet and walk across glass.
Okay then, so if they don't need shoes, what make you think they needed science, bro?
Nobody said that they needed it.
So if they didn't need it, no. So if they didn't need it, then why would they have it?
Because that's what humans did.
No, it wasn't what humans did. What humans did, they create technology, and then they create math. Hold on, they create math. They create technology. They create engineering, and then later on, when more people start getting into it, they was trying to really figure out how to know what they know. Humans, period, on the subcontinent of India, right? in Arabia, in different parts of Africa. They started to come with these ideas. They was trying to break away from their damn self, their religious belief. They wanted to know, bro. It'd just take a long time to defeat that. And then you need it's tools. The Arabs start adding artisan work to it. Tools. They was great tool makers, and they had to stomp out. One belief they had was you couldn't be an artisan and try to have scientific endeavor. They had to let that in. Then they let that in. And then they forget. Then they let that in. Man, it was a wild process. That's why we up here arguing right now. That's why people hit that damn link, still believe in some wild God. And you know what y'all believe in? Y'all actually believe the Egyptians had signs. You don't know if they had it not. You don't even have a way to know if they do. You quick Google one time, you read the word science. I said scientific thinking. Y'all doing all that, bro. It's too much. It's not an Egyptian endeavor. It is not. It is not an Egyptian endeavor. It is not a European endeavor. It's a human endeavor. They crystallize it in Europe.
We cannot use modern technology and then when they don't agree with what we say that the technology is flawed.
Who said that?
So that's kind of like what you saying. You saying, oh, just because ChatGPT say this, we can't just go with that. What do you mean? Only when it's not agreeing exactly with what you're saying, then you say that?
No, we don't just look at Chat. No, we pull a sort. Listen,
hold on. You don't tell me that we know what we got. We got to go peer review.
When
we serious stuff, you know that I'm not just no Johnny come lady. When we looking at real stuff, we got to look at papers. We got to look at peer review papers to really do what we really do. But we can, in a quick argument, we can use this technology.
The quick argument told you it was proto-science.
No, it didn't. You asked it, did African have? They didn't mention nothing about proto. They said,
I can read what it said, yo. It said, yeah, but not in the modern sense. You ain't hear that?
Listen, I know that, but why would you be
okay? So if y'all know that, because that's all we ever was talking about.
This is what you got to understand. Why are you talking about modern?
Nigga, I don't know why y'all fuck with me. Let me cuss. I don't know why y'all nuts came on to my channel while I'm teaching a lesson about the history of science. I have no idea why y'all did it.
Nah, I'm just strictly going off of the debate.
Are you getting what I'm saying? They didn't have no damn debate without my conversation. The debate came when the nigga from the bomb squad dove at me when I was doing a presentation about how science transmitted and ended up accumulating to modern science.
I got all, but I don't. I don't even know nothing about that part. What I know,
I never looked at Reggie and said, you know, the Egyptians they had no knowledge. No, I was talking about how to get to science, bro. That was my and people say, yo, you said, I said, yo, I'm showing you how it's cumulative. I can show you the lecture I did, yo.
I'm not
they came into my lecture. Bro, they came into my lecture talking about what you talking about. I ain't talking about that.
I came in only on the debate part. So I don't know what happened prior, but
I'm
talking
about what
happened from the debate after. That's what I'm talking about.
You can't start there. You can't start there.
Yeah, because that's when y'all said the Africans didn't have.
No, that's not. No, man, I was talking about science. And when we talk about science, scholars agree that science is a modern thing.
But you something else, so I got to get it.
Now, of course, you're going to find aspects of science everywhere. Of course. Because that's how humans get it. You get this piece here, you get that piece there. You get you can find aspects of the scientific method. You don't just have the scientific method in one place.
Come on,
yo, you ain't know that.
The fact that you interjected modern means that you did. Listen, what I'm saying. That when y'all interjected, when y'all said they didn't have modern science, that's y'all switching. That's why you did that. Okay, but I'm just gonna leave, man. But I'm just trying to keep. I'm really trying to help you. Y'all can't
whenever you help me, I know to go the opposite of your help.
Right. Just like I didn't show you about Gerald Barker. I didn't help you with that either. But okay, James don't know shit. I'm just a motherfucking. Oh, excuse me. I'm just the idiot around here, and I really came over to help because people can see, and I don't understand if y'all.
I don't care about pseudo saying nothing. They gonna stay
everybody
pseudo.
Ain't no pseudo that can see.
They is. I don't care about everybody. I never cared about everybody.
I leave her. This is all I'm saying. When people see you hold a position, when Sarnetta says who want to debate, and you say King J, that means you on the side of what King J said.
I am.
Okay, well that's cool. But then you on the wrong side of that debate.
Okay, I've been on the wrong side before.
Okay, that's cool. But I'm just saying, because that's why y'all on the wrong side.
That mean I can learn something.
Because people heard y'all say that.
Heard me say what?
They heard y'all say the Africans did not have science.
James, look, I'm gonna show you something, James. Look, this was the presentation I was doing, minding my damn business. Right here, bro. This is what I was doing. Right here. Minding my damn business, yo. Teaching. You see this, bro? I said the global timeline from indigenous knowledge to modern science. That was the lecture. I said the cumulative development of scientific thought across civilizations, nigga. And some fucking idiots jump up and say, y'all said nothing. Everybody said, the hell with the indigenous knowledge part. Y'all don't care about indigenous people. I love indigenous people. Indigenous people is a window into our past. Anthropologists study indigenous people to see how early humans was thinking. Y'all don't care. All y'all care about is fully developed Egypt. Y'all never talked about ancient societies. I'm the only one. I'm the 188,000-year-old dude. I'm the one that can tell you that a fire at 80,000 years was controlled. I'm the one that talked about Pinnacle Point. Y'all was stuck in Egypt with y'all head in the sand underneath of the daggone Nile River somewhere. I was doing this.
Dr. Troy done taught this way before you even came in.
No, nigga. Look, I said the evolution of scientific thought. It's a journey from ancient wisdom to modern understanding. This me, bro. I said, look, indigenous knowledge, 100,000 to 300,000. You can take this 350,000 to 3,000 BCE. Early practical knowledge, astronomical observation, and agricultural calendars across diverse cultures. Y'all don't want that. Y'all cuss me out.
That's cool.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Look, then I hit you with proto-scientific traditions. This is obvious 3000 BCC. That's right during the time of the start of ancient Egypt. 2500 CE. It's a emergence of structured, look, diagnosis, astronomical predictions, and rational explanations in early civilization. Y'all threw tomatoes at me. Then I hit the button. Look, then I hit the button. Classical scientific expansion. It says 500 to 1500 CE. That's an Islamic golden age, translated, preserved, and advanced knowledge in optic, algebra, and medicine. Look. Then I say the scientific revolution. I said systematic empirical investigation, experimentation, and mathematical laws defined a new era of discovery. Hold on. I pushed the button. I said modern science. 1700 CE to present, institutionalization of science, development of new fields, global collaboration. You hit it global. You can't do global collaboration either because the niggas ain't know about the global shit. Then I said peer reviewed. I did this.
Bobby Banger. Debate music in this bitch. House music.
I did all that, and niggas jumped up on the panel and started saying, I just defiled the ancestors. I don't know what I'm talking about. The uncle's a wild guy. That's how they do me, bro.
I know. Everything you just showed, I agree with. If that's what you want, then everything is cool. But hold on.
It's all, hey, Grant, that's all detail right there, bro.
Yeah, it is.
You see what I'm saying, Grant?
When you was arguing with them,
that's what I tried to bring the community, right, Anthony? You see what I tried to bring the community up? And you see what it started? You see the lies and deceit and hate, bro? It's on the channel, bro. Do you think I just made that just now? Dude, that was the first joint I did, yo. They was like, you's a lying nigga. I can't believe you the ancestors, you know they had this. I was like, huh? Yeah, yo, this happened every time to me, bro. That's why I'm like this. Y'all made me
like this. Let me clarify right now.
Yeah.
I didn't see
that cleared up a lot.
Hold up, listen what I'm saying. I didn't see this what you did right here. I don't know how y'all got into what y'all got into the mud or whatever. That ain't got
how, right there.
hold on. I agree with everything you just showed right there.
Me too.
Now, bam, when it came down to the debate, the title said that what it said. I can pull it up right now. Then when Sinetta asked y'all who y'all agreed with, y'all said King J. So I'm thinking that y'all saying, because the title, I can pull up the title. The title said, does Africans have signs? And that was it. It didn't say, did they have modern signs? They did not differentiate between what type of science it was. They didn't do that. The title just says, did Africans have signs? Yes or no? Something like that. Matter of fact, let me read it up so I won't pull it up so I won't be just saying anything. Hold on. This is what did it say?
Could just ask me, James. You got my
name? Said, is there a such thing called African science? That's the title of that debate. When you agree with King J, that's why me and Reggie like, what the is talking about?
I'm just talking about what King J was talking about. You should have. I heard you
should have stood to that presentation you just had, and you would have been fine. You over there talking about King
fine,
J
bro.
and all that. That wasn't right. You know what I'm saying?
He did win. He did win.
So King J was saying what you just showed.
He did win, yo.
Hold up. Was King J saying what you just showed?
Yeah. Y'all couldn't understand it.
That's a damn.
He sure did.
Well, okay. Well, based on what you just showed me, my apologies. If that's your position,
that is my. What else would it be?
Okay,
that's the history of it.
Being a man, I'm gonna tell you my apology.
I appreciate that, bro.
But you saying that Africans didn't have signs, I'm gonna disagree with that if that's what you're saying. But it looked like that ain't what you're saying, so I can bounce out now. Peace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No problem. But your boy Cedric, why don't you go on and tell him that Homo sapiens and Neanderthals are two different species, so he can shut up. Anyway, peace to y'all.
Civilization isn't a hybrid, you dummy.
Peace. What'd you say, Cedric? Don't say anything.
Hybridization and hybrid is two different damn things. European ain't no damn hybrid, you dummy. You don't understand hybridization. That was the conversation.
No,
but as usual, you're a straw man, goalpost moving.
You know, because you said, nah, I ain't gonna agree with that. That's exactly what said. And then you fed
hybrid versus hybridization. That was the conversation. You keep referring to Europeans as hybrids, and I tell you, you're wrong. They're not hybrids. You move the goalpost. You move the goalpost. You move the goalpost and create a false narrative. Hybridization versus hybrid. You don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you be like and just say you was wrong?
You don't know what you're talking about, bro. Get out of here.
You know what I'm talking about, and I
European hybrid. Are European hybrids? Are European hybrids? Are European? James, let's deal with it now. Are European hybrids? James, are European hybrids?
Europeans are introgressed humans with Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. That's what
I'm gonna ask you again. Are Europeans hybrids?
They are introgressed humans.
I'm gonna ask you a simple question.
Scientific terminology said hybrids. See what I'm saying? So you want me to say something that's not scientifically correct? Is that what you're trying to do?
I rest my case.
So when I say
so are Europeans hybrids?
Modern humans.
So are Europeans? Are Europeans hybrids? So now you're moving the goalposts, right? Because now you understand probably after doing a little bit of research, there's a difference between hybrids and hybridization, right? You realize the difference.
He said he integrates.
See, he want me to say some dumb shit when I'm sitting up here telling him what
it is. But Africans are also integrates because remember they got.
Hold on. You have Africans with no integration. See, that's how they know that's how they know that we're the source population of Homo sapiens.
I know, but that's different than calling hybrids.
Hold on. Before you become a non-African, you have to have a certain percentage because me and you have Neanderthal DNA too. But we have such a little percentage that we still can remain phenotypically African.
Phenotypically African. Here we go. What is the phenotype of an African?
The one that look like me and you, but it's too bad you don't know that.
I got it. That's why the first time I heard this clown say that, the first time I heard this clown say that, I knew from that moment there was no conversating with an idiot.
So, is a European and African, Cedric?
Yeah, the base of who he is. Yeah.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
They become non-African based on a certain amount of introgression. This is what science says. Now, y'all haven't, see, this is what I'm saying.
No, you messed it up.
Y'all supposed to be scientifically
No,
literate.
you messed it up.
Science for your ignorance.
And y'all don't even know what y'all
Yeah,
talking
you messed it up.
Okay, well, then let me ask you this.
Don't ask
we can do ChatGPT right now, and you can ask them what makes a human non-African.
And then
Do it right now. Do it right now. I'm gonna stay. Watch what it say. But see, y'all gonna say ChatGPT don't know shit.
I told you I thought. I'm saying okay, we're just gonna ask it.
What makes a human non-African?
What makes a human non-African?
From a scientific and evolutionary standpoint, all modern humans share a common ancestry that traces back to Africa. So, biologically speaking, humanity is deeply connected to African origins. What makes someone non-African in the geographic or cultural sense is simply where populations dispersed and settled over tens of thousands of years. As humans migrated and adapted to different regions, Europe, Asia, the Americas, distinct cultural, linguistic, and regional identities formed. So being non-African is a matter of later migrations and histories, but it doesn't erase the shared African roots of our species.
So can you explain that in terms of genetics and mutations that would cause a European to be non-African?
In genetic terms, it's not that a European or any other population is fundamentally different or non-African in essence. What happened is that as humans migrated out of Africa, beginning roughly 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, small genetic changes, mutations, accumulated in populations as they adapted to new environments. Over time, certain genetic traits, like variations in skin pigmentation, adaptation to different climates, or dietary tolerances, became more common in certain regions. But these are subtle shifts within a shared human genome. Europeans, like all humans, still carry deep genetic markers of our African ancestry. In other words, these mutations reflect adaptation to local environments, but they don't create a separate biological category. We're all part of one human family, shaped by different journeys.
So let me add, I have a little more knowledge in the situation. In the scientific literature, it is stated African and non-African. So what does this terminology mean in the scientific literature?
In scientific literature, terms like African and non-African usually refer to population genetics and migration history. African often denotes populations whose genetic lineages remained on the African continent since the earliest dispersals of modern humans. Non-African refers to those whose ancestors took part in the migrations out of Africa. These early migrations led to genetic bottlenecks, reductions in genetic diversity, in populations that settled in regions outside Africa. So the terms are shorthand for different branches of the human family tree, reflecting deep historical migrations, not rigid biological boundaries.
I have a friend named James, and he wants to talk about the integration of Neanderthal and Denisovan genes into Europeans. Can you explain that?
Sure. When modern humans migrated out of Africa and into Eurasia, they encountered other archaic human groups like Neanderthals and Denisovans who had evolved outside of Africa for hundreds of thousands of years. When these groups interbred, small portions of Neanderthal DNA entered the genome of non-African populations. In East Asia and Oceania, Denisovan DNA also left a genetic legacy. These interbreeding events contributed a small percentage of DNA to modern Eurasians. Thus, European and Asian genomes today carry a small fraction of archaic DNA, traces of these ancient encounters, while African populations who did not share that history typically do not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you and James ever want to dive deeper into human history or genetics, just reach out.
Bet.
Do you notice that it never said nothing about introgression? It just said that it was just a mutation outside of. You think that's right on? I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, I know what integration is.
Do you think that if it was no introgression, that they would call these people?
I could ask you, James. I don't have nothing to hide from my audience.
Yeah, I know.
We can all learn. So I can ask the question about integration. I know what integration is.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you notice that it did never mention anything about integration. It just said about mutation. That is a 20 I mean, that's a 2000 type of answer that they
So wait
get.
a minute. So when you say integration, what do you mean? I can tell you what I mean.
That means the integration means the procreation between two different species. And see,
Okay.
they didn't.
I know, but Homo Neanderthal and Homo sapiens is two separate species in the homogeneous family. They genius is Homo.
Yeah.
They species
Is Homo,
is Neanderthal and human.
Yes. So they're all humans. That was my point.
I never said they
But
wasn't
you
human.
don't get that.
Hold on. Now, hold up, Cedric. I never said that Europeans wasn't human. I said that Europeans are
I said
non-African.
Neanderthals. I said Neanderthals and Denisovans are within the human family. So that integration isn't a big deal.
No, you didn't, Cedric. Stop.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said. That was the point I was trying to make. They're humans. They're all humans. I said they're all humans. That was my point. You don't think they're
that I didn't say that they was all humans? Is that what you implying?
Over the years, you kind of changes. You said it was hybrid.
No, I've been saying this the whole time. I can show you posts on Facebook.
Hybrid. So you don't say they hybrids no more? Just asking you.
No, I was talking about hybridization in humans. So hybridization in human means that two different type of hominid species procreated with each other. That's how you fall into the hybrid category in human taxonomy. You know that if we go look up the taxonomy of humans, they're going to be in a hybrid position based on the integration that happened. I've shown y'all this before. So that's what it is. This is just some 2026 type stuff.
No, he's went back to the hybrid. So he went back to the hybrid versus hybridization.
No.
Human species is hybridization versus hybrid, right?
You don't understand what I'm saying?
So you're bouncing back and forth. Hybridization doesn't make a particular branch of humans a hybrid. You're confusing that conversation and you're doing it over and over and you're proving your scientific illiteracy in real time. So the point you was trying to get me on, you're now proving your illiteracy to the subject. I can mute my mic. The more pseudo talk, the more you expose.
So what was the importance of science finding a hybrid human? Did they always know that it was a hybrid human, Cedric? No, unmute your mic.
Hybrid human or hybridization?
Huh? You say what?
Hybrid human or hybridization?
Did modern science always know that humans had integration from via
hybridization or hybrid?
So
do y'all want me to ask that question or what?
Yeah, answer the question because he dancing around. We ain't got all night.
Yeah. So are Europeans hybrids?
No, I didn't ask that.
No, Europeans aren't hybrids. All modern humans belong to one species, Homo sapiens. While non-African populations have inherited a small percentage of DNA from ancient interbreeding with Neanderthals or Denisovans, this doesn't make them a separate category. Those archaic genes are a tiny fraction of their overall ancestry. In essence, we're all one human family, with some populations carrying small genetic traces of those ancient encounters.
So explain what a hybrid is between Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapien. Explain that.
That's the first.
Hybrid in that context was an individual born from interbreeding between anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, and Neanderthals, a related but distinct archaic human group. These hybrids would have inherited a mix of DNA from both species. Over time, as Homo sapiens became dominant, some of that Neanderthal DNA persisted in the broader population. Today, non-African people carry about 1 to 2% of Neanderthal ancestry. So a hybrid was simply a direct descendant of interspecies mixing, and some of that legacy remains with us.
Explain integration.
Introgression is when genetic material from one population or species is introduced into another through repeated interbreeding. In the case of humans, when Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals or Denisovans, some of their genes introgressed into our lineage. Over generations, natural selection kept or removed certain segments. Some of these introgressed genes remain in non-African populations today, often related to immune function or environmental adaptation. In short, introgression is how those ancient genetic fragments became part of our modern human genome.
Thank you.
And that's what I said.
Right. And that's what we all understand that though. You wasn't saying that the first one. You made a mistake. You thought that Europeans was hybrids. You just made a mistake, James. Oh, misspoke. Ain't none of us experts. We can do that, James.
Do you know I can go back years and show you document on my Facebook?
So why we ain't fighting you now then?
Because maybe y'all finally listening. I don't know what's
Listen
wrong
about
with
what? Listen about what, James? We've been saying this for years. You get it?
No, you haven't. I got it on, bro.
Wait.
Me and you did a show in 2015 with Sister Naya. Remember that? Me, you, and Wu Jiao. This how far me and you go back with this.
So James, on our philology, where would the Europeans be put in that branch you're talking about, which makes them different via this hybridization you're talking about?
They are not different. They're humans. They're just interested humans, which is how science identifies them as non-African. Even that ChatGPT.
Non-African talked about the accumulated changes in genetics outside of Africa.
Yeah, but the last thing that just asked it said it itself. It says non-Africans are identified by 1 to 2% Neanderthal integration. That's
no,
what
they are not identified by that. They're identified.
That's how they do it. That's how science does it. You can't do no. If we all Homo sapiens, how do you tell what's a non-African?
No, James. There you go. Hold on. There you go, Cedric. See, that's what you don't understand. There you go. That statement right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, yo. You said if they was all Homo sapiens.
I said
if we is all Homo sapiens, how could they tell what, James?
How would they know who is introgressed and who's not?
Well, there you go, James. See, you don't understand.
So now, hold on, listen to what I'm saying, If everybody got the same DNA as Africans, how do they identify genetic who is non-African and who is not genetically? How can they do that? If we all got the same DNA, how can you look into the DNA of humans and find out who is not introgressed and who is? How can you do it? You have to be able to identify the DNA that's not African.
Do you know how DNA works?
I don't understand that.
You understand how DNA works?
No, I don't get it.
What did you say?
Do you understand how DNA works?
Yeah, I understand how it works. How it works is when you're dealing with separate species, you first get a hybrid. That's 50-50. Like Denny. Denny is a half Neanderthal and half Denisovan. Do you know that?
Yeah, keep going.
I know you know, See what I'm saying? That's the first thing. But as it gets dwindled down to our modern time, they identified this stuff is still in these people. They identified this integration in 2010.
So you believe all of the? Do you believe?
Savante Pabo, ain't that right,
But do you believe? Do you believe that all of the Homo sapiens, correct, were who met up, correct? Do you believe that all of them made it, or just a few?
Only the ones
they were all 50-50.
Everyone outside of Africa has 1 to 2% Neanderthal.
Yes. You said 50-50. I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm talking about hold on. Listen, Grant, carefully. I'm talking about a particular human. In the Denisovan cave that they found, they did a DNA test on it. The name of the female is Denny. You can look this up. It was 50% Neanderthal and 50% Denisovan. I did not say 50% human and 50% Neanderthal. See what I'm saying? So that is the hybrid that they found.
Hey James, you know how serious I remember this? Let me brush you up a little bit and help you out. So basically, the reason you don't find a whole lot of hybrids is because our temperament was different than Homo neanderthalers. We like to be in close proximity of each other, right? We like to interact with different groups, okay? The Homo neanderthal, they kept tight groups. They're not social like that. So now you got a species that like to be social and a species not to be social. So let me get real crude. They basically like to fuck and left. That's why they didn't produce a whole lot of halves, because they couldn't stand each other. That's what happened, bro. That's what is going on. Simple as that, James. You should understand this, bro. I ain't want to get that crude, but I had to bring that message home. That's why you don't find a whole lot of hybrids, yo. That's why.
No, it's because of
You
time.
get it?
It's because of time.
It's not time, yo. Because if they'd have stayed, they'd have kept producing that. James, they did.
Look up Sarah Tishkoff's work. This is what you do. I've mentioned this before. It's because Neanderthals had a small population outside of Africa. Africa had maybe 100,000 humans, and Neanderthals, they estimate that I've had 10,000 at the max.
But so the reason why their populations were so small, because they wasn't social. They would have a group of 20 and they would just stay together. They wouldn't mix with the other group of 20 of Neanderthals. They're not social. They're not social. What's up, folks? How you doing, brother?
Let me ask you this: why did they breed with? Why did Denny have sex with the Denisovans that they were just so? They just were so.
The same reason all humans had sex with each other. And when I say humans, I'm talking about Homo Neanderthal, Homo erectus. If you within 2 million years, you can breed and have some of them have valuable offspring.
Well, I'm just telling you what the scientific consensus, well, the hypothesis, I'm not going to say a consensus, is that it was that they had a smaller population and Africans.
And I explained why they had a smaller population. But I explained why they had a smaller population.
I think it's the environment. You can't live in the ice like that. I mean, it's not
live in the ice. You
can't live in the desert. You can't live in a cold climate. It's just
you can do it all the time.
You can do that, but it's not going to be advantageous for you to have a large population. Just like we look now. If you look in Saudi Arabia, those populations may be 10 million right now. Where I stayed in Dallas Fort Worth is 8 million people right now. This is just 2 cities. But they got a whole city in the desert with just the population of my city. So humans don't live in climates that's not beneficial. We know this. If half of America are from Texas to the right-hand side all the way to where you from, Baltimore, 80% of humans live there in America. The other 20% lives in west of Texas, from West Texas all the way to California, with the majority of that population living in California because they're on the coast. Humans don't live in deserts. We know that. They don't live in cold climates.
They live in deserts when they have air conditioning, like in Vegas. And
Vegas is a desert.
Yeah, we ain't talking about now, though.
And California technically is a desert.
We're talking about
and they don't have much in the way of resources, like they don't have water, etc. So it has nothing that you can live in certain climates if you have access to things that allow for humans to live.
So you think they had access to that back 10,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago? They had air conditioning, Grant?
No, that's the reason. That is the reason why we live in the desert now.
Man,
like
people
Vegas.
didn't even like living in the South until air conditioning came. This is in the 19.
This doesn't help your argument when you're talking about migration patterns. That's just not how it works.
So you saying
so
humans love migrating through the desert?
What up, Jay? What up?
Yeah, go ahead, Sosa.
First of all, a piece of the family, everybody. Hey, so
Sosa,
how y'all coming along on this science conversation y'all having? 5 hours. 5 hours in. What did I tell you, What did I tell you?
You told me. No, but James apologized. He seen my initial presentation and he realized that a bunch of pseudos faked them out and he been arguing with me for no reason.
Why the hell you just didn't pull that out from the beginning, though?
James, you got to also admit that you got better with your language.
Yeah.
So maybe your language has gotten a lot better and clearer since when we first started.
No, this what happened.
7 years ago.
Y'all been studying and y'all didn't call up what I was already saying before. Because look, hold on, Sosa. I can show you on my Facebook page. That's why I put stuff on my Facebook page, because it documents everything. I can go. I know. I'm just telling you, if I need to, I can show you me saying this 6-7 years ago. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you wouldn't explain it right because you used to say
it was high.
The reason that they used to mix human with non-African. See, the reason they ain't fully human, you used to say this word exactly. See, the reason they ain't fully human is introgression. You used to say that.
How could I be saying what I'm saying now 7 years ago, but I just was talking to y'all 3 years ago, and I'm saying something totally different.
So you telling me that
it can't be that y'all just wanted to play and joke and act like I was the fucking idiot.
All right. So you
telling me it can't be none of that shit.
So,
and y'all just didn't really understand what I was. It can't be that. It just
you was kind of.
No,
James,
I'm not gonna let y'all get away with that.
James, you know we was there with you going through the Sarah Tishkoff video with you.
Yeah.
Remember that day on the show explaining archaic humans in the movie? No, that's not Homo sapiens sapien. That's archaic. You don't remember that show we did?
Yeah.
5 years ago.
I'm 57 years old.
And it goes, yo.
You gonna have to pull that up.
Hey, yo, imagine. Hold on. Imagine Gullah, Sosa, and me out the 4 of a show. Everybody got wrong but you. That's a hard one. Hey, you know how long we've been talking about genetics, yo? Community didn't even know what the damn thing was.
About genetics since 2015. It's recorded on the Rock Squad channel.
Okay, so I know the hybrid is.
You and Sister Naya, and we had a conversation for about 3 hours. And when I was telling you, now see, that would be a good conversation for us to listen to. That conversation right there, that'll let you know where I was at. Because that was when it first just imagine Dennis Owens was just discovered that year. So, and Savante Pablo did it in 2010. So we was early.
We just found out about the hybridization event.
We should go back, me and you, we should go back and listen to what we was talking about that day. And just see where I was at then. Because me and Sister Naya was trying to tell you, no, you don't remember that shit?
Trying to tell me what?
Well, me and Sister Naya, first of all, we had a show the day or two before that when I popped on the show. Then I was
fighting what? Y'all was trying to say.
No, we was all we was all trying to figure this out because it was
we was not. I know it was.
Come on,
got a hell of a memory. Bro.
Let me know.
Listen to me. Naya had an inversion. I said fundamentally all humans are African, right? Now it was like she argued me down. White people ain't African. I said fundamentally speaking, with the Africans speak, arguing me down. You coming with something. You were saying, well, you know, white people, based off the fact that they mixed with Homo denisovans or Homo Neanderthals, right? That they wasn't human. You tried to say they was like Homo sapiens sapien. You were, yo. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Conversation
you ever remember saying that?
I'd love to hear
what
I'm saying.
What was my position? Hold on,
James. Go back to 2000.
Hold on, James. Tell me what my position was.
We both was confused. We was all trying to.
No. What was my position? What was my position?
Your position was you didn't understand what the hell was going on at that time. And I understand it.
No, it was what?
Man, we need to play that video. I'm telling you, we could play the
video. Hold on. What was
that was my position.
Hold on. What was Sosa and my position and Gozy position last year?
I don't know. Y'all still saying that I was wrong. I know.
Man, we're not talking about Motor Man, all type of shit.
Y'all saying that I was wrong. I bet you that.
I'm gonna find the clips, bro, of you saying that they're not fully human, bro.
Yeah,
we done had this conversation too many times.
Yeah, do that right
there.
And
when I do that, Jay, I want an apology. Jay.
Yo, and when you find it, I'm gonna show and apologize.
Because like even right now, in the conversation when I heard you say that,
he said it.
Europeans aren't African.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Science
everybody, no. Everybody on a deep ancestral root, right, are African.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
That's a fact.
Everybody living today are Homo sapiens sapiens, right?
Yes, and all
everybody living today.
Fundamentally, so that means that fundamentally you can trace their genetics back to Africa. Every single human.
Can you trace the Neanderthals' DNA back to Africa?
Nope.
No, I'm talking about Martin Hill.
There you have it.
I
know. See that? Hey, you getting them? Hey, so we getting them.
There you have it. No, because I'm telling you because I'm telling you that's how they were able to identify the
I understand.
Or they got it from non-Africans.
I'm not saying that. I'm not denying.
No. Hey, so no. He's slipping. No. He's slipping. He ain't know he just gave up the ghost.
And now y'all trying to say I'm slipping. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what you just said? You asked me and Sosa, does Neanderthal DNA go back there?
No. Yeah, I did ask you that.
I said no.
Okay.
You say, see? So the only thing that actually happened is that Africans left out of Africa and ran into a non-African species.
Exactly.
Right. Which was a hybrid. And they find several hybrids in certain caves. But over time, since they didn't constantly keep mixing with each other, because of the way they thought and their social behaviors were different, they died out. And then we retained some of the genes that had integressed into bottlenecks, events, and all that. That's what it is, James. You don't agree to that, James?
Fundamentally, even those people that are introgressed are Africans. Fundamentally, they are.
Do you agree with that,
We
James?
just label them non-African to identify the markers that occurred outside of Africa.
Do you agree with that?
What the hell is going on here?
James, do you agree to that?
Do you agree?
That's what I've been telling y'all for 5 years.
So are Europeans African?
Europeans are not Africans. They're non-Africans based on their introgression.
No, just because you say
on a deep ancestral lineage, are they African?
Yeah, if you go back to when they wasn't
exactly,
when they wasn't introgressed.
So you know what I'm saying?
DNA,
no, I'm saying that they're integressed now.
Yes, and that's what I taught y'all.
So are they still fundamentally an African species?
No, not according to science.
Oh
no.
Based on hold on. According to science, hold on.
hybridization.
Watch what I'm saying. This is what I'm putting it on record. According to science, once you get to a threshold of 1 to 4% non-African DNA, which is non-Homo sapien DNA, you become a non-African. You can fall up under that 1% and still retain your African DNA, your African phenotypical features to the point to where you look like any one of us on this panel.
Right. So then how do you explain the people of Oceania?
Those people
who look very sub-Saharan African, who carry both Neanderthal and Denisovian DNA.
Yeah, well, see, that's when we're gonna get into the weeds a little bit, right?
No, I like the weeds. I'm with the weeds.
And I love the question, right? But based on your last statement, those populations are more Denisovan than Neanderthal.
No, James, you just changed.
I know. I hear what you're saying.
You said that if you fall, see, this is what you just said. If you fall, only if you fall under the 1% threshold, can you carry those phenotypic features. And I just gave you people of Oceania carry those same features, and they have both Neanderthal and Denisovian DNA.
And I agree with that. But what I'm telling you is based on their genetics, they probably have more Denisovan DNA.
The Denisovans live in Africa?
Like a matter of fact, Papua New Guineans have 6% Denisovan DNA. That's not Neanderthal.
No, but they still have Neanderthal DNA.
They do.
Yeah, do Denisovans live in Africa?
We do too. You see what I'm saying?
The Denisovans live in Africa.
No, we don't live in Africa either, but we still phenotypically Africans.
Are the people of Oceania still phenotypically African?
Yeah.
Right. So
based on what is the phenotype, Sosa?
What's the difference between Neanderthal and Denisovan that you would give credence to the Denisovan but not the Neanderthal? Like, is this
well, I was just saying based on their genetic makeup that that may be the reason why, because
the reason is environment.
No, but what I'm trying to tell you is what they say is the Denisovans had 3 types of Denisovans. So the ones in the southern
I don't know about 3. I know about 2.
Well, they're saying 3. So I don't know.
I know maybe 2 different types, but not 3.
Yeah, it could be 2, 3, whatever.
So James, do you want me to ask the ChatGPT, does non-African mean not African? Because you just said
non-African
mean not African. Yeah, because you think that. That's what you said.
No, what you should do is
why can't we ask that question, James? Because you don't agree with that.
Because I know that's what you're
saying that non-African.
Type that in there.
I didn't pre-type nothing, bro. You can ask it any kind of way you want to ask
this,
it.
okay, my position is based on integration. Y'all know this all I've been talking about.
No. We know what integration. I'm asking you, are non-Africans still Africans?
Okay, ask it like this. Are non-Africans still Africans if they have 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA? Ask them that.
Are non-Africans still Africans just because they have 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA?
The presence of a small percentage of Neanderthal DNA doesn't determine whether someone is African or non-African. Those terms are really about deep ancestral migrations. All humans are fundamentally part of the same species with shared African origins. Non-African populations simply include those whose ancestors migrated out and adapted to other regions. In short, the shared African origin remains, regardless of later small genetic exchanges.
Okay, so ask them why the science...
No. Do you agree with that statement? Do you
ask
agree?
them why the science separates humans based on the 1 to 1.
But before we move, we need to know, do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. That's why I'm asking them to ask them why the science, not James, ask them why the science separate humans based on
why the science classify them as non-African.
Let them ask them why the science separate humans based on that 1 to 2%. Not
James. Just explained it.
Hold on, let them do it.
Why does science separate humans based off of that little genetic material coming from Neanderthals? Or does science do that?
Yeah, a good question.
Science doesn't separate humans into distinct categories based on that small amount of Neanderthal DNA. In fact, modern genetics emphasizes that all humans are overwhelmingly alike. The Neanderthal segments are just a trace of ancient interbreeding and don't form any kind of dividing line. Scientists study these genetic markers to understand human migration and evolutionary history, not to define separate groups. In other words, the focus is on understanding shared origins and diversity within one human species.
Can I get some scientific journal studies that supports that?
Yeah.
James, come on, James, bro. I don't want you to 2 years from now.
Scientific
never
studies
said
show
that.
Neanderthal humans carry about 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA due to ancient interbreeding, but this is a tiny fraction. Scientists agree that these genetic traces don't create separate groups. Instead, all humans remain one species with shared African origins. The variation from Neanderthal introgression is subtle and doesn't divide us biologically. Human genetic diversity is far greater within populations than between them. In other words, we are all closely connected.
Yeah, that's some minimalist type shit.
Oh,
they're trying to minimalize.
Oh, wow. So hold on. As long as we got you right back out there by yourself again, that's all I want to do, because I cannot hear you agree.
When they agree with you, when they agree with you, they cook it. When they don't agree with you, it's the
no, that's cool. No, it said what it said. I ain't tripping.
Yeah, James,
I can come on here tomorrow and show you at least 10 papers that does this.
No, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do that. Hey, listen, the reason the people of Oceania and Australians carry that look because of the route they took. They took a more tropical route, so they were able to maintain some of those features. Yeah. That's what it is. It's just the environment.
Hold on. Watch this, Sosa. Do you know the people that you talking about? They're not taxonomized as Eurasians. They're taxonomized as Australasians and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that these people they're hypothesizing that these people are the oldest humans to come out of Africa, right?
Possibly.
Yeah. No, that's what they're saying. And hold on. Let me ask you this.
In Australia,
that's
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Australia, Papua New Guinea, all of the Australian. That's the population. I'm not talking about the Eurasian. Based on them being stuck on these islands, they were not able to procreate with the people with that DNA. That is why they retained the DNA that they have now.
And how did they get the Neanderthal integration, bro?
They had to have gotten it before they got separated.
Yeah, I got a
but
whole.
they still got the mix, bro, right? And they live in different climates. And depends on the type of food, the climate,
Well, the
the type
hypothesis,
of food you
I
can
can
get
pull
to
up a
determine
paper,
these.
not tonight, but I can pull up a paper that talks all about this and how they retain their DNA.
I just explained to you, Jane, because I know what it is. I read it. I read the papers, Jane. I know why. How you think how would you said they had 3 Denisovan group? I go, no, I think it's 2. You think I just make that shit up just to argue with you?
Hold on, let's go back to 2000.
Obviously, I had to know that for me to say no. I think it's 2.
Let's go back to 2000.
Because they just established the Dragon Man as a Denisovan.
In 2000, they said that all humans was 99.9% the same, right? It wasn't no difference. Right. Y'all telling me that once they find integration, that don't do nothing.
No, it don't. No, it do something in your head.
No, that's crazy. He said it don't do nothing.
You're doing too much.
Yeah, but you're still landing on this one part that you're not quite understanding. Just on the continent of Africa has the most variation because you end up having these groups spread out, correct? And they are largely isolated. So they are going to not be they're going to be sort of sticking in their parts of the continent. And that's why you have that variation. By your sort of math of taking these variations and saying that they're different, every group that is vastly different on the continent is technically for you a different sort of species thing, whatever you're coming up with in your head because of this variance. And we'll use the 3% that you have when it comes to like the Neanderthals. These variations also exist just on the continent of itself. And I think if you're that hung up on it, then you would have to cut everyone up in that way. You would have to say every sort of variance that you see has to be cut up, and you can't just use Africa as your point of reference.
Hold up, Grant. What I'm saying is, this is what a lot of people like to conflate about the vast African diversity on the continent. All of that DNA is all put together in the 99.9% of Homo sapiens, because they stayed in Africa for 230,000 years, right? But that does not include the other species outside of Africa.
I can't believe you tried a new way to separate you.
No, because that's what's going on. Because the genetics, the math is precise. We're 99. In 2000, Bill Clinton went on TV and said that all humans are 99.9% the same. So therefore, it ain't no need for us to be tripping like we've been tripping.
Right. Okay.
That's what he said.
That was a social statement.
Hold up. Then bam. So hold up. Then bam. 2010 came.
You're not using Bill Clinton as your reference point.
He is.
And you guys really do some real wild stuff.
He was based on what the scientists had gave him. What are you talking about? It wasn't
Bill Clinton is a scientific reference.
It's based on him being in the lab.
He's telling
he
himself.
was talking about what science had found in DNA in 2000. That was the first whole supposedly human genome that they had put together. Go look it up.
You think that 1 to 4%, which would be negligible.
I didn't do this.
Is somehow that a 99.9 is supposed to be 95.5 or something like that.
No, it drops it down to 90.
It's negligible.
It drops it down to 98%.
Then a 99.988733333.
You saying that? So y'all just like saying it's not identifiable. Then Savante Pablo didn't find nothing.
It's not enough to make it. It's not enough to draw a boundary, yo. That's the real thing.
It is,
It's how you say.
You know what? You know what you want? Okay, since y'all saying that I'm wrong, do y'all want me to come on here tomorrow and show y'all?
Yes, sir.
No.
So what? What are you gonna show?
No,
I'm gonna show y'all how Neanderthal integration does make them
we can look up ourselves. We don't need you to bring on bad information. What we need for you to do.
No, hold on, homie. You're not no scientist, are you?
You're not either.
Yeah, but Sarah Tishkoff is.
What's he gonna say, James?
What is he gonna say?
David Reich is.
What are you gonna say?
I know who David Reich is. Listen, James. You know, I remember when they sequenced the damn Neanderthal genome, because I was a fan of Johannes Krauss.
Yeah, Johannes Krauss. That's another.
He was one of his team that went out there and did it. So yeah, I'm a fan. I was there when they started discovering that, but that did not flip the world on its head in terms of shared genetic ancestry between human populations, bro.
Hold up for a minute, James. Hey, Social, check this out. This is the song you missed. Did you catch the new song?
Huh?
You ain't catch the new song?
I don't know. I don't think so.
There you go. No, we do this. Calm down.
Protected by the Black Widow. Protected by the Black Widow. Good juju. Bad juju. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Where the fuck you been? Bomb little niggas again. We buck the trend. It's been a trend. Pull desert. Eagles again. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken. Black Panther riding again. Always on my mind to win. I'm where I'm supposed to been. Black Widow protect me. Feds lose again. Nigga, cheat to win. Dope fiend never win. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Protect the youngsters. We pull desert eagles. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken is where I win. Black Panther riding again. When naggers break wild, no slack. I'm cutting like an axe. Kick though can't cut in the tracks. Good juju. Bad juju. Never been in the game but stay crewed up. We answer beepers, can't be tracked, computer hacked. Protect the weaker, don't wear tattoos. But if I did it, be the reaper. Never say this line again. Let truth be where we begin. Christians talking reckless, claiming we born in sin. Capping, let us begin. Pseudo killers to the rescue again. Never tripping, we teaching STEM. Forces, those tripping. Choose again to the pseudos. It's always grim, we play to win. God killer again. Always time to defend. Bet the trend, King souls to the king. If I can't, chill and be Ken. Malcolm Finch, those niggas for the win. TED Talk, bitch, walk. Fans time enough for them youngins. Space age, Africans. Anthony with the space. And yeah, jump, we smacking them.
Yeah, jump, we smacking them. King Sosa the King, that shit slick.
Yeah, I like all that except when you put down Heineken, don't still a Heineken drink. It's one of my favorite.
That's your favorite drink.
That's some fire right there.
You like that? You like that?
I like that.
Yeah, you hear your joint there? You hear your joint there?
Yeah, because I heard the girls want to throw with the girls with the, it's like I know it's a flip of that one, but with the girl boys, that's hard too.
Yeah, you hear how we smacked the bomb squad, right?
Yeah. Everybody get a touch up.
Yeah, got him with the serious one, yo. Tag talk. Yeah, tag talk. Make them bitches walk. That's how you do that. Man, we had a long show today, man. Damn. Good one. You must be getting up and going to work, Sosa. Or you chilling?
I work at night, but y'all was like, she got show tomorrow night. I said, I can't. I'm up, bro. I'm by the phone. Then nothing happened. Then this morning, then 3:30, then 10. I'm like, man.
Can't play it, man. Reggie jumped up here and got mad because
Reggie does it too. I'm watching
that part. Y'all, man. I was sleeping at that time. Something told me get up.
Yeah,
I woke up out of sleep and said, like, go on YouTube. I miss Reggie.
Yeah, I'm up now, so I'm gonna go back and listen to it when I'm
Reggie couldn't explain. Yeah.
Oh,
Now we asking for the scientific method. Now I need a scientific theory now to prove they had science. Yeah, I'm tired of playing with them. I need. They did enough writing. They should have wrote down the scientific theory. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't even want to hear it no more. Yeah, James, you wild. James funny. Yeah, we got him right back with James Wild. So we back.
Oh man, right back to where he was.
Yeah, we right back. I knew we could tease it out of him though.
He got a lot. I'm saying he got a lot better, but he's trying to act like he ain't improved. But he was saying
broke him out
way wrong, bro.
Yeah,
Way
we put him back to way wrong again, yo.
Yeah, but he's showing how he got it
human.
wrong of his misunderstanding of the 104% Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah.
He's trying to make a statement tonight that they're classified different because of hybridization. He keeps trying to bounce around, and I go, okay, how and where are they classified different, James? How?
Siskoff. I got all her articles right here. I'm tripping. I put that in the reader, let it read it, yo. Then I read it. James, right? Man, any closing remarks, man, for everybody to think that we don't care about our ancestors, man.
And without empirical knowledge, without the systematic practices of the ancients, right, we wouldn't be here today. If every generation had to learn those things over and over again, civilization would have never advanced to the point that we were comfortable enough to ask different questions.
Sosa?
Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm late to the party, man. But I think I'm pretty sure when I look back, y'all taught what y'all knew and learn what you didn't know, man. And bang on pseudos, man. That's the only criteria I set, man. So everybody have a good night, man.
I appreciate you, man. Grant, got something to close with there, Mr. Grant?
Yeah, no, great show. I think I got a little heated this time, so I'll try to be on my better behavior.
Oh no, not
yeah, just
No, you were perfect. No. When fire is required, it's required. They'll push your buttons, Grant. They do.
Yeah, I would just say for anyone who's still who's thinking about science, it just don't fall for the pseudoscience, and being Black in and of itself is an amazing thing, and I think one of the things that makes us even better is that we need to prove to the world that we're modern scientists, that we have the capabilities today. And sure, it's good to know about the history of a continent that most certainly has been demonized, for quite a bit of time. But what would be much more of a kick in the teeth to those who still doubt us would be to be proficient at modern science and understanding scientific methods and being really crisp and precise about the language that you use, because that is how you combat what people think of us, and most certainly will make you feel better about yourself. And you don't need to reach back into antiquity in order to find your worth. That your worth can be today. It can be in the knowledge you have today, and your ability to be in scientific spaces and to feel confident you can be heard and feel like you can have a voice in a conversation that's scientific and pushing the world of science and modernity forward. So I just want to stress that to everyone who's really interested in the scientific method and science in general.
Powerful statements from all y'all, man. Look, appreciate you, man. A great kick. I don't know how. Juju, did you let this man in the circle? How did he get in there? Yeah, let me get you. Somebody got to get you up out of here, Mr. Corey McKinney. Chasing us around the pool. That's funny. Man, appreciate everybody, man. Look, hit the Cash App going out the door. Hit the like and subscribe on the Pseudo Killers and the Community Skeptics, man. We're trying to get to 5,000. All right. That's what we want to get to, man. Appreciate everybody coming through, man. Man, it's been one of them days, man. Been a long one, yo. Let me hit this bed, man. Let me see what I want to take us out here. man. Let me see. Let me guess it. Maybe it's, how about this one? Go out God kind of style, man. Make sure y'all support the debates too, man. Got the Say Cool joint and the Chief X joint. Let me show the flyers one more time here, man. Because that's what we do. Right here. Chief X versus God Energy. The Moors who conquer Spain. Black or Negroid. $20 piece right there. It's in the description, man. Say cool. And easy bags. It's the Bible, the Word of God. April 12th. Chief X, God Energy, it's April 4th this week. That's how we doing, man. Man, keep the pseudos away from you, man. They're poisoning the well of intelligence. Mumble jumble you half to death. Oh, man.
They do try hard, though. They do try hard.
Try hard, man. We'll get out of here with some Shirley Avenue, man.
God killer, we make bells ring, bass from the cannons, ears ring. You promote pseudo, that's cap, sink or swim. Better adapt, Rogers Ave, talk slick, la. Northern Peak, we move quick, la. Show sources, don't chit, chat, no proof, fall back, quick, NW code, clear vision, hilltop roots, no gimmicks. Rogers Ave, where I'm at, Northern Peak, we stay intact. Mondorman, shift the tempo, race to town, info heavy, Park Heights, facts ready, Liberty Heights. No ferry, your claim weak. Fold fast, peer review. Hold that, methods first. No myth, replicate. Then it's legit. Correlation. Ain't cause, headlines, love, applause. Shirley Avenue. God killer, we make bells ring, bass from the cannons, ears ring. You promote pseudo, that's cap, sink or swim. Better adapt, Rogers Ave, no fake flex. Northern Peak, no late tax. DOI link facts, stamp, say less. Learn up, them rap. Shirley Avenue. Shirley Avenue.
I'm your host, Bobby Banger. And with that,